Now we're live.
Do the clap.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna do the clap, but hold on, I gotta make sure that my
the clapper.
There's a
this
green
doesn't
glow
lag.
over my face.
I don't want the clap.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Should be fine. Okay.
I had a teacher. With
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Synced up. All right, gang.
Is that how that works?
Yeah, I'll do it in post. All right, gang. What happened last time?
I got carried around like a little baby dog.
Which saved us from certain death.
I wasn't able
ran off like a
convince the horse to join.
I saved him, thank you very much.
So we kicked off with the battle of the two champions.
The battle no one wanted, but we had to do anyway.
Yeah, the champions.
It's a little spooky.
One was my champion.
Another's an asshole.
There goes my hero. Like,
Yeah, I should have played. He reached his hand.
I was thinking more like
and
3
instead
Days
of Michael
Grace, but
Myers,
like,
it was
that
good.
song where
Yeah.
I'll always let you down or whatever. Talks about how you always rely on him, and then, but I'll let you down.
Oh.
and then Malphus did.
I never let him down. I just slapped his invitation of friendship away.
So big old battle.
Malphus
didn't work.
focus fired Rhyse.
Yep.
Based on the swords having some animosity.
Yep. And thanks to Justin's quick thinking, we got out of his death circle
Yeah.
and were able to heal.
Sid almost
Yeah.
ate it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, Sid for the first time really started getting close to.
Even with Miles out.
I'll just say,
Without
wasn't
Miles, I would have
attacked.
definitely died.
I think Icarys gets the VIP on that battle though.
His
Brandon
weird-
went down, I think.
His weird.
Brandon nearly died.
Shadowbane was okay. He just couldn't heal for a long time.
No, that's right.
Right, because the mantle.
I'm pretty sure
We
me
wasted.
and,
We wasted what? 3 heals and a potion trying to
Yeah.
Trying to figure out if we could heal.
I turned into a bunch of leaves.
Yeah, it got harried.
I did.
You guys were already really expent from the previous.
I just did what I normally did. And never got targeted.
Yep.
Yes.
It's either
It's
the
the
only
first
target
time. Yeah, it's
or
the
never
first time.
target.
They focused on everyone else, and I had a breathing room enough.
That's how the rogue's gonna run.
And I finally dropped my Dawnbringer Smite on.
Yeah,
I thought was
for the
really
first
good.
time you got your
Before
Smite
then.
of Revelation. And did some really
I didn't even
rad
know that was an effect on
bonus
us because
damage.
you've not used it till then. Even though I've read Dawnbringer.
And then
It didn't bother me
Belwyn
because I never used it.
got the finishing blow. Turning from wind and leaves back into your form and
Oh,
putting
that
your,
was so cool.
putting your
Smacked your head
staff
open.
through his face and into his
Fucking
form
Leonardo
and just
Yeah.
Ninja
That was-
scattered
I
him.
like this.
and
I really
Sucked
close to
if that didn't
Brandon.
work.
took
It would
a-
have been really funny.
He
Took
would
a
have turned
point of
around
exhaustion for it
I
and
had like
everything.
20 hit
Oh,
points.
yeah,
He would
yeah,
have just
'cause they
went.
stack right.
Well,
for different
he did knock
times.
you unconscious. Maybe not.
I would have been bleeding out on the ground.
And then Draven crawled on the ground, clinging to life as he was getting shot and curb
I
stomped by a big 12-foot tall construct.
I told him to stop it.
You guys healed Rhyse as the battle seeded, and then
I
Elrich.
only stopped because it didn't do anything.
Elrich took Draven's hand, and you guys were transported to some
Mythical land.
other reality.
Ethereal realm.
Yeah.
I will say, it was really disappointing. Everybody had an aura color look, and I had none. It's like, man, I wonder what mine would have been like.
Yeah, if you'd been on the other side,
Right.
you might have sold
Jeez.
it.
It would have been probably green and a bunch of leaves.
Get out of the way.
I was expecting ice. Thanks to all the ice stuff Icarys been giving me.
Ice is a fair assumption.
He has ice themed me.
Would have had like snowflakes.
Okay, there we go. I was
dripping
gonna say I had it perfectly
It would have
level.
been like a giant.
Yeah.
No,
Oh god, yeah, just you're snowman. Everyone else is like
Frosty, but
you're like the 2001 Michael Keaton.
No.
what is wrong with your animation? I don't know what happened to me.
Alright, anywho.
Feel free
yeah.
to share the camera with Ashley now.
Yeah.
It's
There you
Ash,
go.
Kyle.
So there was a heartfelt exchange there.
That's fine. We're gonna get her a chainsaw hand.
I had to play him in a chess match, and I was terrified.
Chess match, the rematch of the century, really.
I beat him.
What do you mean?
First time ever.
Big rematch of the chess souls,
Oh,
I
and
had-
then
I still had a more
because
difficult
they're
time
not
fighting
related.
him than when I first
You know that
freaking
big box
Icarys,
of gifts I got.
who had like the same bonus as me.
yep,
But, you know, Draven
I should
turned
tell
out to be
Ashley
the
about that
secret
sometime.
best chess player ever.
yeah.
But I beat him.
Epic chess battle,
Yeah, I
which
got
you
it.
won for the first time after losing many times, and even losing to this PTSD spectral version of him. You finally got
Multiple
your
times.
vindication and beat him once more, and then he parted ways, giving you a ring of friendship.
Yep.
And asking you to
There's actually a real dark
let his
fate.
companion know what happened.
Which I could have actually physically talked to.
And then once you guys were back into reality,
Opens up and they do
all
a
the
dance.
spiders kind of came back. All that was left of Draven was the armor, which began to like boil, and it left this black glass stain, which both of you kind of curated into a proper gravestone of sorts. The Phase Spider Peace Walker talked to Rhyse once more, and you guys made a plan to get all of you guys mounts for the spiders, and then the rest were to stay here until the battle, until called upon by the champion to attack the city and help you in your raid.
Yeah. Hopefully,
We've gotten a lot of weird
because now I'm
comments.
thinking about like
Yes, we
the
have.
ice thing. I hope those thunder cunts don't
Don't
like,
call it early.
Yeah, because of their own lightning, they're like, oh, that's the signal, and they just preemptive like.
Yep, that's a good point.
Go in
Thunder.
Let me write that down.
Oh, great.
Let me make a note of that.
Good thing there's no
The
lightning.
spider.
Yeah.
Ace
Oh my
characters.
god! Because they're both doing sets of Teens of Lightning. One group could be, Raiden and Fujin. The other two could be Raiden and Fujin from Teen Titans.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have
Those
Raiden,
guys were lame.
Fujin, Thor, and who else?
Let's see what else.
Odin.
Lightning.
You went into the alcove and you talked to his warhorse.
I tried, and like an idiot,
Communicated
forgot an
to it.
item that would actually allow me to speak to it.
That's true. You do have a ring of speak with animals.
Doesn't even require
Easy to
attunement.
space when you have so many.
So much more.
But you got
No,
you
I'm
and
wearing it now.
Belwyn talked to it. It was very distraught,
Sorry, Belwyn, heavy episode.
very upset, and then it
Was it?
left. I don't think so.
I think so.
Every episode.
She had good moments, so I'd say it's definitely a
Yeah.
good Bell moment.
The horse ran
She's a
off
key
in a
member of
huff,
the group.
and then the rest of you guys went
Makes it
back
sadder when I die.
over 7 days travel to Vizeran's tower.
Your other
We don't want to
character.
lose.
You easily
With your
skirted the
southern
tower,
Riding spider.
riding spiders, reunited with all of your factions and friends back at the tower in their
We're
little.
just gonna turn her
Gave
into
off some
nestled.
goods.
Yeah.
I wish you could be with
Uh,
her.
guard
Passed off all
no one
the
else.
cool knickknacks you got from the city, told them a big grand tale about what happened.
Garsh is now forever indebted to
Yeah.
his ointment.
You had a private discussion with the Druids about the soul
Yeah.
anchor, which would come
Wow.
up again later. You then went to Vizeran and gave him the bare minimum in information.
You're forgetting
and
the
then
best
he-
person.
And then he threatened Sid,
Cleve.
which was a mistake on
the
his
person who
part.
loves us.
Everyone gave Cleve some form of greeting, which he loathed.
Oh, I'm gonna work him over on my team for sure.
Thomas is here, I think. And then
Oh god.
talked to Vizeran. He wanted more
Some
information.
just
He
went on my
wanted the
nose,
juicy
did not look
details
good.
like you just gave everybody else, but you gave him almost nothing. And then he had Icarys and Sid stay for a private discussion about the other book that they were tasked with acquiring.
I was in the bathroom when that happened.
And
He made a tactical error.
inadvertently told him you had it and knew of its location, but we're not going to give it to
Who made
him.
the tactical error?
Vizeran, don't.
Huh.
Do not threaten Sid. He doesn't take it well. It's not
I
good.
threaten Sid all the time.
So yeah,
Oh,
he
Kenny's giving Tom a hand.
he vaguely threatened Sid directly,
Yeah.
Icarys indirectly.
Yeah.
That he
will get the book.
wants
What
it
do I
and
do?
will acquire and will get it himself if you don't honor this deal of sorts that you made.
Nikolai ain't.
From that point, you guys all kind of had a nice respite for the evening.
In the manor.
Yeah, inside of
I didn't say
Rhyse's magnificent manor.
There's a bit of a party, actually. Not
Yeah,
really
a
respite.
bit of an upbeat energy in the group as everyone else was rather bored, even though you had an exciting venture.
Someone challenged the ale again.
And other than that, everyone except Sid and Belwyn had a nice, decent, relaxing evening in a very nice space. The other two, however, had a one shot
What the hell
of
was that?
sorts, a little side quest.
That was Doggers.
Oh, he said he was bringing his dog too, didn't he?
No.
Oh yes.
And that's
It's so fluffy.
okay. What else? You guys had a dream venture. Marista facilitating the casting of the dream spell that Belwyn manifested, and then
Yeah, they're really depressing things.
yeah, Sid. Depressing.
Sinric, I think his name
It was happy at the end, right?
Kind of sweet.
Very
Yeah,
bittersweet.
What is happiness? I don't know.
And Sid and Belwyn, delved into the
The dreamscape.
mindscape of Sinric, and went through multiple different channels and phases of that until finally reaching his true inner consciousness. and basically, you know, he told you everything he knew about what had happened to him, and then he was willing to be to go with Sid's original plan, or what he thought was the original plan, at least, of being transferred into some other husk, but being there firsthand, Sid decided that wasn't the best route, and instead is going to see to this devil business personally.
Yes.
Oh, it's a good time.
And then we ended pretty much as you guys exited out of that with
to a lordom.
you guys kind of just on the ground, and Sid telling you about the king's past ventures, about running away from the burning city when the purge started, and gave you a big lore dump at the end of the game.
So is it like?
Well, that was actually during the dream, but yeah.
Was that? So is it?
Well, at the end, you out of character, like you
Oh,
just
I told
just told
everybody
all
I
about the
got.
campaign.
So is
So
that knowledge that Belwyn knows now
you know the king stuff
about the
at
king
least.
stuff?
Everything that Sid would know. About the kid and coming back, and the kid not being a hero, instead being this dead memory.
Yeah, Sid brought that up during the dream, if you recall.
That too.
Yes, I do remember
To
that.
the bell, so she knows it.
Cool.
Yes, Sid's terrible, terrible backstory that I made super depressing and sad.
Not
Oh, you
that.
succeeded.
It's not that depressing.
And not only did we get to bring it
Got
finally
bogged
into the
down
game,
with
but
stuff.
also all the other things that you've done with different characters we were able to kind of tie in as well. So that was very
Yeah,
nice.
I'm
As
trying
they
to
all
get
did
it in
time.
with his other
So
character's daughter.
I think you guys were pretty wiped after that. I'd say if you want, we can just start with that long rest after that. You would have went back and went to the tower with Rhyse, or went to the mansion with Rhyse, and Sid would have been in his tower.
I think I'm the only one who chose to go sit outside.
Yeah, because you're weird like that.
Probably.
Well, after what happened, it
Everyone
didn't
else
seem
wants to be
easy
in the
for me
mansion.
to be around with others.
Everyone wants to be in the mansion, so yeah, you definitely would be by your lonesome out there in just kind of that fog.
I'm in a depression state.
And you could be in they had all those tents and stuff set up, so you
I could
have.
set up my tree if you wanted the tree.
I've never stayed in your tree.
Oh.
I've only went in it once. You wanted to show it off.
Oh yeah.
Everyone left their mark.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's the only time I went in
That's
it.
right.
So yeah, let's start there. With just you guys slowly coming to.
Probably have stayed there.
Okay, I'll get in the bed now.
We haven't started traveling.
Like,
There.
you're eating
No.
a nutty bar.
Okay.
Which in my house meant that they were getting a nutty bar.
What?
He's like, he's eating a nutty bar, which in my house meant the dog was also getting a nutty bar.
That's true. She'd sit and wait.
Today
me and
you
Maggie
will
shared
set
neighbors.
out and return to Menzobrannz't. But first you have to, tear down, get all your things ready. Everyone has to wake up. Some dwarves happily hung over for a first time in a while.
I will oversee the pack up and preparation process.
Okay.
I guess I'll
Slowly but
assist
surely.
with the-
Yeah, you notice first
Foley.
people slowly coming out. Probably the paladins who have a very regiment kind of
I
lifestyle.
don't expect the dwarves getting up anytime soon.
So they get up and they're already well kempt and have their armor
Just
on.
gotta.
They kind of acknowledge you and go to where their tents were set up and just begin taking them down. Since these were set up, these are like full-fledged.
I'll do the
caps,
same thing then. Since I stayed in one.
like tarps and stuff, and they start tearing those down. And there's just kind of like a general determination.
Today's the day.
Yeah, like
fire.
we,
in our
we
eyes.
start today.
That look of acknowledgement, like this could be our day to die.
Well, it's a week.
It's
to
about
travel.
6.5 to 7 days.
It's time to get our mentality.
But they're
accepted.
they're now like we're marching to battle kind of vibe.
Eventually check on the children.
Anyone else doing anything specific during this time?
It's after I get up and get all decked out, I'm gonna take out Gromph to talk with him.
Okay, yeah. Easily enough, he's probably like curled up just in this like nest of blankets that the all the butlers, which remind that I believe all the butlers look like Rhyse in butler tuxedos, and all the maids look like Belwyn in classic maid attire within the mansion. Right?
Completely inappropriate. To his point.
So
They were all women.
Okay, it's all maids.
even worse. Great. Continue.
And they all have like the maid outfits, but they have like these ghostly like chains.
Oh right, so
God.
it's even more just wrong.
So it's like they're bound to the house.
Yeah, it's even worse.
Wow.
Okay then.
Worse
Hero
than I
right
recall.
there.
Great. Wish I was right the first time.
I was thinking it was like the fairy tale made thing for some reason.
Nope,
Yeah,
way more
yeah.
morbid, and you know, like the fucking
You see the
Legion
Vizeran,
from
his
Fallout
dark
New Vegas. Like,
Yep.
so the
they're
rattles of
objects.
ghostly chains, like the Nightmare Before, not Nightmare, the fucking Christmas Story or whatever. The
Yeah.
Ghost of
Before
Christmas
Christmas
Past,
Story.
just
Yeah.
fucking shackling by you as
A
you.
Christmas Carol.
Yes.
Yeah, that one.
Fucking, you come out in your Ebenezer
To
Scrooge.
be fair, you could
That's
call
his
a
nightmare.
Christmas.
Yeah.
To be fair, you could call that a Nightmare Before Christmas. Because technically, it is all a nightmare.
It's pretty much.
See what you did there?
So yeah, easily enough, you find Gromph wrapped up in like 13 blankets and just pillows, and he's just like sleeping like a cat would, nestled and folded in on himself.
I don't want to wake him up. But
Just this like snot bubble kind of.
As a dwarf runs up and dumps a half gallon of
well, at
water
the
on
same
him.
time, it's time to start getting ready. Wake you, wake
I
buddy.
got a bunch of Mountain
Kinda
Dew
like-
over here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. They're behind
And
me.
he kind of like blinks,
Yeah,
and
the
you can
box
see like this,
ripped
you know,
it. One
thick
guy realized
crust
while we were there.
around the eyes, and kind of like,
Yeah,
We were just standing there, like he's just
Is it
holding
time
on.
to- time to get up?
Time to get up, buddy. Don't worry. It's still plenty of time to get you some coffee.
He kinda
Something
like-
before we head out.
starts slowly slinking under the covers.
I
He
thought-
stares you down and just
I
kind
thought, come on,
Yeah,
buddy.
just like
of and just throws them off. Gets up and kind of like in a pouting fashion
I will make
before
you love
finally
me,
like
socks. I will.
rolling out of this nest and kind of like
There's a
flopping
pizza
down
over if you
onto
want
the
some,
hard
Thomas.
like marble floor or wood, I think.
problem.
And goes over to his stuff and he gets like he doesn't even put on his armor. He just gets on his
Save that
normal
one for
daily
later.
clothes.
Trust me, buddy. I understand. If I could put this off longer, I would too. But really can't push it off much further.
Do you know what it's gonna be like? Kind of like over his shoulder. When we get there, what's gonna happen?
I have some ideas. Only some of them are good.
And then he's like, oh, and he like lights up. How big's the city? Throws his-
Freaking huge.
like can't think for a sec. Tori?
Dory?
It's
The city on the surface.
Oh yeah.
That was
Venatori.
Pinoy.
It's Venatori, I think, right?
Yeah, about the same
I
size.
think Pinoli's a
Cannoli?
different one.
That was the grass cover.
Like because of the
It's a-
whole underground
it's an
thing, it
Italian
seems
Twinkie.
smaller at times, but I think it might be bigger.
bigger.
I said egg Claire.
Is it scary?
Yeah,
It's from Three
it's
Stooges.
the capital of Crazy Land down here.
He kind of like nods. Okay. He kind of like has this like starstruck, like I want to see
Only
it
very different.
before
It's just all
everything.
you hear is just.
You'll get your chance.
And at that point, you guys can.
Because she needs a break.
And
He's now fully dressed.
even though I honestly know the answer you'll probably give me on this, I at least want to give you the option.
He cocks his head.
But if you didn't want to be part of the thick of it, more than the others, I'd understand.
The fight? I have to be there for the fight. And he has like this like side grin.
Yeah, I knew you'd say that.
And he, at this point, he probably has like one of his weapons over his shoulder already. He's got a bunch of them. He's got a spear and a sword now, I think, and the dagger
the
claw.
force
You know,
And
so he's got quite a few options.
truth be told, I feel dumb for even mentioning it, but I want to at least float to the
He
option.
kind of like pats you on the waist, right up to your waist, and is like, "If you'll be there, I'll be there."
Buddy, when this is over, I am gonna officially adopt you as my son/brother.
He kind of like puts his hands on his hips.
And
Son, brother.
It's called a Suther.
also, we should really go by my hometown afterwards. Zephyros. Kind of out of the way, but it's where I learned to fight.
He kind of like shakes his head. Yeah, you'll have to tell me about it. What's it like?
Ah, Southern.
I've only ever seen caves.
I'm a southern.
It's like
And
a,
the city.
My sister,
It's like a cross between a grassy plain, a village, and a cliffside.
Still
It's
as
like-
funny as I am my own grandpa.
Put it, counting them on his fingers.
Oh, granddad.
Who taught you to fight? Because you taught me.
Yeah,
Which means he must be even better than you.
I can never beat him.
And like that, he like his pupils dilate, and he's like,
But you know,
Heroin.
because of that and my own pride,
how
basically set me
goblins
out
get up in the
to
morning.
find Dawnbringer here.
Kind of looks at it. He's like, narrows his eyes. I bet together we could beat him.
It's already plotting.
Probably.
Plotting.
But,
Like the eyes are narrow slits.
He's thinking, I'll get behind him. You push.
Straight up.
we probably could.
And
But
stab.
the thing is how I'd like to
Behind him, you push.
see how much my swordsmanship has grown since I last saw him.
Let's do it.
He kind of like looks at your sword again. And he's like, well, with that, you could beat anything.
You got a friend in me.
And
You're the
he-
best.
and he looks over your shoulder and he's like, what's that?
Huh?
You turn.
Oh God.
What's your actually roll a perception check because you have to look. You're looking over your shoulder.
Are they outside?
They'd be in a room probably right now. You went to wherever Rum was staying.
Let's see what you got, boy.
Is this in the?
This is in the mansion.
Is there something in there? What the fuck's in the mansion?
He could be distracting him to do something, though.
Okay, so I rolled a 1, so that's an 8.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so you look and the room's not very big, right? It's just another side room that most people got their own. So you look over and the bed is sprawled open like a straight up cat's nest, and nothing else seems to really be in the room. And you turn around and Dawnbringer's in Grumph's hands.
Damn!
Oh.
He just disarmed you.
Oh. Okay.
Wow.
I get it.
Color me impressed.
He is a rogue.
He kind of like holds it.
Slight
Wow.
sacred light.
See there, I thought
Oh,
I thought
God.
it was like pregnant, just like all these.
Just kind of
baby
nods
dolls
and
are pouring
puts it
out.
back in your hands.
I thought he was gonna
doesn't even say,
like
he doesn't even
tackle
say
him
anything.
or something.
And then or actually he would say, with that you could beat
Right?
anything.
Off with your
50 little
hand.
fingers there. Grub's got.
You are a clever delight every day of the week.
And he walks out the door
His shade's down now.
and he kind of,
I'm gonna
Inside
count
my
without
hands.
looking, he kind of fiddles with the knob. And then
It was really cool until that moment.
And
You see people walking by, see him leave. Look, what the hell's going on
Okay,
with that
I'm gonna
guy?
give him a count. It was a 60. Kind of. Okay, so I really let myself be disarmed.
He's like, no, I can see your face.
Okay.
yeah, the big anime like embarrassed bubble, sweat drop. Okay.
Well, at least I got my message across.
And you eventually see Grum exit with a look of pride.
He seems happy.
Yeah, about a minute later, then if they're gonna.
Grum, or Thayer just kind of like head down,
Oh,
downcast.
didn't think that was gonna happen.
What the hell you thinking?
What are you thinking? You crossed
Waffle.
blades, didn't you?
I was thinking waffle.
Would you need to stay in the manor to get those? Can't eat out here.
Right.
That's
Oh,
true, like
snap.
the leg of meat that you would have had would have went as you stepped through the door.
Oh, right.
I know magic eludes us, but come on.
But once it's in your stomach, it stays there.
I got this mushroom.
Steps out, disappears, goes back in. It's like,
Now it's fixed again, suckers!
The ghost just comes up and slaps your hand.
Yeah. Aww.
I have to keep making that every time.
You're the one that keeps taking food outside.
Years for us.
There's 6 sous chefs back there.
It took 3 days.
There is literally like sous chefs, like Korean style, in the back that always prepare the food with
Took us 3 days
amazing
to make this potato
cutlery.
salad.
3 days! SpongeBob.
Yeah.
I guess I'll get check on Garsh.
Arshbagarsh.
Okay.
I know he ain't going with us. Or he shouldn't be. I'm not gonna let him.
Yeah, Garsh would probably be like sipping coffee. Something that the dwarves would have made on like a outside fire, like a kindling,
Right.
and then like just pitch black coffee,
I'll go have a drink with him.
kind of like just sitting on like a
He's
a
getting
small
his
pillow,
basically
basically.
his dad time right now. Relax before Topsy and Derby come out.
He sees you coming and he kind of like gestures towards the pot.
I'll pour me out some. Don't think anyone wants to get drunk right now.
It's pretty bitter. It's just straight up hard coffee.
It's the cure for all hangovers.
So it's cowboy
Bitter.
coffee.
Yeah, that's
Cowboy.
true. You would see dwarves nursing these coffee mugs for sure.
Well, I gotta hang out with my dwarven buddies.
And a lot of them are like cursing in Dwarvish as they tear down their tents and
I'm
stuff.
assuming still only the one who drinks the Dragonfell is the leader.
They drink it a little bit, but then they always like get him to drink more. So
Right.
Forge is nowhere to be seen right now
I usually try to con him into doing it.
because you weren't. In
Con
the
isn't
mansion.
the best way
You weren't
to
in the
word it.
mansion. You did just leave actually.
Yeah.
So you would have seen a drunken, passed out dwarf halfway in the fountain, in the foyer, near the entrance.
Yeah, one
They're
of the
just-
maids
I
is
got you.
there.
They're just sweeping around
The big
They're
fountain, which
used
I
to
think
it.
has the
One of them,
statue
walks
of
over, pops a
Rhyse.
straw into his mouth so he can still breathe.
Yeah, the
big
one
statue.
maid is literally just holding his
Yeah,
head.
I'm up to the joke, make sure he's still alive.
Yeah, he's just kind of like.
No, yeah, the one
You
maid is just
basically
holding
know.
his head
Yep,
above
he
the
drank too
water.
much Dragonfell.
Sleep it off.
Yeah.
You got a
We
week
thought
to
this
get
was
over that
just
hangover.
So he's basically
Counts to 5, pulls it back out.
Elrich,
That's illegal.
how are you
It
this
is-
morning?
I slept
It's like Mulan. It's like,
pretty good out here.
Nope.
Kind of like you stayed out here, not in the comforts of the door.
Had a lot of things happen recently, so like my lonesome.
Yeah, he kind of has like this knowing look. And again, like he
Also,
always,
like-
has this hat that obscures most of his upper face, so he sees you through vents in the straw, basically.
Also like to know if anything.
Oh, is
could
this Scarface Gnome?
attack us?
That's fair. It's been mostly quiet, except for the big drow.
Yeah.
Cleave.
I wonder if he's gonna come out. Looking around, like excited, like where's Cleve at?
How dare you
So
get
he must have
excited.
saw me
There's
already.
always a gust of wind whenever you think of Cleave. Shutters close on the tower in the distance.
Yeah, Cleve. I know Cleve loves seeing me.
Somebody's really.
We'll be heading out for the big battle today.
Yes, I've been thinking on this a lot. I have stood by and watched many a battle with you and these.
I get the feeling you're gonna tell me something I don't think is a good idea.
I won't stand by any longer.
quarter.
Are you sure?
These bones are old, but not decrepit, and with what you've given me, and he pouches this big fat satchel now. Big fat dark leather satchel. I think I'll be ready to jump back into things.
Well,
He's like, oh,
If
can't
you
trick
do-
me.
decide.
You think you're smart, kitty?
I'm not saying you can't,
He's like, yeah, right.
but I think of a good way you can help. I'm sure the youngins that have been hassling you.
He kind of chuckles. It's been nice to have people not so weary of me. Even the others, and he gestures towards like the paladins, and the dwarves, a wide berth because of what I am and how I look. But those deep gnomes, they understand.
They have a special nature to them too that's not well received by many.
He kind of like looks.
That's 'cause they're all
He looks kind
rats.
of past you, and kind of his eyes kind of gloss over. And he's like, "Yes, their hunger. Very familiar with it."
Well, they'll need someone to watch over in the battlefield. I thought of trying to convince them not to go, but I'm pretty confident. they would
I
ignore
don't
my
think
command.
anyone will be standing by. The time we spent waiting here was some of the most tension we've had this entire journey. The calm before the storm. They're ready.
Well then, I leave it to you to keep an eye on them. I won't be able to out there.
Kind of pulls his walking cane over, and he's like, "We'll be by your side.
Good.
And if this is all over and we walk on the other side, I would like to spend time with those children. Show them that it's okay, that there's ways to handle this." And he kind of like hard like slams into his chest, this inner thing that they have.
Well, I'll say this like I tell them. When it's all done and we're out of here, you're welcome up top with me at any time you want.
The sun is so
As
bright.
long as I'm in the company of some like you, I might venture up there.
Our human capital has become very accustomed to strange new people.
Like this big teethy grin.
I mean, Gromph is pretty much just a natural member up there, too. Although that
And
might
he's
have
like-
been because
he's
he
like,
dresses like a pumpkin.
Ah,
but-
yes. And he turns his head, and you see Grum over there, kind of like
Yeah, dude, I forgot.
bumping elbows with these dwarves. Like, he has a super confidence. They're
He's
just-
a charisma
they're just
guy.
like,
Like, charisma.
yeah, I'm trying to do this. And he's like, you should be doing that. Like, that's still tied. You know,
I just look over there and give him the nod, like,
he's not really
Good job,
helping.
bro.
He's really just like calling out things that they're not doing.
And slightly behind him is a third just.
that's the one they're actually glaring at, like, get your boy.
Yeah, they're like, get your boy,
Man.
boo. Get the leash. But yeah, no, he kind of just nods with that, and his grip like strongly over the cane.
That's too smart for him.
Good. Pat on the shoulder. I expect you to walk out of there like a champion.
Kind of like
Well, find a way to make sure we keep you stocked up, too.
actually like cracks his knuckles a little bit, and he's like, "This is more than enough."
Want to make sure you have easy trade for when you need to get more eventually. After all, the trade
He
wasn't
basically,
that bad of a
he's
guy.
basically like, if I ever need more, then something has went horribly wrong.
Yeah, might run into some others out there that need it.
And it's kind of like cocks his head, like a thought that had never crossed his mind.
It's a good way to make friends.
Interesting. Yes, friends.
Well, if they ain't all your friends yet, I'll count you as mine for sure.
Friends to a knoll means that's the one that's likely to betray you.
I used to live in a similar view like that, making connections with people. Didn't work out too well. One person almost killed me from the, afterlife.
And
Two.
I'm the lone survivor.
Draven didn't nearly kill me. I didn't even take damage that time.
That's right.
That's true. He just says, I'm the lone survivor of a entire family imploding upon itself.
So now we're
And the Minotaur, I was a plaything. I'm glad that's behind me.
What are you
Well,
for?
here are your family.
Ridiculous.
Just like everybody else, unless you're a member of Dragonfell also.
We're brothers.
Dragonfell's been a nice
We got the
Maybe
same
our
dad.
mom was
He
a
got
guy.
around a little.
Yeah,
I won't
maybe a
lie.
fucking couple of
It's one of the
whores.
biggest things I'm worried about is losing some of these family members.
Kind of nods.
I'm not good at losing people.
I've lost everyone I've ever known, but it's never felt
Oh, that'd be terrible.
sorrowful or mournful. It's just been a part of living. But this, I agree, it's different. And at this point, you see other people filing out of the mansion now: Topsy and Turvy, Rick Foley, the elves, like Alessa and the other two, step
The
out of it.
heartbroken maiden.
A little bit.
She'll bounce back.
It's odd. I too feel that if they were to perish, I would feel something.
No, it's always
Sadness, I suppose.
We're an odd-looking family. Looking around at all the different stuff.
All these different races and bits and bobbles of people. And, yeah,
Sometimes,
It was
strangest people make up the best people.
I'm glad to have met you.
All of an angel came back for a second.
I look forward to introducing you to
forts.
some of my other friends that aren't down here. They feel like Yoshi.
Believe me, I'll pull my weight.
I know you will. You got the experience.
He still has the staff of the cane up.
Because some of our younger ones haven't had as much life experience as the rest of us.
Kind of nods with like a slow wink,
Yeah.
and then he
got it.
he extends his fist.
Oh, we have a couple different angles going on.
Yeah.
Was that correct?
This angle and this one.
Turvy showed me the gesture.
That is correct.
He kind of just not like an old man, just
Yeah.
kind of nods, like
Got
proud of himself, like
I learned something that was
One
cool
of the
20
guys.
years ago.
Rage-nomic. Like, and he just kind of like sits back with the mug again.
Don't be
He's very minimalistic, right? Like he has like a lean-to that's already packed and everything.
It's
Like
none of
he's
your business. Don't worry about
very-
He keeps to himself a bit.
it.
See what my character likes.
And now it's a
Don't be
weird
afraid to
monster.
talk to some of the others.
It is a brothel.
He kind of like lets out a sigh.
It's a monster.
Just be cautious with it. Never go in his town. Unless somebody goes with you.
Was
And
I?
this
I was by
orc
it.
that you brought into the mix, he's loud.
Yes.
That he
Time for that
is.
experience as well.
I used to have a
I think it was
exceptional
the,
hatred towards his kind.
Last
But,
year, I think we were all
he didn't act like that.
I accidentally forgot to put my weed in my car.
He
so
was
it's this
gentle, even though
I was
he
gonna
is
do that,
big, frightened, and will take anything down that gets in his way.
Kind of chuckles. Gentle. Sure.
He helped out strangers, and I had a weapon drawn on him the entire time.
Well, if you got a better box,
And he accepted me.
find me a better box. They all suck.
He kind of like looks to where I suppose Shakti at that point would be probably out and about. He just kind of looks at her and like, there's certainly something to be said about the way this group sees each other,
Yeah.
willing to see beyond what's on the surface.
Yeah. It's a lot of good team members that have helped each other. And after all, I used to cook the bottom mess. I used to hide myself with this.
That's true. I don't think it would have been off by the time.
Yeah, it would have. I'm pretty sure relatively.
Well, let's see.
It would have been off and on.
You
since I could
saw
wear
it was when you got
continuously.
possessed, and then Bologna kind of,
Beat the crap out
gave you
of
some
you.
hard love,
Yep.
tough love.
And then I
So,
stopped kind of wearing it.
so yeah, he would have seen it, but wouldn't really like remembered you wearing it or anything. A mask is easy, and he kind of like literally like kind of pulls up the hat, and he would actually probably over the course of this conversation, he would just like kind of lift it up, like just like pivot it back and let his full face out now, and you can see like just the matted, like his Knoll canine looking face, just the matted,
Didn't want to fix that.
burnt, tore flesh that comes over the front of his face down to his neck and shoulder.
I do look forward to finding a way to cure you of that.
Wow. I've lived with it long enough. Having this, I get by.
I know. That's what friends and family for, though.
I'm still learning a lot about that.
Same.
Yeah, in your face.
But recent people have helped to open my eyes. Just my new ring.
He kind of looks at it. He has a pretty keen, you've noticed he has a very keen vision.
Yeah.
His eyes really snap onto things.
But we'll get better at it with time. After all, we're gonna walk away from this. We're gonna allow Demon Lord to win.
He kind of like,
Maybe not Rick
the
Foley.
snout kind of tightens a bit, and he's like lets a
Maybe
big
Rick.
inhale in. There's victory in the air, I think.
That's good. Well, I better
A lot
check
of blood, but victory.
on everyone else's doings. Get everybody packed.
I'll be here. Oh, also, and he kind of turns, and you see this like collection of spiders just in the shadows, eyeballs glinting, just kind of staring on the outskirts, not move, like
Oh my
stock still
God.
spiders.
Pretty creepy, huh?
Just like, you know how you're in like an alcove, right? Like a cave
And then
that just kind of comes to a dead end. The opening just has like just like over a dozen spiders just kind of like stock still staring into it.
Yeah, that creeps me out a bit.
Yeah, same.
But they're Rhyses, so, you know, we can trust them.
Right. Okay.
Don't worry, you can trust anyone, it's Rhyse.
And he kind of like does a double slam into the ground.
Even if they tried something, I'm sure he'd just charm them back into obeying.
You were right.
that's
It's an interesting group we have here.
Yeah, we used to have giant lizards, now we have spiders.
The Spider Whisperer.
Now I'm wondering if the horses still like me.
What about Bob?
I've had so many mounts.
Spiders have to be friends.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anyone else
Charlotte's Web.
have any
but was Sean
pre-marching
a
to
6 foot
the
tall,
to the
800
day
pound spider?
things that they wish to accomplish?
I just don't have
Should have
stuff
probably,
to do along the way.
should have probably just ate.
I'm gonna get up,
Watch over topsy-turvy.
kind of press my cloak.
I talked to Gromph about.
I'm gonna head towards Sid's room.
I'm glad you did. I was
House.
hoping you would.
Tower.
Are you in your tower?
So the tower's
Oh,
so the
Yeah,
tower
if you carry around your own house, how can you stay
was
in
the tower outside or inside the mansion?
Also,
Okay.
my.
So the tower is there within that alcove.
And the door is open.
The door is ajar.
Yeah, personality traits. I'm the sword of the woman.
So,
Ideals. Survive this war. Return to Zephyr.
Sid doesn't sleep,
Bonds,
so
Dragonfell.
he's downstairs awake.
And flaws. Not
you
very
get to
cool.
the entryway and
Yeah, that's true. Like when you sleep, you're like
In another room.
semi-conscious, like in
Kinda
a
like a
different in your
trance
inner
effect
in your
for
inner
elves.
realm, kind of.
God, that must suck.
Well, no, for him,
No, his
it's-
dreams are nightmares.
Yeah, he has
Even before
he has
that
like
gauntlet.
lucid nightmare dreams. So this is technically actually a reprieve from that. So when something like happens outside the world, you hear like a knock, and then you step into reality. Basically,
Yeah.
it's this
So
it's
either
this
hyper
weird
nightmares
thing where
or
like
kind of
Sid
lucid,
kind of
actually.
sleepwalks in
It's
his
a
tower.
PTSD of
I'm
his
kind of
backstory.
awake all the time.
Like,
Yes.
like Shadow, secretly hiding in places.
Hi, Icarys. You see Teddy wearing
Hero
a.
of time.
He's got this pompadour and this leather jacket, and he's like, "Hey."
I'm the Terminator.
yes.
Feels like Penny Paddington.
Mind if I come in?
door's open.
Kiss him.
Walk in, slowly close it behind me.
They're not
Oh
lovers?
God.
The looming face of
Probably
Miles.
about to be.
Don't you have some pizza?
Yeah, I had some earlier.
Icarys
Yeah,
wanted
just
me to
making sure.
ask.
You're Icarys.
Sure.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, you and Teddy are like, oh.
Intruder!
Icarys or
Attack
the
him!
woman?
If you can't tell that, then
Careful,
Am I-
he's a
Am I
doctor.
psychic?
Yes.
See, Icarys starts wearing his robe like this.
Yeah, just do this as you talk. Like,
Oh, so it's the demon.
anyways. Icarys wanted
hello.
me to
As like the
look at
what's
book before
what's
we
her
decided
name
what
from
to
Venture
do.
Brothers?
Oh,
Oh, well,
Doctor,
that's still a hard no.
God damn it. What?
A chippy
monarchs.
version of Belwyn
Yeah,
with his inner shoulder.
Damn it, I knew it right out there.
I know, it's like
Called
right
me
there.
out,
It's
and
like
I'm
right
pretty
there.
sure I don't trust you any more than I trust Icarys.
Look it up.
They are watching.
To me, I keep thinking of the numbered people. And
Oh,
stuff now.
tons.
I'm
I
trying
love
to use
being
them to
watched.
get back to her.
Monarchs.
You know, because Vizeran's also was.
Venture.
Damn it, I know it's not complicated.
There was no
but
pulling
hey.
him there.
Duh. But I wasn't just gonna get it out and be like, hey, look, we got it. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna taunt you in your own territory with the book you want. Ho ho.
I'm down there, Pillsbury Doughboy.
It's Mickey Mouse.
He was.
Dr. Girlf?
Dr. Girlfriend?
Because it says
Respect,
Dr.
I mean,
Mrs.
Yeah, I know it's Dr.
I
Girlfriend.
wouldn't put it past you.
Yeah, but
because she's
I'm pretty
married.
sure,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Yes.
they got married in
Yeah.
the show.
Right,
did.
And
was that her name?
it's kind of what he
Now
did
it's-
Oh,
with
now
us, is it
Dr.
not?
Girlfriend.
Now that they're married, I'm assuming it's Dr. Wife.
It's Mrs. Dr. Girlfriend.
It's Mrs.
Okay,
Doctor.
okay.
Or Doc. No, it's Dr. Mrs. The mom.
So that's the voice. The dude
That's the
has,
voice
yeah.
of the dude.
Well,
Still seductive.
it, doll.
I did what he asked. He told me to approach you.
Shucks.
Ask.
What are you
He
doing?
said
Three
that
packs a day.
perhaps
What
you'd
is
listen
it?
to me.
Oh, I'm
and
getting a
I
pet
told
on
him
you
he was
now.
an idiot, but-
I agree.
Good.
Totally an idiot.
Hey!
Once he calms down.
Okay. But you shouldn't
Well, I
say
was
that.
for sure gonna bet on him once at least.
He's got a
Once
point.
he chills out.
Shouldn't have said that.
He's the
He's
best.
like, I see that pizza, Chris.
He's
I know
the
it's there.
Not even completely
I'm
covering
over
it
here,
down.
Sid. This
Awkward.
little mouse scurries, its brain exposed.
No pudding out this time.
If you change your mind.
I definitely won't.
His weird
If you change your mind.
Flubber.
companion.
Still
creatures.
won't.
His
Kind
black
of see
flubber.
myself out.
I got
That's a
plans
good
for
move.
it.
It opened the door.
I was thinking
step
lava
out,
pool would be a
and
good
then
place.
just kind of freeze on the stairway for a moment. Back to
Stairway?
your-
He's
doorway.
Yeah. And
Just don't go up into my private room.
Your
bitch.
threshold.
yeah. It-
My
Wait, is
private
it the-
library where all
is
those
it the
books
angel?
are still. Yeah.
And then
Oh, and then Icarys is back out.
It's like upstairs, the
yeah,
slime
my
for
back
the
to you.
kitties.
So
Goes
I
up there,
noticed
it's
the
like
weird.
lays
Yeah,
down.
just
Where's
freeze
the
for a
book?
second.
Oh, you got control of your body back.
It's like the
That must
flubber
be
scene
fun.
where there's dozens of them dancing.
What's going on up here?
Alright, so we ready to move?
Are we?
Yes, let us go on our adventure. Sid
Okay.
is now disgusted with Icarys once again.
Don't you have to make it leave your tower though?
He walked out on his own.
You mean it's a?
Okay. So at this point, all of you guys have collapsed to your homes
out in my
and
favor.
whatnot. You've gathered your things.
He gave you a perfect serving. size.
Everything is collapsing and being gathered. Some of you start getting some of the spider mounts if
Yeah,
you so
Sid's like,
Not
hey, I
go
can put
that
my
way.
tent down too, get some rope, and he's like,
if you want to.
and then he's like shrinks it.
If you want to.
as,
now.
with the rope.
as he's pulling the rope down, the tower shrinks.
And then you
guys,
hear well, it would be one of the scouts,
Paladin horse, go.
one of the elves from the Lord's Alliance, not Alessa, one of the other ones.
Yeah,
not
she's a little
disheartbroken.
butthurt.
She kind of like, well, you haven't checked
Hey,
in.
somebody will charm her.
She seemed okay. It was after Droki passed, you guys had like a understanding moment, basically,
She had a chat with your newborn,
of like your
which was
friendship, essentially.
It's not weird that she carries a noose around all day or anything.
odd. She's still into gnomes.
No, that's Rick Foley's rope of mending that you gave.
Hey,
her.
I finally gave him some ideas about that. He's less wanting to get rid of it now.
That's
the
true.
torture
Yeah,
ideas.
he finally has like, oh, they can't get away. They'll know if they do. Like,
So scout.
things you don't think of.
so yeah, so the scout kind of jogs into camp and says, he like seems confused. Did someone misplace a horse?
What?
Whose horse is that?
She kind of gestures.
I'm gonna head directly for that.
Okay, yeah, you run up to
A
her.
horse, the horse, of
She
course.
kind of
of
turns
course,
around and
unless
starts
it's misread.
walking. I just went down the path to see, make sure everything was clear, and
You can't trick me with
I heard
shit.
hooves,
Free
and
food, sucker.
before long, a horse is marching its way here,
Okay.
just like brow furrowed, like looking at you like
I've never met a dog.
a horse.
I look back, just
It's like they can
normal
tell, they're like,
stare. Do you have a problem?
Just haven't seen horses down here.
But I'm not
Fair
bad.
enough.
He's
I'm
a good dog.
Would
too.
Belwyn would probably hear that too. She's just like definitely like
Yeah,
looks
the
at
horse
you.
thing would have been like.
Yes, there
She's
is something
like-
in there.
Do you
Are you trying to mime to go check the horse? I'm already going.
And I don't
He's just looking at like, what are you doing? I'm going, like,
Goodbye.
Like 3 people were like.
it's a horse. I'm gonna go check it.
Okay. So you.
That's Robert's
you go?
bedroom.
I did not go. I assumed he got it.
Yeah. So you cross the large, gap of space that has the big, massive
Thank you.
tower of Vizeran. You go around
So
it.
easy
I'm gonna
to
summon
travel.
Gale.
Okay, so
And
The creature that I named.
send
How's
send at a
Kimmy's
distance
bird
after I'm
been
just
doing?
kind of watch.
so you kind of hear like the fluttering of wings,
Sylph?
and you see Sylph kind of, or not Sylph,
Gale.
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 That's Sylph.
It's,
Ow.
it's
We've all
safer
kind
than
of
the
forgotten about
little
our little pets
illusionist
who've gotten serious
dragon.
The red pseudo dragon flies up and above you.
It's an owl now. Remember?
Oh right,
It died,
it's an owl.
right?
It's an owl.
Brought it back as an owl.
Nice.
Like,
Okay, so it's changed.
So it's
it
Have
had-
I
yeah.
seen it? since
It's,
Yeah,
Okay.
it kind
That was a while back.
What is
glides
Brandon doing right now?
glides up into the darkness,
looking
and
at the
as you
computer.
cross around it, you can see just cresting out from the tunnel and from the darkness is the big black warhorse.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant, what is Shadowbane doing? Just watching everyone deconstruct
Kinda like-
camp?
Queen Latifah.
Powerful,
He's
stoic
still in
strides.
pretty much.
Good.
It sees you and kind of like stops for
He's
just a
always
moment
watching
before
people. He's kind of a voyeur.
continues trekking towards you.
Says
So
the
you
voice.
It's like 30 feet away.
Use my ring to talk to him.
You feel kind of this like
I am
just
the
a
Watcher.
vibration surge through you, and your tongue kind of tingles for a
With
moment,
my giant dog.
This is what Belle feels like when she speaks to
I
him.
got the knock.
and that taste kind of just goes away.
So they get really close to him.
I
It's
see
really
your
awkward.
back now.
I can see your pores.
Kind of now it stops, like,
And I wasn't expecting me to speak to him.
and his head kind of
I'm
coils.
assuming Sid would probably be like
like,
back to
to the
default
side, and
morning.
it's, like,
Belwyn would probably
15 feet
check
from
to
you.
see, like,
Yes, yeah,
not
he's still
verbally.
dead
And,
faced. The normal smiles and everything's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's his kind of default.
Yeah, Belwyn assumed that probably would have looked like, but she would have just
He doesn't have
visually check, not verbally.
Come on.
There we
man, he's bouncing.
So yeah, it kind of turns its head towards you and it says, "You're the one. The one he spoke of."
Yep.
Look at that distance.
For Last
Show,
of Us?
you know,
Yeah,
have
he's
his
like,
sword
and
on
yeah,
the back, have his
basically,
ring
he's
on
about
the
to
hand.
say, and you carry his
First try.
sword.
He gave it to me.
He kind of like walks like diagonally to you.
He's got a battle.
It gets
plan
closer
on
to
it.
you, but it's not walking towards you. It's kind of walking diagonal to you, and it continues talking. And it's like, and like this big kind of like
I thought he was
huffing.
lonely.
Not sure what your purpose is anymore, are you?
He spoke of fixing everything down here.
That's what me and my group are doing.
He tried to fix things up there, and then he ended up here, and now he's.
Kyle, fix it.
Gone.
Why did he leave? Why didn't he take me with him?
What could have? Place he's at
Fucking turn his ass to grass.
wouldn't allow you
Well, he more like
He's fighting
ass to grass.
Turned him
on this
marijuana.
evil side to try to defeat
Yeah.
him.
Yes.
Like an
And he didn't want his friend
Yeah.
to be a part of that.
We get to talk
Because I'm weak.
after it gets smoked.
Because he loved you.
And I like just grunts again. You can see like the stomping at this point. It stops moving. It's like 5 feet from you now.
I cast talk.
And it's like perpendicular to you, right? Like its body is to you, but it's kind of talking out of the side of its mouth.
I believe he wanted you as his family to travel with the rest of his
Sounds
family.
like all this movie. It's like Spirit Guardians.
I want to see his goals accomplished.
So do I. So I
That's a
think
50-foot Gandalf
gave me
cave
this.
smoker.
Is the head like turns towards you, like
Take the-
upright
I
now.
watched a guy make that on YouTube.
That's why he wants me to do what he did. And find the next person.
Now it actually turns towards you, and if you allow it, it'll like.
It's like $450.
It's actually super labor intensive to make. I watched a guy do it on YouTube for like 10
He
hours.
spoke of you as a friend. He said you were one to be trusted,
Love it.
It's like I
like the others.
It's still expensive.
Yeah.
Would you see his mission finished?
Absolutely.
classy. I didn't hear me.
I'm giving my life right now to do
just
that.
walk around with him.
That's what we'll be leaving off to do.
Kind of in place, just kind of moves around. I've never rode with another.
That's Nash.
No, it's
But if you would see this done,
wink.
then I would ride with you.
Together, his spirit will be riding with us.
As you say that, your bag is to kind of pulse.
Extra flavor.
I'm gonna check that.
Kind of
You know, what the hell?
yeah, like all of a sudden, like something on a, or it's like a quiver, right? That's your main thing, right?
Well, I'm back holding that. I put that in.
That's true.
They're
That's
not
true.
battle. They can't really fit.
That's true. So you'd fumble through your bag, and you would feel like this, vibrating source, like this rhythmic kind of pulse, and you pull it out, and it's that stone you bought from Gnome, the dwarven capital.
Yeah.
It's this white and red stone that you got because when held to your ear, it made like faint animal noises.
Yeah.
And it begins to kind of like hum and vibrate. And as you actually take it out of the bag fully, it kind of expands
Okay.
to be about the size. Expands to about the size of a baseball.
Jesus Christ.
And
This is a marble, basically.
yeah, it was small, and then it kind
I
of
got a fucking snuff box.
pulls out to a
You have a skunk bomb?
snuff box, skunk bomb. Expands to about the baseball size,
Okay.
and
I sent it to everybody.
suddenly this like pale red energy kind of emanates from it, and kind of like slams, like pierces into
Okay.
the horse,
You killed it.
and its
Oh,
entire
God.
its entire
It's a
form
Pokeball.
grows this like red aura, and then it fades instantly, and the ball
Oh
kind
my
of
God, it's got red as a fucking
and the ball kind of like just
Digivolved.
stops humming, but stays that same size.
And now there's a little horse in it.
No, the horse remains right there.
You stole the horse's soul.
Oh God.
Change places.
But now
Switch places with the
it would
horse.
seem that the stone has chosen a creature.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Gondogrim.
Gondogrim.
That was a town we went to, right? Gondogrim?
That was the dwarven capital.
I remembered something!
Well, if the beam was to go to the horse, then just like diverts
Alright.
to one of the spiders.
And the two of you at this point share like a knowing look, like you both understand what has just
I
occurred
think we captured their
in a confused way, but familiar at least to it, as that is
That's gonna be
the magics that brought it to this realm to begin with.
Okay.
on YouTube.
And kind of just very well. I will await you. And he kind of just like skirts a big like circle around you and steps back to the tunnel and just waits.
Well then, I guess I have a
Actually,
few things for him.
since it'll do other stuff too. Before it walks away, it kind of circles around you and it says behind you now, "This upon my back. It should be yours now."
Okay.
And you look, and on one of the in one of the saddlebags, you pull out a familiar to you bag of holding, Draven's.
All right.
He would want you to have it. Maybe that's why he left it.
I'm gonna start taking out the
I thought it was, but
armor
because of
for
that.
I would never.
Oh, the barding?
Yeah.
I'm not
Raven
Raven.
wished for you.
Or at least not that Raven.
I mean, I can recognize
It
the
kinda, like,
music,
looks
but I haven't
at-
played the game.
He had it made for you. He
I don't ever
left
play
before
games.
he
I
could
turned on
get it.
Final Fantasy
I've
15
been
last
carrying
month
it ever
for
since.
He meant
10 hours, and I touched it since.
I just started playing.
I know,
Kingdom
of course.
Hearts.
Look at my armor.
Congrats.
I don't know.
Great
Draven
game.
saw
The rest of them are kind of
future.
bad, but
I didn't.
It kind of looks back to the ground of all the different pieces of the armor that was made a long time ago at this point.
We switched places.
Kind of like nuzzles down and moves it.
even my friend Joey,
And like this like
who hates
determination,
this,
like this sense of like purpose, kind of crosses through it again. Yes, this will do. This will help us.
He's like, you cannot fool me.
This is what he would want.
I'll take the rest of the time.
And at that point, you
Set
guys,
it up and-
as the rest of you gather, you
Bond to
mount
him.
that through, and during your
What was
travel,
that?
you can.
It is not time to do this one.
It's time. I'm having a stroke. Somebody call someone already. God. Duel.
I smell toast.
What the hell did you guys just watch that for?
These are the things that you pull out of it, including
Pulled out of the horse.
Stroke.
including a couple other
Saddlebag on
things.
the horse.
Draven's bag of holding.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just like pulling this out of the horse.
If you
like,
turn
yeah.
it inside out, everything will come out.
Does one of those cue
They do
cards
have
just
weird,
have
weirdly
everything
deep
that it
horse butts.
is?
It looks like right here, Dream.
That's
Like
a
the bullet
American
points?
Dad
Yeah.
reference.
Okay, so that's
They're,
everything that's in there,
Oh.
and
this
then the
game,
cards for some
and
of
he's
the
like,
things.
don't, and they put these orcs, don't forget to check in their weirdly deep orc butts. And Barry's like, I'll do it.
Okay, so
Traveling.
Oh,
Traveling
the most
time.
fucking core
Too many
component to
shop
that
keys.
is
Riding spiders into battle.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm afraid that that's just messed up.
For tomorrow,
that is the horse.
we plan.
Plan? Us? No. Never.
I can't remember if I made any changes at the beginning of the stat block from
I don't
now.
know
I might have
what
made a
those
slight
must have-
adjustment, but for
Yeah,
now
yeah. Turns into a giant tree, comes back down on the wall.
So, a new mount has been acquired by Elrich.
Jesus, Robert, quit collecting animals.
How many animals
Like
are
my
Stealing
collected?
from our dead friends.
Not Bob.
Hey, none of you guys went back there to
Hey,
see that.
What are you talking about?
I was.
That is true. Icarys knows. He went, thanks to his owl.
Well, was it Icarys or the girl
And yeah, you.
I
Yes,
imagine
it
it's
was the
one of
girl.
their.
who saw through the things that
I saw through the
Okay,
things.
so it's
so
Icarys
yes,
again,
then
okay.
Dickarus was talking to him.
I thought that was the girl.
Oh, wasn't the girl?
That was, well, I don't want to say
You
it 'cause
can't
that's
be all
mean.
three at once.
Yes, he can.
A Y instead of an I, but that's
Yeah.
really mean. I shouldn't say that.
I'll see if it wants to walk over where everyone else is, but if it wants to wait over there, I'll let him.
Yeah, he kind of keeps his distance, but once you put the armor on, it's
Oh,
like
he's got like a couple other things.
this
Vines
like
in his
I'm a
brains.
warrior again kind of vibe.
Okay.
You can tell this thing is. I mean, it's a
As is
spirit.
my cat.
Yeah,
It is a
Just
spirit
voices
of
He's a
like
tough one.
of justice and,
Annoy me.
and determination.
Some
So
weird dreams.
okay,
We're moving!
you guys ready to pack up? All
So
right.
guy-
Yeah, see it as he's
My
once
guy's
again
gonna
pulling that
relinquish
rope and
his
power
spider.
Yeah, you guys hear a big loud whistle from Rhyse, and all of the spiders.
Oh God! All the
It's
people
like
are like "Kill the spider!"
whispered spider speech and the clacking of their mandibles and
Yeah, they're his pets basically.
scuttlebutting around. These like 13 or so spiders come to you guys.
Oh, and then the blink spider reappears too. Because
And
he's-
then within a moment's notice,
dude, seriously, like how freaked out are people?
and we said now you guys have a telepathic communication, so you guys understand each other, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's like, we are ready to move when you are.
They're ready to move.
Because I'm a blink spider.
It responded, but only he knows it, right?
Heard you.
Good answer.
Yeah, but you just hear.
You're just like, oh God.
I'll get back over there.
Okay, because it's magical, it's like kind of white noise in its voice too, like static.
Yeah. It's like, hey guys.
I'm heading back over with Whisper.
And it lowers itself so that you can mount up.
Oh, we met a beholder who had just like the regular Larry.
Also,
voice.
whatever that mini went, I meant to give that.
Larry.
That is yours.
That's why I moved it over there also.
Yeah,
The spider.
that is yours to have,
Okay.
and you can paint it however you wish. Because I know you were doing that with the goblins at one point.
Yeah.
So I was like, he'll get his cool spider and be able to paint it if he wants.
Alright, well.
So that's your guy.
We met a lot
That's your
of
boy.
those guys on the
I-
surface. In the Underdark, it's all
Let
been
you know,
scary.
Rhyse, I don't need one of your
Or
mounts.
dicks.
That's what I'm saying. Why can't this be nice?
I have one of my own.
Oh, we're just in a bad area. It's a bad part of town.
We're the Lower East Side of Chicago. You know?
Let's see, what else? Okay,
Where's the B-boy?
So everybody's ready?
Whoa,
I think we're all ready.
Alright.
So,
Before we head off, I'm gonna look for Shakti. Because I now have something for him.
Yeah, Shakti's getting gifts over here.
One last thing before we head out.
Well, it's good to see you, Shakti, in rare form.
Oh yeah, there's Shakti just
I
hacking away at a beholder.
feel bad that my last gift to you has been taken from you. So,
The big sword.
I want to give you something new to help you. And I'm going to pull out the Defender.
Is it also
A
gonna
magic
suck
greatsword.
me into it? Yes,
No, no.
Nope.
no, so you,
That's a great sword.
let's see, so this sword has like, the blade almost seems to be made of like a platinum. Like, it's just, the sheen is immaculate. And then the hilt is like this ruby metallic metal. And it just kind of comes to like a classic, English longsword style.
My guy's going to reach out
And
and
then
give
it
you
has-
a handshake.
It has like a golden.
Might not be as good as your last one.
It has like a golden filigree
I
along
hope it
the handle.
helps you in this battle.
I would slay many enemies with this.
Good.
And the dwarves are like, so he doesn't need the big club anymore, right?
One of you wants it? I
Oh,
don't
because
think
they're
that's an
now
issue.
terrified of the big club, yeah.
I mean, it's a giant's club. That's what he had
And he's
before.
been swinging it around, and it's magic too.
It's a
I'd
magic
imagine his
poison.
new sword's a bit more powerful, but you'll have to ask him if you can have the club.
I don't want the club. I just want to make sure he doesn't have the club.
I like the club.
Yeah. The dwarves.
The dwarves like shrink into their pauldrons.
Oh, God.
And I just felt
My
like
arm's
he
still broken. It's like
needed
twisted,
another
like,
great
weird.
sword since his original one I
Forge
gave
is-
him was gone.
Forge comes out in these mechanical legs, and his upper body is drooped in the armor, but the legs are doing all the work for him.
Hungover, huh?
Yeah.
You want
Dragonfell ale.
so you don't want another top shot here before we
Ooh,
leave?
like dry heaves. Please, God. By cord, no.
That means
I
there might
have
be
the,
some coffee
Sid,
left.
goes into
That might
stealth
help.
mode. I have the only cure for
bloodshot
hangovers
eyes.
that ever existed.
Is it just more Dragonfell ale?
Oh, it's just terrible.
He like
Yeah.
extends his hand.
Yeah.
And I guess I'll head to Sid and, pat and be like, I gave something of yours away.
Like his cheeks fill up.
It's like raw
Am I
eggs
supposed to
and-
swallow it?
Yes, you gotta drink it. Get it down.
Like it's like pooling out of his lips. No, please, please no.
The last guy who drank it didn't die.
Sid, you okay with me giving something of yours away?
What?
Good point.
You didn't see you give him Defender. Nobody's ever died by drinking it.
I mean, you would just eventually look and see Chuck D like
Oh, hey, I remember that.
that like hum, that it has that. It's not like a lightsaber, but like it just cuts the air.
He seemed like he needed a replacement greatsword, right?
I was kind of worried the Drow still had it.
They
I
did.
traded it for this book.
What's the book?
Regular book.
It's just a regular book.
It was a blank book.
My guy's gonna see if he can grab it and just kind of look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thomas wants to know if he can use his maul in one hand and the longsword in his other hand.
Well, a maul is a two-handed weapon, but of the weapons they have maces, so that would be like a D8 instead of the 2D6, I think. Or is the maul a D12 or 2D6?
Maul is
2d6.
2d6.
So it'd be a D8 in one hand, and then that badass sword in the main
Because
hand.
the sword is just a one-hander.
Yeah.
What's the longsword? So you
So you could do.
Yeah, you can still two hands.
So you basically you'd have D8, D8, or a really powerful D2.
I figured with its advantage of being a plus and the AC boost for you, since
Well,
you're a
what
front
I'm saying.
runner.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying if I dual wield that motherfucker.
Also, I don't know if you did this yet, but you're level 10 now.
Yeah, can you do
Yeah, we checked
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
my health's up to like 130 something.
Not bad.
Still the highest
Not
health.
bad. Not bad.
138.
Yeah, but he has like 4 levels.
Wait, you're just 138 too?
Yeah.
3 of us are at 138.
My
Although
shit-
I would guess the resistance would kind of match with.
Technically, though, if I get rid of
Oh
mine,
my
I have
God.
the second lowest.
Unfortunately, I don't have any gifts for anyone else.
Because Justin has actually the lowest, I believe.
I'll look for another
Oh,
gift
I,
for.
by far, I have the lowest.
So I gotta give Ash a magic item at some point.
I have a bunch of cursed items she can have.
I think she's the only one I haven't.
Probably, yeah.
Dawnbringer was
Shadow,
given from
hey,
me.
Shadowbane's got that sweet maul I
Oh,
made
I
him.
don't think
that
I've
has
given
the
you
made
a
of
gift
Minotaur
yet
horns
either, Icarys.
that he never uses.
He's nodding.
Yeah, he's like, hey, stop.
was going to ask
But he loves Robert's spear gun.
once this is all over if I
I'm not bitter about it or anything.
It's the exact same thing mechanically, but he likes that one better.
That's shadows.
Is it shadows?
I mean, I have the
Right,
right.
so are we moving?
Yeah, you guys at this point will be
You want
more.
that?
You said the mace was a D8. I'd like to
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
someday.
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
know. I'll hand that right over immediately. I don't need it.
Thank you.
So basically, you would
The knowledge there
swing,
is worthless
swing,
to me.
and then you could choose to swing with the mace as well.
do
Well, I got a
appreciate
couple
this.
different
I'd
ideas.
love to return.
I mean, the only other real favor I want from you is to keep helping Yoshi with his
Oh,
magic.
so I guess practically every
I'm
night.
pretty sure he's gonna ask that
Jesus
when we
Christ.
return, anyways.
Save the one for Talon last.
Okay.
I still don't feel like that ring's a good enough gift,
And then
though.
let go of it, and then
I'll
just
find
spin
something.
into another one.
How many days travel is it?
So it's gonna be about 6.5. The sixth day, that night, you're gonna have the big Heroes Feast.
Do you have a wand?
And that's when you'll get to kind of
What?
reminisce about the good old days, and then we'll kick into the real deal. We'll probably take a break right before that, so
A
I can
plus
pee
one?
and stuff. But
Yeah.
Okay.
For
I'll just check because I still have
But,
my.
We can plan
War
the
mage
eulogies
wand,
for
it's a
you,
plus one, so it's like-
There's
you,
nothing-
I think
and,
you gave that
not
to
me.
because I think that's where that came from.
Okay, just check.
Those can make my stomach.
so with that,
For a second, I thought that was Brandon speaking.
Singing.
I thought it was him singing also, and I was like,
Damn.
Damn, he's good.
sometimes you get
yeah.
surprised by
So
that.
with that, your party of Dragonfell at its entirety now upon horse, spiders, and lizards. You guys all trek out from Vizeran's space. Huh?
I forgot that you do
the horse's
music, Lord.
Which you learned
You're
on
swinging swords
that connection.
We forget.
And as you guys are like marching out, you hear footfalls from behind, 2 different ones.
Leave.
Wait! You turn around and you see Grin and his sister Halana.
Grin, you're
running
coming
from
with?
behind. Yeah, and then you can see he has a lot of like this big double backpack kind of thing. And he's like, yeah.
Mount a spider.
Are you sure?
He kind of like looks to the one that would have been yours actually.
It's free.
You know we're riding into.
Hops
right?
onto that one, pulls his sister on. He's like, yeah, I have to do this.
You too good now?
I guess the
What happened?
Kind of like nods to each other.
Literally
I've spent my whole life idolizing him,
Which is great.
but for the first time, marching into that city with you all, there was so much more to his vileness, and I'm done with it.
Vizeran?
No,
Fuck yeah.
I'll reach out a fist.
And with a middle finger over their shoulder,
And Belwyn's going.
Grin and Halana join you.
I'll reach out a fist.
And he
Only to Dragonfell,
kind of
you
like,
two.
oh, douche. He like nestles the backpack into the thing, and he's like, Dragonfell.
To the family.
welcome to the war party.
And you can see like this. It's like running away from home, right? It's just this thrill across both of them at this point, into the unknown. And
Wait, can I make an insight check on
thing
it?
is,
Yeah.
all that does is like consider this.
Well, I'll look at the boat. Well,
Oh,
we're all done with
roll
this
it.
because we need a place to stay.
First roll,
Doesn't stay
natural
with us.
20!
It's a natural
Plus
20.
10 is a 30.
Yeah,
you're a strength guy.
Grin told Vizeran to sit and spin.
You're basically
Ah, nice!
But he's still cool with Cleve, though, right?
and you get the sense that running might have also been so that there was no repercussion.
Belwyn
So you're not
is.
going to be able to use your bonus.
He was upset, to say the least.
You can't.
He'll get
You're
over it.
using your bonus.
I guess.
He has the
Many
Oh, that's
years.
He has
to
the
get
stone.
Better when you frenzy.
and the Cynic Stone too.
Double hand.
After, like, I guess after, like, I kind of, like, read him, and I look back towards Vizeran's abode and see if he's looking at us.
Yeah,
Make a
that's what I'm
perception
saying.
check.
I can check that
Come on,
basically,
come
but
on,
it's
big,
not
good rolls, good roll, good
I can
rolls.
just pick it up and-
Right.
15.
Now, that being said,
25.
if you frenzy too much,
25.
you're going to exhaust yourself
Yeah.
to death.
But that's okay.
You can't tell if it's
we might
him,
all die anyway.
but in the
I've
top
never done that.
of the tower,
physically,
you do see a figure
Killed that dragon?
looking out
no, not
of
that
it.
time. It was
No.
the, right before you lost your soul.
Was
You
it the
would
man?
A
exhaust yourself.
drow-looking figure.
There you go.
It's either
I killed like
Cleve
20
or it's
Yeah,
Vizeran.
you
It's usually
still
not
got
Cleve, he
7
hates
charges of a fucking sword.
I'll just, like, squint my
Yeah,
eyes.
Cleve's actually downstairs partying.
Russ was basically
He's gone!
I'll definitely, like, squint
I
my
love you,
eyes.
Cleve.
Squint my eyes, nod my head, turn around, and walk on.
All right, and with that, you guys trek on, marching for 6 days.
God, it's still 6 days.
How we doing?
It's
Most of my time talking to
you
whisper.
guys eat your rations, have nice camps together, bond with these new creatures and each other, and along the way, Belwyn, somewhat privately, is doing some things.
With my bushigger!
Please describe.
Is that what you call it in the game, too?
No, it's my throwing.
Belwyn, tell us what you're doing.
Oh, shit. I don't know.
She's making a potion of
I'm giving you
poison.
this.
Oh yeah, Chris.
Let's see. Probably
my guy?
the first
I'm a
day
cameraman.
I will scry on Lapis.
Lapis.
Who was Lapis again?
And I'll,
You don't know.
and I'll secretly spy on Shadow the entire time. Shadows.
Okay.
Oh my god, what's he doing?
It was my blue
And I
teething
will also
love
be
interest
spying
before
on
Belwyn.
Shadow, but not secretly.
That was
Very
who I
openly.
was
It's like the good old days when you and Teddy would
Really?
sneak up on the ground.
They have a cardboard box,
Oh my
solid
God.
snake style.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? It's cardboard.
Teddy's holding a big exclamation point. It's just in
Shadow
case.
Bane, his character. Been trying to unmask him since we showed up.
Okay.
And he can't.
Belwyn and one of your camp knights gathers together within her tree, concentrates onto her crystal ball, and her consciousness folds into it and expands rapidly out of the
I
Underdark
wouldn't say
and
I'm
to
a
the
dice
surface
roller or anything.
to a cavern.
Cavern.
You know what I'm saying, Justin? I wouldn't say I'm
Within a
dice
cavern,
roller.
within a cave.
Dice guy.
Clearly not Underdark. You know, much more natural. You see from a bird's eye view, about 20 feet below you now,
His ear.
is Lapis, wearing these
I even brought his
kind of dilapidated robes with a big, like, rugged blue cloak. And you can see several dozen people all kind of huddled together and around. There's small campfires, and you can see he's at this point he's probably like handing out a thing you would recognize, good berries. these nourishing kind of rationed food that provides sustenance for an entire day in one bite.
Like I know his the settlement is nomadic. Can I tell if this is like just another place that the village is set up, or is this like a refuge?
This seems to be a refuge, a haven.
So like it looks like they had to move quickly to get out.
Yeah, you look around and the numbers seem larger than when you visited.
Mm-hmm. Do I still see kids?
Yeah, their numbers have increased actually.
Do I? Wait, no, I'm looking
You
at
don't.
this. Okay.
You don't like. Yeah, kind of like pulling your vision around. You see him just handing out things to children and elderly.
I have no idea.
All of them having that same kind of nomadic, tribal. We live Outlander style in the wilderness our whole life. Something very, very familiar to you. Yeah.
Here's some Kool-Aid.
He's handing out these clear small strips of paper.
It's just rock candy.
But
They look like stickers.
yeah, he's handing out dime bags to the children. But no, he's handing out these good berries and he's like comforting them, and everyone seems content. They seem far enough away from any type of danger, and they seem to be comfortably like they've been here for a little while.
Does he look like he's been hurt?
He looks weathered. He looks like he's, like someone who's seen a lot and been through a lot, but has to have. I mean, it's a familiar visage because it's someone that's been through a lot, but has so much responsibility they just have to be above it all.
Is he saying anything?
Yeah. He's probably, he's saying some comforting words, I don't know, just generic, no, everything's fine, I checked. Nothing outside within our perimeter, we're safe for now. If we need to move, we will. He's just very calming and soothing.
He's like,
I just watch him until it times out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, after just, several moments, eventually just the vision kind of pulls away and, people seem happy and comfortable, but just away from whatever's happening.
Check on Peebles while you're doing this.
People should be dead.
You spend one slot on Peebles to realize that there's no connection between them.
Okay.
Actually, your connection goes to Rhyse's fist for just a moment before it's gone.
Okay. Then I guess that's my scrying for the evening.
We can just go through them if you want.
Oh, okay.
Because we're going through, so if you guys want to accomplish anything before that last day.
Yeah. This first day, I would like to I want to go to some of the hoarders. I think I'll start with
hoarders.
Probably
horse. Talking about horse.
Probably go
That's
to.
That's what I heard.
Talon, who do you think?
No, stop. I am.
We have a traveling brothel.
Mr. Elrich.
Elrich, yeah.
Dragonfell brothel.
He told me a porter.
They're all phantoms.
I don't even have a house.
You got 3 bag of holdings now.
Physical enough.
Hey, the porter doesn't hold.
Cow.
And I didn't plan on the other.
Elrich, do you have gems on your person?
Yeah, why? What kind?
She don't want to sit.
It doesn't matter if I have a way to get us back to the capital when all this is done and over fairly quickly.
Okay.
But for one cast of the spell, I need at least 50 gold worth of gems.
Okay.
Don't come to the Artificer who has a bunch of materials.
I have a few gems worth a little bit more than that.
The only diamond I had.
Yeah, he would really just need one that's worth more than that.
Oh, okay.
Left it in fucking woods.
I have an emerald that's about 250.
You left it in the
Pretty
woods.
big.
Well, if you're okay with that,
I don't want it.
Yeah,
we just haven't been anywhere for me to sell it, so
I
I'm not
could
gonna do
crush
it.
it up and use
Diamonds
that for
are for
multiple
dragons.
castings of the spell.
Rock.
Take it.
That's true. Yeah, since you have time.
It literally doesn't do anything when we say
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you have
It's worth 250.
an emerald that you can crush into
Emerald
I'd say 3 castings of teleportation. Something.
Okay.
That was my most expensive.
3 or 4.
I had like 4 lapis lazuli.
Because you kind of
like
lose,
10 gold.
some in the process of crushing it.
Sure.
So like 3 or 4 castings, easy.
How much gold?
And
250
next, with that,
Per gem.
that being taken care of, then I'll go to
The gem
Bell,
He-
worth 250.
He just needs a gem.
not
so
knowing that you just
worth
cast
50.
Scry.
Okay. I was just putting my
Can you
orb in the bag.
can you scry the capital for me?
Bell,
No, sir. No, sir.
the last day before we arrive in Menzobrannz't, could you scry on the capital, see what shape it is in?
Oh, yes, I actually plan on doing that over this travel period. I have a
One less
list
gym to
of
worry
things I
about.
wanted to check up on, and that was one of them.
Thank you.
Anyone in particular?
No, just in general. My fear that
Getting some
anyone
good action shots.
here
That's
who
okay.
may be too scared or
It's okay.
That's how he
Doesn't
heals
sound
below.
like-
willing
Doesn't
to
stop.
give it their all,
Good
their
game.
Not the
life.
first time I've done it to your brother.
You're a
either.
sports
Maybe
player,
a
right? Good game.
hindrance instead of a help
Good game.
in this battle.
Pretty much.
No.
Okay, you can stop. I'm on the
We
next
can
team.
give them an out.
That's a really good game.
You did really well.
At
You
least let
started.
them
Oh,
know
but
they
I know
have
you're
an
gonna do
option.
well.
I'm clear.
If there's a home to go back to, I'll let them know.
But what about
I
my favorite
appreciate it.
people? Mud, Talon, Domar,
Dead.
Yoshi,
Oh,
Dead.
Dad.
the Queen.
Made it.
It's a coin flip of who dies.
Dead. Dead.
I think that's the biggest MP. Oh, Alistair. Can't forget Alistair.
Okay, yeah, that's the two things I wanted to
Aveline and
cover.
Leia, the people that made Dawnbringer.
I don't care if they do.
Was there
I mean, I care.
He hired them with my
Demonfell?
money.
Members of Demonfell?
was there anything
Oh,
else
were
we
they
wanted
both?
to do on the first
I thought it
day,
was
or
just
can we fast forward to the second day?
one.
Nope, Sid's pretty good. You know, just building stuff in
Did
his
you get-
secret dimension.
Did you get your gems?
Yeah, he did.
You did? Okay.
All right.
I had a ton.
The
but
following
whatever.
day's travel is uneventful.
Yes.
I mean, it's one of those things where like it's boring, but in a very calm before the storm kind of way.
Yeah, like it's boring, but we're kind
you're
of,
marching-
It's funny, nice that we're having a boring moment.
Yeah,
for us.
together, and you're marching
For
to
once.
a
I'm learning some
cataclysmic
stories.
thing. All right. So what is
on
the next
second
on the list?
day, I
Of
will
Christmas?
scry on the capital.
Okay.
A blade to the heart.
Once again, you kind of permeate your existence through the crystal ball and funnel it rapidly, siphoning your vision through tunnels of the Underdark and jettisoning up to the sky, and then boom, above the city of Venatori. And it's in much better shape than the last time you viewed it via before the Maze Engine fiasco.
Look, yeah, because right after the maze and then I was.
You did take a look at it, didn't
So
you?
does it look? I guess does it look more beat up than?
It looks super weathered, but it's like D-Day.
It's not as.
It's
not
like the
before
D-Day.
where
It's holding, right? Like they've just put everything into maintaining it. So the walls are extremely damaged, but they're mostly up, and you can see this shimmer of energy that kind of courses around it.
You want
This
pizza,
abjuration ward, this magical barrier that's been placed to kind of help protect it.
Can I tell if I can enter
Pretty
it
dull.
with a scry orb, or I can't?
You
if
feel
I
like
get, if I get closer
you
to
feel
it,
like
it's
if you're viewing the city, you have a hard time like moving, but if you pick someone within the city, you could still see them.
Oh.
But like your vision's like from
Yes,
a very
your chin.
you're from a very
Increase
like
the
top
divination.
viewing bird eye.
Can I see any surrounding armies like camping out?
You see no armies. You see that the ground, like the whole landscape all around the city, for a very far distance, is tarnished with all these different
Surprised he never tried that with
battle scars. So like explosions, minor crater holes, trenches, spikes that have been placed kind of strategically.
So that like they're for our defenses, not theirs.
Your defenses
Okay.
and
They're the attackers.
and the remnants of I mean, I don't know that the drow would care about their dead, so there's probably a fair amount of corpses.
Can
Just
I tell how recent it's been since a fight?
make an insight check.
There, get an inside check.
That was a pretty vague question.
I guess
Can
that-
you tell if there's
14
I guess that 20 really
Weeks
killed
at
you.
least.
weeks. Okay, I rolled a 4.
Been weeks.
So they're taking a tactical break from killing each other.
It would
Okay.
seem.
Tactical lunge.
Okay.
Tactical tea.
I guess how does
And you can see that several battles have taken place here.
Can I locate where the guild is? Like I don't want to go zoom into it. I just want to.
That's a good point. Make a perception check.
Have you?
Hiya!
Because you're from the city, but you're picking up
29.
29? Yeah, you
Didn't know
can
she
you
knew
can
the
see where the
guild much.
warg
You haven't
and the Vongala guild hall would be.
We
You in our
basically,
house?
we basically bought the only guild in town.
Both
Yeah,
are
jeez.
destroyed.
They're destroyed.
Many
Can
now,
tell it.
as your vision collects onto it, many of the buildings within, because the city is
okay.
built
Can be
concentrically.
rebuilt.
The keep seems mostly untarnished. A lot of the buildings have been destroyed. The ward is over the city, but it seems at some point
Thanks.
something has penetrated it and caused damage.
So can I like tell if like people from the outside have just been more focused
Oh,
in?
good.
Like, are they closer to the keep
Second
now?
time
Yes.
we gotta pay money to fix something.
in fact,
I still got a
that's
bit,
true.
and so
From the
does Kenny.
top-down view, you would see people at this
No,
point
just
literally
fix and
being
give it back
funneled
in a monetary
to the
gain.
keep. via
By the way,
others.
anytime he
Like
goes
people
to
are like
smash,
leading
like,
people through the
cows and
forest
chickens and shit.
Can I tell?
and going to
Fair.
the keep.
I mean, like, is the rubble of the guild actively
Plan on
smoking?
having like a whole
No.
farm by the end of the
So it's been
campaign.
destroyed for a while.
It's been destroyed for a while.
I can't tell Elrich.
Ouch.
That's his belly button.
That's an iron.
Can't tell. If that's
After
a-
the world doesn't
I
end.
can't tell if that's a jab that my guy can't handle stuff or not.
No, I think it's just you don't need kicked while you're down.
Yeah, you've been doing that enough.
Probably like right before we leave, I'm like,
Me.
oh hey guys, guess what? The
This
guild's
guy was the kid who
destroyed.
used to say I was the best person ever.
All right, then I
Now
guess.
he's Vegetaing me as Goku.
I guess that's all I see for that.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Okay. The next day passes uneventfully. The trek feeling long, you guys kind of blending day and night together. The only thing that keeps you on the day cycle is a thing that I think Sid bought, which is a dial that
ticks and tells
that
you the time.
displays with an illusion the sun via a place that you attuned it to. So the surface of your home, Venatori, would be the equivalent. So that's how you follow a day and night cycle.
In that case, I have a small question.
I miss the sun.
Since Dawnbringer gains charges
Via dawn.
would I know when the dawn is each day because of
That's true, yeah. Most of the time, I mean, it typically lines up with our long rests for the most part. But yeah, if you were ever off kilter, you would be during the day. All of a sudden, you would feel the charges pull through.
The energy.
Alright, I just want to clarify that.
So yeah, all right. The next day passes. Belwyn, what would you like to scry?
You can't see
Will you? Okay.
How you spell that?
That's
I am going to scry on Queen Lucy.
the Queen. As your vision passes through into the familiar area, you delve deep within the halls of the keep, and you see.
And the king's like, mind your own business.
You see Lucy.
Snapped.
You can only. He just
like grabbing a camera, like.
He's like, you can only spy on her as a
Only I can
bird.
do that.
Unfortunately, the king is nowhere to be seen at this point.
Okay.
You do see, however, Lucy. She's wearing very simple, noble attire. This loose doublet. Her hair is blonde hair, I believe. Blonde.
Hair color, yeah.
Pulled into a ponytail.
I didn't marry her. I just married her.
She's
Sad.
she seems to be within the central keep, like the center
I'm
hall,
working
the
on
big
that with
kind
the
of,
character, too.
you know,
Abandoned her for years at a time.
I don't know what you would call it. It's kind of like a banquet hall of sorts. It's a big open space with many tables and chairs and counters and stuff. And she's going around and she's just kind of like talking with people as they come in and like shaking their hand and patting them on the shoulder and kind of pointing out for places for them to go. And you can see people are like holding all of their belongings that they could carry, bringing it into the keep.
Are they asleep?
She's talking to the families. You can see people gathered in huddles.
I'm awake. I actually had to go do work for school.
I can't actually see you. I was just asking because you're being quiet.
Well, he's listening.
Yeah, I'm behind you, visually
And metaphorically.
and metaphorically.
Some people are in chairs against tables and stuff, and people on the far wall are handing out, supplies like blankets and rations of food.
Gosh, I sure hope there's a lot of people.
Make up another perception check.
I want certain people.
And
Hang on.
well, actually,
Missing limbs.
this kind of dictates.
Holy
Did the
ass.
Vongola have an
Okay.
insignia by this point? They have an emblem.
Yes,
Okay.
they do.
It's 4s and 19s tonight, guys, and that one's a 4, so 14.
14. That's
pull it
enough.
up.
That's enough to
Kyle
recognize
knows
that
the emblem.
a lot of the people.
Oh yeah,
the
still
actual
plus 10,
Vongola
but
signal?
still ass.
A lot of the people
Yes, it
helming
is.
the.
Lazy.
I don't know if you call them refugees
No,
at
it's
this.
just it fits.
I don't know if you call them refugees per se, but the citizens, the people that are helping funnel them and giving them supplies and stuff, a lot of them are wearing the iconography of the Vongola.
Okay.
And wearing, colors of green.
Yeah, because unlike the rest of us, Talon is super popular in town.
That is true.
Yeah, because he doesn't just leave town when bad shit happens. He sticks around.
Save
I mean, he
Talon for
falls
last.
down.
I am.
Okay.
Orders.
With that, you just see Lucy, kind of let out a big sigh when she kind of gets a break from everything. And if you wait long enough, eventually you might see her pull out this like mechanical slate that she just looks into for a moment before putting it away and shaking her head.
It's like a silver mirror.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did I see what
Get
she was
that
looking at?
picture to-
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage. 15. 5. 15.
15?
Yeah, I rolled a regular 15 and a 5, so it makes it a 15.
It's hard to make out from the because it's hard to like control yourself. Your magic kind of
I'm
pulls
just like-
you with her form, but like stretching using your power of willpower. You can see that she's looking upon some figure that's standing stoically with its eyes gazed on a horizon.
It's a naked
Clearly elven, wearing simple robes.
Big dick.
Husband, got it. Okay. After I'm done with my scry, I actually will join Rhyse in the
Really?
mansion.
I feel like it's not very great as an emblem for us.
So
Why not?
Because it's this.
Well, I guess what are you doing?
Right, it's got guns in it. Sid's a part of my crew.
We're just
That's
chilling,
fair.
talking, drinking.
And again, my guy believes gun for replace
Yeah,
bows.
I would say I would
The
be
bullet is
in a
replaced with 2
drinking
swords
contest.
and an arrow.
You got like
As a
chess,
talent.
chess
Right.
and arm
Yeah.
wrestling simultaneously. Because he's like got the headband of
I was
intellect.
going with this.
So you guys are arm wrestling and chess at the same
Oh,
time.
yeah. The one that actually says Vonnegut?
Yeah.
Shell?
The slight difference.
But yeah, easy enough. You find him with the dwarves and Rick Foley, kind of like.
Okay, then I probably just join quietly until everyone leaves.
Okay.
It's another late evening, but eventually the party kind of cools down and people walk their way to the mansion that you summon every night and find there's night's rest, and you're stopped by Belwyn.
Can I show you something?
Of course.
Yes. Anytime.
I'll probably go like whatever our room is, and I'll close the door, and I'll like put my hands on it and make it disappear. So, I realized that I've gained this ability, which I know is like probably similar to related to how I can shapeshift in things, but give me a second.
Yeah, that's horrible.
And I just
instead of bullet,
start
2
thinking
swords,
really
it would
hard.
be May. Flame brand.
And then,
since that's Talon.
like
and then an arrow
my
between
my
them.
form will
Hey,
Since
like
the
can I do
fountains.
a thing where I can like listen? Like
No, she made the door to me.
well, that doesn't mean
So
that I
you,
still can't
yeah,
hear
so
through
you
the door.
watch, like you're like, oh, my buddy's going, and then the door disappears,
Yeah,
and then you go up to it and like
Can
They're
I
in a
do
different
it?
space of
make
reality.
a perception
Yeah,
check.
you're just
Well,
like,
not because the door's gone doesn't mean I still can't hear. I just can't enter.
Yeah, make
Yeah,
a
you're just like,
make a
check.
perception
what
check.
the fuck is going on in
D20?
this place?
Let's do this shit. Nigga. No.
That's a 1.
I'm an orc.
So you've seen Charlie Brown, right? And then you hear,
Orc ears.
you do hear like,
Because your head
at one point you probably hear like,
all of a
whoa.
sudden you can see all like the matrix symbols, and then you understand what happened. You're like,
We've already seen those symbols.
yeah, I know.
Isn't that right?
okay.
So,
So
yeah.
like I'm concentrating really hard, and then like my form will kind of like shift, and then like I get short really quickly, but it's still Belwyn top half with little gnome feet.
What the hell is going on?
Hold on. No, this isn't it. Hold on, I'm getting there.
Oh shit!
And like it's like arm, torso, head, and then I look like a female gnome.
Oh, he's not into gnomes.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh.
I guess like whatever human gnomish version of Belwyn looks like.
Yeah, so it takes a
with like
second.
skin and
So, but everything kind of
hair.
turns to a gnome, and the scales kind of
She's like a person.
turn to flesh, and a gnome
You're
stands
not
before
taller
you.
than
I'm
me.
just like I'm imagining Pike right now, but with like dark hair.
Basically, probably
Kinda, yeah.
blue eyes.
And probably still the elven armor.
Yeah.
Or the
No,
like
leaves.
the
It's
leave
just a
armor.
lot shorter now.
Oh yeah, she can just go
Just-
be
How
take
does
it off.
look?
They turn into rose petals. Just
That would be dope, actually.
yeah. Did you hear? Did you hear that, Joe?
No.
I like that idea a lot,
Joe, you hear
actually.
that? Your armor just turns into rose petals.
I would allow it because that's pretty awesome.
Then
That
probably
is
it's just
pretty
regular
dope.
clothes
That's pretty
underneath.
cool.
I was just you were just in the nudes.
That would be a that would be a cool costume change effect. Like
Looks like it's
does,
love time. And then you
I
just
was
hear
about
no
to
version.
say- Oh,
You know, they spiral out and come back in. And it's
Oh,
different.
it's like
You know
What
what?
she just did, she can do it will.
Says it out loud.
Yes,
Oh, really?
So she can go
but
into
this
any
is not a
humanoid
female.
form.
Right, and then she's
Oh,
got the
God.
cloak that can turn into different
So,
feathers.
Rhyse, it's like looking at a
It is a
mirror
mythical world. Let's male and
It's
female,
identical
you know what I'm saying?
to what you went.
when I was a woman?
No.
Right now. She's only seen.
Oh.
What's wrong?
It's got a dangle!
Dongle.
You're you have a tail now.
Oh,
Front
is it-
tail.
oh, is this the wrong part? Hold on.
It's more of like
And then
It's more
Yeah,
like
It just,
oh god.
make it like food.
just even May's like.
That cleared all the romance out of the room. And the goat.
Hand reaches in and turns the music off.
I'll
Maybe I should go.
And I'll go over to
Making me
like,
feel a bit
like a
inadequate
dresser and just place clothes, and the dresser like goes into the wall.
He's on the other side.
Your face is against the wall, and then like 5 feet away from you, just a big dresser just.
And due to your hyper intelligence, you somehow understand this.
And I just
of
like
course.
Bruce Almighty just.
Down the wall.
Yes. No, I like melds like clay.
Break
Like.
down the wall.
Hey, no,
And-
thank you.
And we can fade to
I don't
black.
trust
And
anyways,
at
so-
that point, you guys
And then
learn.
At 14th
Together.
level, I gain the ability to alter self at will.
Okay.
So
I will. As I
As
walk,
the rose petals
as I
cascade
saunter
down.
my way over.
Turn it
Let
on.
me find it real quick.
I'm gonna turn it on the wall. I'm about to turn it on the wall.
It's pretty much unbreakable, I think.
This like pedestal
wait.
like
Wall.
kind of like
A wall,
comes
right.
up, and I pull out this gemstone that I got from when we were in the library.
Oh yeah.
It's like, but now it's a real.
And I believe it had a glint of like a golden
No.
light. Didn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Basically, just in the storerooms or doors.
So I figured, since our talk of you wanting to be a firehawk,
are we naked and talking about this?
yes,
Well,
that's how gnomes
That's
do.
the firehawk way, baby.
This is gnome tradition.
1-on-1.
You bear yourself holy, and just you know you and yep. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh,
I forgot I had advantage on initiative rolls.
I'm going to place it gently on the pedestal,
means you might
and I'm
go
going to
first.
take you and throw you.
Oh shit!
She gets big again for a second.
Onto the
She likes being
large
the tall
mattress. You fall.
She turns
Yeah, the
into a
water-
giant.
Water bed.
Oh,
Oh, did you? So
Yeah.
happy noises.
Yeah, that's one of the, if you recall, in the domain of the future, when you talk to Ustova, the giant keeper of the future, there were all these like glinting, floating stones,
and he took one.
and he got one. So that's what that is. That's a fragment
And he
of.
didn't need it.
That's a fragment of a
Grow his
stone
mutants.
speaker crystal. That
Yeah, at
is
least it's
a. That is a extremely rare thing. And, pretty much
no.
none exist outside the library.
Is she gonna
Outside
wear
of
One
it?
of a kind, ultimate diamond ring.
Because Rhyse
Belwyn will
turns
not
on
tell you the
sun.
last thing she did to a diamond. Wait, so this is a.
As a dragon, she has an attachment to shining.
It's a
I guess what's it called so I can put it on my quick up list.
Wedding ring.
like a
Engagement.
wedding band.
Yeah. Magical stone of awesome.
The one ring.
Firehawk family ring.
It is
Bound.
now.
Just think,
No, it was more size to dragon form.
Kurt. Just
Oh
think.
yeah,
So like,
Kenny
probably,
proposed
like,
to your
necklace
girlfriend before you did.
yeah. No, it's definitely.
That's true. He did it pretty much in an unbeatable way too.
We'll open it. All right, me and Kyle do a dark
So probably,
ritual
like,
in
the
the
next
woods,
day, it's, like,
summon a
attached
demon.
To my
To get a
staff
gem.
next to the mushroom and the
gem
other
in
one,
the
like the pink
universe.
crystal.
Let's just play Kyle's
like a-
game
like a
where we're
charm?
in
Yes.
the
Oh, yeah.
universe,
Yeah,
and
that makes
then
sense.
and then I'll do it there, but then I'll really do it for real, and it'll be like this meta
Wait, no,
thing.
right here.
Yeah, but she won't know and then be like, but seriously though,
We'll make sure. We'll make sure to have something nice outside, some torches. Demonic
it will
symbols,
not look
you know.
like a demonic sacrifice.
Yeah, get one of those 20-foot skeletons, light it on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure Trolling would be cool. With it.
So that happened.
Yeah.
If you met you, would be happy.
Well done, guys.
Woohoo!
Hell yeah.
It's I put it on my staff next to like the mushroom and then the other crystal,
I like it.
pink one.
And the soul finger.
No.
And okay. Well, with that,
Lucky passionate
the
time.
next day of travel is upon you guys with a very happy-looking Rhyse and
So
Belwyn.
the door didn't come back?
No.
Oh, the door came back in the morning.
The morning.
Okay, well I waited out there until the
Okay.
Passed out.
I
door-
kicked down the door the moment it opened.
Okay,
The
so
moment
the-
it
Well,
opened.
I'm opening it as it.
So-
Yeah, then I'm kicking it,
so
and
the
you're
door
like,
opened.
knocked
He's
it
like,
out of the way.
How
'cause
do doors
that's what's gonna
disappear?
Yeah, that's true. The door would appear, and you'd be like, and then you turn,
happen.
get
I
up,
stayed awake
and,
all night.
and
Kitty,
then
what the
Nothing.
It's like Rhyse.
and there stands a Shakti,
I'll pat your shoulder. He's all yours.
Oh,
Okay.
and you walk past, and then
There are still
behind
rose petals
behind
on the-
her on the ground scurries a small badger mole.
Oh, me?
He was in there.
Gross.
He saw all of that shame.
He is very upset.
I mean, he didn't see. He was just under the bed.
He heard
and felt everything.
And
he was wondering why
he
Rhyse made all the noise.
He does have tremor sense.
I'm tied up.
Are you still naked?
To bedroom, still naked.
Of course he is.
Just
It's
passed
okay,
out.
he controls the room.
So, Shakti,
There are rose petals.
almost in a
everywhere.
poetic way, to the first time I played with you guys, and you saved him from the stocks. You're now once again saving him from being locked up.
Nope.
I'm just tied up.
Little pillow.
There's there's rose petals
All
everywhere.
you guys think is, why is he always tied up when I see him?
Why is he always tied up? Why is he always naked?
Now I
How
know
come
why
I've
the
seen
door
that
is
as much
weird.
as she has?
There's women leaving vacations. Okay, so I guess I just wake him up and I'll undo his
straps.
Whoa, wait, are you Belwyn?
Do I look like Valor?
I don't know. She could change. Her whole
Oh,
thing
that's
now.
fair.
I'm just gonna give him a nice swift
Jab.
punch in the old face.
Yeah.
Big, stern, just this ache.
kind of
like,
an insult
Your
to
whole
both
right
of
side of
them.
your face
Yeah.
is numb. You're, it's like sobering.
That's a
That is
powerful
not
hit.
Belwyn.
That's a no.
How dare you call me a girl?
Let's get out of here.
I don't ever want to see that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
As he just stretches and the ropes just disappear.
He can free himself whenever.
Yeah, I guess at that point you just kind of blink and the chains kind of.
Then I'll.
He's wearing as he stands up, a robe appears on him.
Well, like these these spectral maids come in and just swirl around him, and he's dressed to the nines. They like magically blow dry his hair. And...
I was just gonna Iron Man just.
That's true. Once you're ready, you just hit. He has this sigil, this dwarven sigil. He hits it, and all of his dragon scale armor just connects to his body.
So
Pretty cool.
what's the news, little friend?
The news.
Little friend.
Me and Belwyn.
This seems appropriate to him trying to figure out how to say this.
And
You walked her twice.
From the top.
He might have an.
Oh, you enslaved yourself for thousands of years.
no,
He's
Not
not a
the
fan.
move I would have chosen,
He's not a fan of
being a
slavery.
warrior. But you do, I guess.
less of a slave, more of like a.
Oh no, it's enslavement. Your soul is gone now. You'll never.
It belongs
You're
to
no
her.
longer you.
You are never
We're-
free.
We'll never have drinking competitions anymore. Those are gone. I'm glad we did one. I'm glad.
No,
we
you're a
did.
No, we
dad.
can still do that.
No, it's gone. They're never. You'll
No,
never.
wait,
No,
no,
no, you have to be home by
loved you.
5 or something ridiculous. No more adventures. The adventures of Rhyse and Shakti are over.
The
No,
manly
no,
adventures.
we can still do that.
The
I don't
maids
think
just come
so.
up and console him.
Pretty much everybody's up there just showing.
Shop-shang
Just people walking
around.
by. We're sorry, bud.
You betrayed me.
You were the chosen one. I knew you were going
I
there.
trusted you.
I am the high ground. That's because you're taller than me.
You're a goddamn human potato.
We were gonna be a human pyramid.
You've been shackled in front of me twice
Okay,
now.
well,
What's
I
up?
guess-
Yeah,
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I don't
What do you
know.
want?
Raise our
Well, I
child.
thought you would have been happy.
Plan the wedding.
But, yeah, okay.
Be
That's
my
what you want,
best
right?
man.
You know,
There'll be
wedding
battle
planning.
slaying spots all over there. Okay.
Imagine Shakti in a suit trying to coordinate a wedding.
He would flex and rip the arms
Makes
off.
me think.
Yeah. He's
Armstrong
clearly
from
got the
Full Metal.
ripped off sleeves and yeah.
Oh no, he's wearing the T-shirt that has the tux
The
design
the
on it with blue jeans.
He painted the
No,
tux on
It was just a
himself.
loincloth. It's a t-shirt and a
Yes.
loincloth.
Yes.
He's the priest.
Whatever you need.
What? No, I was
Do you
manly?
I would never sell my soul to a woman.
What? It's,
Female
it's not, You're not really
creatures.
selling your soul. It's
Yes,
just
you
more.
It's true. It makes sense. He doesn't like the idea of slavery, and that's how he words it.
That's
It
kind of
fits.
true.
It really does fit.
We'll walk and continue this back and forth.
Okay, yeah. So you guys
As
at
soon
that
as they
point
step out,
exit the
smells
tower
like
or
soaps.
the mansion. I keep calling it fucking the tower. You guys exit out of there and collapse
It's
the door.
tower-like.
And you guys kind of have this back and forth upon your face spider, and he's on another spider, and you guys keep having this
Somebody
and forth.
smells like whoop.
You ruined his bromance.
See this whip? This is you.
Well, at least you guys aren't awkward about your stuff this
I
time.
found it just to explain
Come a
this
long
to you.
way
You guys
since the
walk
days
around,
of
look at
the
people doing
fucking
something,
Blinkenstone
And
band.
I'm
Can't
just
do
hoping
that
next time
anymore.
we
Yeah,
find
yeah,
someone
you-
battle
We
for
can't
it.
do that anymore.
Soon you'll have little ones running around. They're gonna be like
Little
Half
than
your
you.
size,
Short.
well born.
short dragon things.
They call drakes.
Yeah, fucking wyvern.
They sound like Cell
He
Juniors.
he assumes that Sylph is actually Earl's child.
It's like what was I don't
Makes
remember
sense.
the alien's name, but like Star Wars, where he had like the really long arms, like the little legs.
Mm-hmm.
They were like hands.
Mhm.
Like that was my first thought when she was like transforming.
Yeah,
her
like
little
kind of like it
legs.
was like
Had, like these really long arms.
it's like
That makes
glitch,
like-
it's like a
oh.
glitch, like
Yeah.
and then and then
Oh,
happened.
he's thinking pod racer guy, right?
Oh, it's a boba.
He's a
It's a boba.
boba. That's
That's
right.
all I got my level up.
You
to,
only
all
see his
three
race
shots.
very often.
And hell,
They're
And
greedy.
health.
They're a greedy race.
And
Hey,
I
that's
can.
still really cool though.
So now
I didn't get that.
I can be.
We clearly
anybody.
know. We clearly
No,
all know something happened. They came out together and they weren't
14's not a
awkward.
very great level for most classes.
And there's something new on her item.
He's up 10.
I go to Marissa.
Oh.
Someone very perceptive would probably notice the thing on the staff.
I would
She
go to
only
Mar-
beats me
I basically go to Marissa
perception
and
by
go,
one.
Yeah, it's like,
bitch, guess what?
wait, what is that? Like, at first she's like, well, what happened? And then you're like,
Marissa,
and then it's like,
Marissa.
you guys gush over
It's
that.
like, oh,
I guess
God.
my guy's gonna play
I feel
cool.
something that takes money happening.
Marissa, Marissa.
That's me,
Marissa.
actually.
We're
Where's
outside.
the- where's
Well,
the-
looks like you're right. Looks like they did talk about before.
That's-
when we went up
That's
there.
me.
Sid's,
the
oh
bedroom.
God,
Mhm.
something
like-
that costs tons of money is happening.
Oh, yeah.
My wallet, I can feel it draining.
Talon.
That's nice.
Down.
What does
Yeah, I had more
married
times, like,
mean,
oh, God.
by the way?
Something unholy just happened.
That is like 4 different
Rhyse,
things.
you
Which one
fool.
you want?
Yeah, no, he actually gets a list.
This
He
short
like, gets a magically gets a list.
Short
That'd be
version
Rhyse.
is
I'm not planning.
They'll
this.
spend the rest
It's
of their
like,
lives
yes, you
together.
are.
I
Son
get
of
it.
a bitch.
He gets a new one.
You still got
He's
it,
like,
Elrich.
son of a bitch.
Always,
Stuck with all
man.
this crap. You know, because he planned the funeral for, and everything too.
Yeah, I'll just speak to Wizard. Yeah, they're together.
He can feel it. Oh God.
Whatever.
Somebody
Yeah,
just
that's
made
what
me
I'm
something.
Yeah, short
I
version.
guess I'll just go by her and be like, give her the thumbs up with congratulations.
Yeah, short version. They'll spend the rest of their lives together.
Over the course of the day, people are piecing it
In
together.
wherever how short that
I
might
mean, you
be.
beat me in perception by one, so it's not gonna be too hard for my guy to see a new item
Oh.
on your staff.
I'll just be
But
like,
what does it
Elrich,
do?
oh my
That's Sid's thing. But
Do you go
what
to
does
Shadow
it
Bane?
do?
Finger guys.
god.
I don't think it actually do anything.
Let's see. I was
Well,
probably,
Sid's gonna change that because now I'm gonna magic the shit out of it.
I was probably gonna plan on going to
Enchant
Shadow
it?
Bane.
If you enchant it, it would fit to any
after
size.
the feast. on the
That's
last
the
day.
plan.
Okay, so you're gonna wait. Okay. All right.
The stone can't do anything though. It just glows. Right?
Yeah, right. It doesn't have any magic outside of it.
Okay.
It other than
It's inherently itself.
yeah,
magic.
inherently it's like a magical thing, but it's not magic.
Guess
I
I'm
know
gonna
what I'm gonna make
go
it
and
do.
pat Rhyse too for that congratulatory.
He's gonna make it cinch your heartbeat.
Good
so
job,
whenever
buddy.
she's wearing it, she can feel your
And
weak heart.
That's
They're
really,
basically just shoot Belwyn
Forever.
and
That's really
finger
nice.
guns.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, except for when you die and she can feel that your
and
heartbeat
it's
stops.
cold.
Yeah,
Don't-
which is terrible.
Don't lose her, Rhyse.
It just shatters at that point.
Don't lose her.
And then it kills the wearer too. That way you're together. Because Sid's that dark.
Okay.
A woman's on
Seriously
the way.
though, that sounded like a joke,
I'm
but Sid is that kind of dark.
No,
where
that's
he
how you
thinks
would
it
be
should
in
happen.
character. So yeah, you and Elrich have an old friend moment there.
He is my oldest friend here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Talon's having chills on the surface. He can feel that he's gonna have to plan something in the future. He's like,
Not
Not
crap.
again.
Well, speaking of that.
Wait, no, I saw my other place was tonight.
Oh right, what was it?
My home.
Okay, yes.
You have a home? So she was a nomad.
I did at one point.
she likes to look at it from time to time, make
Is it
sure
a
all the
bush?
glades are still there, the trees haven't changed.
So
It's snow. It's all snow.
it's
yeah, I figured snow, silver.
you know, once your vision kind of collects back to the surface, it kind of you have to acclimate your vision to the bright whiteness of the snow, and it is how you left it. It's
Desolate.
empty, with the slight remnants of what once was a village, just still covered in snow, like barely the bits of lumber that aren't completely submerged in snow are visible. With the tree line around it, you know, kind of obscuring your vision upon anything beyond it. And then in the center is the kind of etched. Well, actually, there's footsteps, your footsteps,
Oh, yeah, it's mine.
left into it, and then there's like it's not really a crater; it's more just like a circle with a hole in the center from where the staff originated, and that has been etched, and any snow that lands upon that surface does not remain. So it's a permanent marker.
And can I pull back to the graveyard?
Yeah, you can pull back, and it was just graves, right? There was no stones really. Or...
I think over time I may have collected things, but like I don't think I really had like stones etchings. But like each person had a unique marker that I could tell who's
You can
who.
tell that the weathering over the years has done a lot of damage to those. They haven't been tended in forever. Some are completely destroyed headstone-wise, but
like, hey,
many
it's our
still
tower.
have
What the
some semblance of it remaining.
Love us.
I'm going to float myself over to where my parents' graves are, and like I know, like I can probably talk, right? But nobody. Okay, well I'm gonna.
You can only perceive. You can't interact.
Well, you can talk. But
I mean, you can talk. You'd be talking to yourself.
Yeah, obviously. I'm just gonna like basically talking to myself. I'm gonna tell my parents about everything we've done and where we are, and that I miss them, and I tell them about my engagement. And I just kind of like tell them.
They're like, Chris has betrayed us.
Okay.
Now he's dead.
For several minutes, you kind of
like, I want to go up there.
I know you won't play with
send those thoughts not just to them there, but upward to the ether. With the platinum dragon in the back of your mind as you kind of give them,
like
everything about yourself that they've, missed.
Yeah.
And after
During
that,
this time, Sid borrows
right as you kind of collect yourself, and
and Belwyn's ring.
Step out of the vision, wipe your tears.
How? It's with her.
I know.
It's peaceful. It's calming. You could hear the wind kind of whistling across the fern trees. Like it was very calming and soothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, this is a knife, Rhyse.
This would be the second to last night, I suppose. Since the last night will be the
impacted the attack. And
so anything else?
Anything else before this final?
Sid borrowed your ring and a drop of blood from Rhyse.
It's not the nest.
I'll bring it back. I'm gonna fix it.
This is this. The
Okay, so Sid comes up to you and starts reaching his hand towards your staff.
What do you do?
What staff? Oh no, he's
Whack!
like, hey, I need to borrow your ring and some.
It's
blood
not a
from
ring.
Rhyse.
second.
It's
to
affixed to
last,
the end of one of the staff.
Well, I need
second
to
to
borrow.
last day. Does that
I'm
mean the
gonna-
last night?
No, second to last
Beautiful
night.
gift.
Okay.
You'll have 2 more nights. One to scry and one to have the
Is
hero's
Rhyse
feast.
okay with this?
Okay.
Didn't ask.
And then the next morning will be it.
Gift.
So 2 more nights. This
And I
being
need
one.
some of Rhyse's
I've been
blood.
having.
No.
But you're bringing it back.
2 more nights.
We're
No,
having
It's
Whisper
not
tell
gonna
me
be evil.
stories.
Whisper.
No.
Battles
What
he's
kind
had
of
with
gift?
Raven.
Yes.
So I'm sure he's had quite a few.
He has.
You
had
don't even know what you're
multiple.
doing yet.
Well, I do. I just don't know how to do it yet. It takes some time.
I'll take
Wow,
it off
it's
and
gonna be
I'll look at it.
great.
It's like, if you break
I'm not gonna
this,
break it. I'm great at
I
this.
will kill you.
That's fair.
In the
You've
big
never felt like
Yeah.
more of a serious tone from her.
Snowflakes come out of my mouth as I'm talking.
Kill. I'm good with that.
And then once you kind of grasp it at your feet, you feel something kind of like lurch, and you look down, and on its back is a badger mole, kind of like.
Oh, hi, me.
I didn't know he wanted other people to scratch
That
it.
kind of scared me a little.
Yes.
The
The curse
it,
is broken.
No, he's just like, because it's at his feet, he's
You
like, oh
clip
god.
straight to hell.
It's like the weight of a quasar. Oh fuck!
Teddy's like, oh god.
I guess whatever magic you're doing with it, make it quick.
Oh yeah, it should only take like a day.
Don't worry, I'll help.
Yeah.
Teddy the hero.
And then a day later,
Teddy, if he breaks it, I'll kill him and then you.
Okay.
But damage you do to him.
We should get out of here.
it's scary, right? Oh yeah, don't forget that blood drop of Rhyse.
You're getting that, not me.
Fine.
Oh yeah, Rhyse loves the idea of people taking blood.
Rhyse. I need a drop of your
I just need
blood.
a ha!
And you see me
I'm
kind
gonna
of
make you a,
burrow
I'm gonna
into the
make you
ground
a
and
great
kind of
gift with this
off.
the stone.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna make it sense your heartbeat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's like romantic or something. And then when she holds it, she'll always know you're safe, kind of.
Sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
I'm gonna make it into a rose, and the petals fall, you die.
What?
Yeah,
That's in my journal.
Stop looking at my stuff.
Yeah, quit reading my book.
Sure, I guess.
All right, and here's a little
Stop
vial.
reading my mind, Icarys.
And I need a semen sample.
Steak.
That's for something else. No?
I didn't say it was yours. I just needed some.
Teddy's got like a huge syringe, just one drop.
He's got a big nurse outfit with like it's like the Joker from Dark
God.
Knight. Like it's like, don't worry,
Greased up
I'll
and
be
nurse.
gentle.
An outfit too small.
Yeah, straight up like
That Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Maybe we'll let you get the drop.
turn around.
This look, you know, when I made it, it looked much smaller.
The coughs from me.
In the vial.
I need to be dominant right now.
It's gonna be good. I haven't done a lot of magic-y.
So yeah, with that, I also answered your text, but you now have those. You now have those 2 components. We'll see what happens with that.
You just let your enemy curse.
Well, I figured it might not be possible.
Let's see. Am I missing
Not
any,
you,
any
not your
text?
somebody else.
He's cursing.
Oh, was your text about the music, Justin?
Yeah.
That was correct. Yes. Actually,
He
the first game,
later
but yeah.
figured it out.
They use the same track for both.
Did you finally Shazam it like I told you to the first time?
Yes.
Okay. One last thing before that night's over. Elrich,
Uh-oh.
as you set up
The
camp,
horse.
because you sleep outside for this time period,
Always do it.
as you kind of finally nestle, you just hear, and then
Oh God.
popping its upper body out is the badger mole, who just
Oh,
kind of
Seriously, that thing is scary as all get
lowers
out
its
in the
head
dark.
towards you,
Yeah, I know what it
pops
wants.
out, and just kind of like,
Does it cuddle you?
Like it's a
Oh
cat,
my
yeah.
god.
He wants me to scratch and love
and
on
then
him.
you
for
get that
God's
scratch,
sake.
and he gets that ass nice and
God,
firm
even
up,
in-
like
even in
head
other
down,
worlds,
ass up,
animals
just
love
The foot's like.
yeah, the
tapping.
foot is
Lost its
tapping.
head and
Well, the last time
arms.
she talked to it, I had to sit there and scratch it for an hour.
Yeah, they're all.
And
pretty
after
messed
that,
up.
it just kind of like
This
does this
is
big
why I don't get
shake,
you nice things
and then
anymore.
just kind of like looks you up,
That's
looks
why we
up
need
at
to
you,
get like
and
a
like
whole new
licks
set.
at your foot,
Yeah, we'll get work.
and then we'll just
I know.
Make sure nobody's looking.
Won't do it.
Nailed it.
I can talk to animals.
Ah, damn.
you a natural 20. You see on the distance Garsh, Topsy, and Turvy just
Eh.
with this look of like, okay,
Manly.
Put on the
like
mask.
yeah,
like,
just like wasn't expecting that. One of them says something, and you see Garsh kind of like nestle their shoulder, and then he kind of gives you that same like I got you, don't worry.
You watch it, Topsy.
Okay.
Baby.
Oh, and then also you're talking about different tales. I won't get into detail, but obviously it talks about different adventures with Draven and these other companions that you saw in that vision. It also tells you a little bit about itself. It hails from a region in basically a celestial realm known as Mount Celestia, otherwise known as the Seven Heavens. And those places are those places are dedicated to goodness.
I'd go into a gun.
Shaped by law and justice.
Yeah,
And it tempers that with mercy. So that's its kind of.
Okay.
So Draven was kind of the opposite of it, huh? They were like opposite.
Not originally.
So when it
They were-
dies
they were
and I
1 to
die,
1, and then
one gets to go
he
to 7
shifted
in
one
heaven,
guy
and one
kinda-
gets to go to 7 hell. Good to know. Oh, 9. My bad.
Yeah, 9 hells, 7 heavens.
I'm probably heading to that other one. Fun dev.
You just go back to that white space. All there is a chessboard. It's like Squidward in that one episode. You just have your you
Oh.
have your bow and a chessboard.
I thought it would be much less stuff here.
Okay.
Oh, right, score.
Second to last night.
Yes.
One last scry. You're working on that
Yes.
thing.
I wonder what he used my.
Oh, right. Or I'll have you help me, Justin. You know magic too.
That's true.
Oh, I
Just
know.
speed it up.
Oh, I know,
Sid comes to you with a interesting idea. He just needs your arcane power. His design will facilitate the rest. He just needs you to funnel your energy.
We don't have Clam.
It's going to
Yeah, seriously, we need
sync
Clam.
up to Rhyse, so she gets
It's the closest thing to
Clam.
Clem in our game.
And maybe
Aaron?
his general
We all
direction.
hate
Fucking
him.
Aaron. It's the anti-Clem.
He's the actual dead Clem.
He's
Clem's more alive than Aaron.
It's so when they're not around each other, you idiots. God, what are you, some kind of not genius?
Fucking GPS of like
Pretty
evil.
much. Except not evil. It's cute.
It's like. Rhyse,
Yeah, it's
you're
very, it
okay.
is very cute. It is genuinely very sweet. I like it.
You know, you have the arcane magic, and I have the super knowledge because you're an idiot.
And they know you're doing this.
Well, how else would I have gotten Rhyse's blood?
know, silly. Look how much blood I got.
That was from Topsy and Turvy.
What?
Oh. We should label these. There's so many more.
Well, see, it is you.
There's like 7 buckets.
So
Why did I wake up with
I'm
this
sure you
giant-
have a vial of all of our blood about that big.
Yours, anyways.
Oh
Tons of you.
Look at the bruise on the back of my arm.
What the hell did that get there?
A book that has your measurement, your body measurements over in the corner.
Point at my foot.
Don't worry.
Jars with your name on it.
You're in safe hands.
Rubbing, I guess, your leg or behind you.
You don't have hands.
His cap.
He has a paw thing. It's ball shaped.
You just crushed his hopes and dreams. He always imagined
He has
fingers.
I thought about making
That
him
would be so
talons, but then
creepy.
he could climb up.
Human fingers.
Yeah, human fingers. Not
That took a lot.
Now we can play the piano.
Whose fingers?
You're on your game?
Where'd my hand go?
I don't get a tinker a lot anymore. It takes
Some
too much
guard on
time.
the
We're always
surface.
moving around. Things are trying to kill
I
us.
should never bought from
This
Zero.
shouldn't take any more than a couple of hours to a day.
I've been curious about your.
He gave me a stroke and diarrhea. Now my
Well,
fingers.
this is hardly my invention. This is just putting magic in an item.
Not
already
again.
exists.
I'm gonna turn into the toxic terror.
Yeah, did you see my awesome bird?
Just by the end of it, he swamp
God, you're
thing.
So lame.
I'd like a refund,
It
please.
actually moves. It has-
I
it acts
think
like a
you
bird,
might have
but
switched
it's not
mine up
alive
with
at
someone
all.
else's.
It's like actually kind of like a surveillance device. You really should pay more attention. This is just stupid regular magic.
Is Sid making a baby listening device for them? Is that what's
I
going on?
did make one for Lucy, actually.
Kinda.
I know, but
You,
it's
and
doing it again.
he has in his tower some mechanical
I think he's
birds
using
that
an
look
example.
extremely realistic. Like, well, not they're made
made
of
me a
metallic,
god.
but like their movements are realistic. So
They
he's
just don't do anything.
he's been at this before, but yeah, they just stay perched and move
I'm
and
an enchanted
chirp a little bit. It's one of the only sounds in there other than the hum of the tower. And sometimes Teddy plays music and cards.
And cards. He has his own chest full of my money, which he has won. Because Sid is a bad gambler.
You're not bad. I'm just really good.
Yeah, Sid just, yeah.
That little teddy bear just
But
robbed
yeah,
my
so I figured
blood.
that'd take like a day or two.
Dumbass.
A couple hours most.
Get good.
5 days.
You son of a... Don't do it. It's not worth it.
Rhyse,
It's not worth
Rhyse,
it.
Look, I'm just giving you a general time.
Yeah,
I actually
take
think it'll only take a
that.
couple hours. Maybe 3 days.
and,
Why do we keep doing this?
let's get
I'd rather
started.
find that orc guy again.
Alright.
But if this
1 second, no, I'll find
breaks,
Yeah. She said she would kill me, and now I'm including you in it. She's gonna kill you too.
no. I'm not taking
No,
any
I wrote it
responsibility
down.
for this.
I've already written it down. Your name's on it.
I'm not taking any responsibility.
Teddy has taken a recording of us.
Well, hold
On
on.
the
I should
soul.
probably
Good,
get all
so you
3
recorded
names.
that I'm not taking any responsibility.
It doesn't do
Yeah, I
volume.
got that.
Nope, you're part of it.
Wait, taking no responsibility?
No.
All responsibility.
No.
No.
I'm not gonna rewrite this whole thing.
I had to get the
He's mine. He's my note taker now.
Let's get started.
What are the chances of it breaking unless I dropped it?
Roll the dice.
What a third.
You know, it's on like a pedestal, like
of
on
us
a
outside.
pillow.
Teddy puts on the football helmet.
Belwyn just
Most will just lose this drop of blood.
Belwyn has an aneurysm.
Okay, so you guys work on that for the rest of that night. Okay. You guys come to the next morning. You guys are a little bit tired, but you know you didn't stay up the entire time.
Yeah.
Well, you actually
You're only-
might have, Sid,
yeah,
but,
yeah.
but you didn't get exhaustion from it.
You missing a couple hairs.
Otherwise,
Outside again.
peaceful sleep. Yeah. The caves are always uneventful. They're secret, so only you guys have ever traversed them. Second to last day.
Thanks to
Finally,
Shay.
a group who let us go in a secret cave
That didn't-
that's actually secret.
Second to last day after the second to last day.
No.
Gosh.
It's the 5th day.
This is the 5th.
And on the 5th day,
Of Christmas.
I preemptively said that before that night was over, is why there's a confusion. This.
Only he's confused.
second to last.
The 3 soul man.
Would you like to scry one last time?
yes. In the evening, I will scry one final time, and it'll be on Talon.
My main man.
Yay! I
I
didn't
am
know about
curious
my other
about how my
guys.
previous boss is doing.
And
Okay.
my first friend.
Yeah, your previous employer. Oh yeah, by the way, you're fired.
I love how casually it was about firing him. Just like,
Because
and
you know,
you're
you haven't
fired.
showed up for work in a year.
Is that sad music? Are you playing sad music?
Okay.
To be fair, I was on
Are you
work
playing
ones,
sad
I
music?
get
So,
money
as your
for job
vision returns back to the surface, you see the Kingdom of Inventory, and then your vision pulls to one of the outer walls. Or towards it, and rather, you see Talon.
Does this time he have both his arms?
Dalmar was the one missing his arm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You didn't get to
Talon suffered the loss of the
Kid. Oh, that's right.
Before we change time.
So you see
You're
Talon.
no longer Bardock.
He is wearing
so
a very rugged set of leather armor. He's got this cape that's draped over one side of his body, swords at the hip. He has all these straps and belts. His dark hair
He's
is
turning into Leon.
much longer now, and he's got this thick, natural, dark beard, fairly full.
Oh, there's a
He
fight.
was clean shaven when the adventure started. He turned kind of barbarian.
And you can see he's walking towards the wall, and he's actually at this point like cresting up one of the stairwells that lead to a perch. And up there you can see he's walking towards someone. Someone wearing a large brown robe, their hands kind of just clasped together. Their long brown hair kind of framing their face with the elven ears protruding out. This is the king, King Elrich. And you can see as Talon approaches him from the side, underneath the robes, the king is still wearing this bark and moss-covered armor. And he walks up, and
it wild shapes.
Talon says, "The main forces are ready, mostly. And the rest of the Vongla are getting the people and all the supplies that we have to the keep." The king nods, but remains silent. You can see his eyes are like unwavering on the horizon.
I'm not able to see what he's looking at anyway.
You kind of pull. It's just a horizon. You see the battle-scarred terrain, like because it's around the city is mostly like plains and grasslands. And you see Talon just kind of look the king up and down, looks over to the horizon and then back to the king. You see something? The king speaks up at this point. You feel something. It won't be much longer. Until what? Another attack? There's a long pause from the king. Your father was decent.
He's dead.
For a man. Your kind's politics, pointless. But when forced to listen, of them all, he at least cared about the people here. He turns his head to Talon, like you. Talon looks pretty surprised at this.
That's the bastard son.
King continues.
Is that a compliment?
You're better than him. A good man. From my experience, that's rare. You've taken a great deal of responsibility on your own initiative. At this point, Talon kind of crosses his arms. Well, I couldn't just stand on the side and once the warg, and he kind of looks back towards the city and lets out this big sigh. I knew retirement was over. King kind of looks back to the horizon. Right, you're squints his eyes. Building. Talon looks him up and down. Are you telling me this because you think we're going to lose? Die? King shakes his head. No. I'm telling you this so that you won't. He kind of catches himself. This city is going to need someone on the ground level. He kind of pauses. Helping the queen to rebuild what's hers. And Talon kind of cocks his head. You sound like you won't be a part of that. King kind of unconsciously grabs at his side. There's a lot more out there than just this stone and grass. Talon kind of and he kind of shakes his head, but then you hear a voice from behind. Hey! Hey! Have any of you seen the kid? Talon! And you guys see them both kind of turn.
His first love.
And you see Dalmar wearing a big, hefty, double-plated breastplate and armor. His bald head, glistening in the setting sunlight. His mustache, what was once a chiseled handlebar, is now this thick, fucking Yosemite Sam, like dark black that hangs down.
Jim Carrey.
Well, it hangs down past his chest,
From Sonic.
kind of like bobbing with each of his steps, and you can see one hand is gauntleted and it's holding his glaive as he's walking. The other is wrapped heavily from the wrist down.
So he still has his arm.
He still has his arm.
It's hurt.
Not his hand.
It would seem his hand is missing.
He'll be
Sid can fix that.
Sid will fix that.
Ash will
Talon,
style.
at this point, Dalmar kind of waves him down and pulls back and looks at their faces, which do not seem pleased to see him.
Carrot style.
Talon turns back to the king, and Elrich puts his hand up. Go, make them ready. Talon just kind of nods and starts to walk away, and once he gets about 15 feet away from him, the king calls out once more. Retirement. How was it? Talon kind of turns back to him. It was nice. less near-death experiences. Some people made it stressful. He kind of looks to the horizon himself. Other people made it worth it. And the king kind of quietly.
That was me.
Other people. Kind of nods. And then gestures again with his hand. Talon runs joggingly down the steps and meets back with Dalmar. So you don't know where he is? Look, I take my eyes off him for 2 seconds. The kid's a rabid mongoose, I swear. And at that point, the two of them walk away, and the vision pulls back.
So I know I only said I was going to do 5 scries, but would I be able to burn another spell slot and go to the king?
The king?
Yeah.
Sure, I'll allow it. So you immediately, without even breaking out of that one, you just recast, funnel the magic into the ball once more from your position, and your vision pulls away from the walking Talon and back to the king. A moment passes before he kind of grabs at his side again.
Can I insight check to see if that's if he's hurt?
Go for it. Make an insight check.
Hiya! 19, 29.
29?
He tends to not stick around in the castle.
If you recall, just like when you, after the maze engine stuff, you scryed on the city and you scryed on Lucy. And at that point, she was, I believe, mending...
Stitching up.
Many gauze and bandages around the king's form, but primarily a big, heavy wound on his side.
Oh, so he's...
He's not 100%.
He's not great, okay.
Well, he wasn't.
Otherwise, he's just keeping his eye on the horizon.
I'm gonna float my little ball, so I'm my height next to him.
This is true. What is the check on scrying?
Yeah, at least I know my talent.
He probably knows. He probably knows.
Well, it's a wisdom save, so...
And he's not too badass powerful anymore.
I just typed in wisdom. Fucking idiot.
He's like, but
I don't think druids are that proficient with wisdom.
Wisdom saving throw. Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
Not that druid.
So he has to make a wisdom save, but since if I know him well, he has to -5 from it.
-5 on the check.
Yeah.
Do you know him well?
He's also a druid. You know that?
What's the DC?
Oh, 19.
And what's your proficiency bonus?
5.
5. So. Because of the -5, he does not succeed.
Yeah. It's like
and that's just what it says.
Yeah. You would know now that you are on par with the king in terms of level and power. If not, 1 level above him, actually. Well, his time on the surface might have leveled him up.
So
you guys are pretty much...
Since he didn't make the... Wait, he doesn't know I'm there.
Doesn't know you're there.
He's preoccupied.
Or doesn't care.
Nah, he's not that cool.
Okay, I'll just...
He doesn't have true sight, so he has no way to see your orbital, and he failed his saving throw.
So he's still looking out at the horizon?
Oh yeah, unwaveringly, stoically.
Can I...
almost meditatively.
Can I, circle it around so I can see his face?
Yep. It's just locked on a horizon. Make an insight check.
It's fine. Don't
He's he's always kind of stoic, so.
27.
27, that's really high.
Even
so,
my character is similar that way.
He doesn't wear his emotions on his face, but he seems conflicted about something.
He did kill a baby.
About something?
Something's clearly weighing on his mind.
Well, obviously.
Can't really learn much from just staring at a dude.
Well,
I can learn everything.
Well, if you remember, Sid did tell you that the king spends large portions of time not around Lucy. Because he has the wanderlust of a druid.
Right.
Or maybe he just has bad gas.
Okay, well, I'll circle back around.
Could
so I'm
be.
at my height next to him, and I'll just like I'm standing next to him.
Okay.
Just kind of looking.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, Lucy does have a human's lifespan.
at one point, within that short time span, he does at one point kind of turn his head in your direction, but the eyes kind of glaze over you.
I'll turn looking whatever he's looking at.
Yeah, because
there's nothing there.
I'll turn back and look at him.
It's a heavily overcast
day.
Yeah, the sun is barely visible, but it is setting at that point too. The sky is filled with colors of orange. You can hear the distant wind. Since it's been almost a year, it's entering fall again.
I'm gonna take my attention.
Because I believe it was about that time. It was after the festival by a good margin.
And I'll take my attention.
3 months. So
I'll take my attention off of him, and I just want to look at the sunset.
Okay.
That means our baby is.
And for the next several minutes, you watch. You watch as the sun begins to set. A scene you have not seen in a long time.
I'm sure I probably also get that
I've been
familiar
called that name.
itch to explore. I miss my nomadic life.
What? I have gas.
What?
You looked over me all judgmental.
That was the king. Actually, as you say that, you just hear.
Talon did it.
And his eyes kind of.
You just see a green gas cloud afterwards. Hey, Mr.
Damn,
King.
don't
Actually,
It'd be even more subtle, actually. To be fair, from
His
him,
robes.
it would just be like a flourish of the robe, like
10 points.
yeah, like shake it out once,
10 points to Gryffindor.
I just let that slip
and
out.
a cough.
That's-
All right, that's your scribe.
Well, I'm
That's my last cry.
All right.
Didn't check on
Anything
that.
else before the heroes' feast, where you're all gathered together for one last grand reunion meal?
That's,
Anything before that?
now's the time to feel
Do I get my ring back?
I'd say you'll probably get it at that feast,
Okay.
assuming you're working through as much time as you can on it for the next couple.
Yeah, yeah. He would like to
Damn, I
finish
wish
it
I
before
had
they
a
go
way to
down.
talk to her.
Good.
I should have bought something like that.
At one point, Grin would have reminded you, just so that you guys do know, that the ritual takes about, from what Vizeran said, about 3 hours. So he's taking the time to compile everything, right? And then once it's ready, it'll take 3 hours to manifest the full ritual, and then at the end of that 3 hours, we'll activate the thing. So you'll get there on the day of, call him on the sending phone, or sending stone, and then
Right, I'm sending something.
and then wait 3 hours,
Nokia. Yeah.
and then it'll be go time.
Motorcycle.
Yep. Brrr. Okay. If nothing else,
Everybody ready?
then the last day before the eventful day, the last night.
Yes.
After a full days of travel, you
It's
guys.
like a Thanksgiving dinner, which is like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Only not as stressful.
People are getting restless on this day, so you notice that
It's a little stressful for my guys.
some of the more adventurous types, Topsy, Turvy, and Grum, they upon their spider mounts that they take turns on, you see them kind of like climbing, because the tunnel's like 20 by 20, give or take. They're just doing like vortex, spider climbs, and
tricks.
holding on as they climb upside down.
Spider web down.
They ask you to show off the poofs again.
The phase spider. Oh.
Yeah, like one of the deep gnomes, Turvy, with his red headbands. Like, could you do the thing? I swear I saw that thing just disappear and reappear.
No need to bother him.
You just dissipate,
Just be like right behind him.
and then in the ethereal, you just kind of like walk through them, and then you give the command to reanimate and appear behind them in a big flash of blue. And they're like, oh yeah, and they start clapping, and even some of the people behind are like, that's a good trick. Keep it away from me.
Well, it sucks. You don't have to stay away.
But you guys, they jostle around, and then before you know it, a full day's travel is upon you, and you're in a familiar spot. This would be, a few. Actually, no. You guys would press on. I think. You guys remember where that overlook was, where you first, diverged from the path and went down under the city, but you went to that big perch where you could see the entirety of it. Basically, you press on for a longer days of travel, so that you can be like minutes away from that, basically, in a nice.
Back in there, we fun.
Yeah. Or no, because. So think of it like the path goes up to the overlook, and then from there you can go down under the city. But you guys are from the underlook. You're just backtracking like a few minutes to a safe spot, and that's where you set up camp. This will be the last camp before the eventful day.
Before death.
Last supper.
Okay.
Who's Jesus in the party?
And
I'll ring
Gotta be
the
something
bell.
benevolent, right?
Yeah.
You said?
Judas.
What?
So first,
at that point,
Oh,
all
I'm
the
sorry.
druids at this point kind of come and help you, and unless
I'm Druid-ish.
the elven girl
Oh shit.
would come up to you and be like, "Do you need a hand?"
Shadow, since we still
Yes. Let's see. And I just grab dirt.
But I trust him.
Here. Just kind of sprinkle that.
I heard we were
everywhere.
having a feast.
Oh yes.
Who's she making sprinkle?
It comes from the dirt. We just need
She just shares this look with the other elves and then looks at the druid.
and like I'm just gesturing towards the giant table. I'm like, just sprinkle it everywhere.
Wait, there's a giant table?
God, dragons are weird.
Part of the spell is like,
What's going
But
on?
rather than happening instantly, she's doing it in kind of like steps.
Is this something she's talked about doing, or just decided to do?
This has been going around the grapevine a little bit. That like a big feast is happening on the last day, or last night,
going to
and now all of a sudden there's a fucking table, like a banquet table, out of nowhere.
Creepy.
And I'm sprinkling dirt all over.
I mean, if you did it in the mansion, you could just make a table.
I was picturing this in the mansion.
Okay, then that's
And
even
I'm just
easier. But the
throwing
spell
dirt
would
all over
literally
the table.
manifest one anyway. So the inside the mansion is being
So you
decorated, and
I'm assuming they gathered everybody to go in. So
that will be happening. But it's very early. You know how long it takes to make a big cooked dinner thing.
well, then my guy's gonna stay
for
outside. for that.
a moment.
Oh yes. I look at Alessa and Marissa. I'm like, just dirt everywhere. Make it as
Marissa just pats her on the back. Follow my lead, and just starts scattering it and kind of doing it in patterns. And the elves are looking like off-put, but you know they're elves.
They get it more than most
Yeah,
people
they're
would.
elves.
Like dirt,
Humans would be like,
leaves,
what the hell?
dirt,
Yeah.
leaves, sticks,
They're like, you know
roots,
more than I do, and I'm just trusting your judgment.
flowers.
Yeah. So at this point,
grass.
it's just being decorated like a
Practice
like a
on Doom
you know
Weaver.
floral display more than anything.
Just kind of focus on a open room that we can talk in private.
Yep.
After you.
Oh sure. Yeah.
So about what we talked about, did you happen to?
Oh yes. So the city still stands. The keep stands as well. It looks like currently they are evacuating most people to the keep. The outer walls are there, but not.
Worse for wear.
Yes. The guild hall is not there any longer. It seems like there hasn't been a battle in quite a few weeks. It looks like the king and the queen are fine, and Talon is fine as well.
So if people wished to leave us, would it be safe to send them then?
To be honest, I feel like if they leave us now, what the worst that could happen to the city will already be done by the time they reach there. It looks like they were preparing for another fight.
I think you misunderstood. I could allow them to leave instantly.
Oh. Well, I guess if they wish to leave, then yes, I'm sure the kingdom would happily take their reinforcements, but I think it's a matter of either they fight a battle here or they fight a battle
Now
there.
Kyle's gonna go stink at the bathroom.
They will not find rest if they leave. But at the feast tonight, I can always.
I'll leave it to your judgment, but I still think if they knew they had the option, perhaps their heart would be more in it.
Of course. I'll let them know. How are you feeling? Are you wanting to leave?
No. I came here for a reason, and I want to see it through.
Same.
My concerns lay more with the aftermath.
Yes. I believe we've planned a lot for this moment right now, but I've come to realize that I haven't exactly thought about what will happen after. But I guess we'll just have to plan it out when we get there, right?
For real.
I mean, I played it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I undertuned it like Frost Rain.
Which, Icarys, I guess that does remind me.
I mean, I never used the rapier.
Either one, yeah.
If worse comes to worse and I do fall in battle, I want you to get everyone out. Don't let them stay down here and mourn me. Besides, I wouldn't want my soul to be mourned here. I'd want it to be mourned back home.
You know that won't happen.
Even if they're upset with you, I want you to at least, if you must, force them back home.
That won't happen.
I've never been optimistic, but I do understand how nature works, and
You realize who you're talking to, yes?
yes, I guess. But
We'll be fine.
yeah,
And I've I've also been working on this trip. Like I said, I've managed to get a way for us all to return to the surface, to the capital. The spell itself will make it instantaneous. Casting is not so quick.
Right. Well, I'm sure once the dust is settled, we'll have plenty of time.
What the hell that was?
Hell, if we have to stay another day down here,
Scourge it to the
so be it.
Sad thing I didn't
So,
have to learn command phase.
That being said, anyway, I do think the people would either one,
on practicing with
if they choose to leave,
they're used to grace.
that means that their heart's not in it, and
would do
they get in the way here. If they choose to stay, they may fight harder knowing that they had the option. They made this choice.
So I gave it to Shad.
They were not forced.
I agree. I believe once we have everyone gathered, I think it's best to at least talk to the factions and give them the skinny, as one would say, of the situation.
And congratulations, I guess.
Oh.
And with that, I just kind of leave.
Oh, thank you.
Odd congratulations.
Okay.
He was so congratulatory. He walked away.
I go back to dusting the table.
Okay. So the meal of sorts is being prepared. The bowl is placed within the center of it. Trying to think of anything else. Anything else that happens? Okay. So yeah, with that suddenly sprouting from the leaves of the vine and the dirt, they kind of scatter, and in the kind of miasma aftermath of it, you see this immaculate banquet of a feast before you, rivaling that of Gauntlgrim itself.
Did have the cool king.
Even superior because of its magical properties, and up to 12 people receive a handful of benefits as you all are gathered into and are immediately served around this massive table, with Rhyse, of course, at the head with this colossal throne.
So anyone, the 12 people that partake in it, they are cured of all diseases and poison, become immune to poison and being frightened, and make all wisdom saving throws with advantage. Also, their hit point maximum increases by 2d10.
Jeez, so you roll that?
Yeah, go ahead. Just roll for everyone, I think.
Sure.
I'm assuming
and it gains the same number of hit points. Oh.
So you go up to this new max.
Okay.
So everyone gains
5, 8.
It's still something.
8 more.
Everyone gains 8. So I would just write it next to your current max, so that when it goes away, you remember what you were at, and then that's how much health you have now, and that's your maximum for the next day.
And we can't be poisoned or frightened. And
So no frightened.
at all. Cannot be frightened.
Interesting. And advantage on wisdom saves.
Yes.
Those are all good things. For sure.
So then, I guess, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Grum.
Did you count Sid?
Yeah, I did. Oh,
And
should I
then
make
do
9?
what to get it?
What about Ash?
Alessa or Elena?
Galena. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Grum.
10.
Marista. And Alessa.
And Alessa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Left on my top center. That's dark. I blame you.
It's
unless anyone can argue for any other person.
It's up to you.
They still eat of it. They just don't. They wouldn't receive those benefits. Everyone in the party.
Sounds like a good.
Plus those key NPCs.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Though, part of me does want to give Rick Foley a bonus because
of his
he's the last
tendency to almost die.
Almost die, but he's also the last one of our Thieves Guild people.
So instead of Alessa,
Yeah, I could give it to Rick Foley.
give it to Rick Foley. Okay.
Yep.
Awesome.
That way it would kind of help his chances.
That's totally fair.
Let's go in the bathroom real quick.
Let's see. So with that, you guys spend the next.
Immune to poison, immune to frighten, advantage on wisdom saves, and your hit maximum goes up by 8.
Why is it? And I'm assuming none of us have diseases, so. None of us
Oh,
can
and
die.
you're cured of all diseases.
Right.
Are any of us diseased?
I don't think so.
The crabs are gone.
Oh man, if I had Garsh eat from it, would his face be normal?
That's not
No.
disease.
Oh, it's not a disease.
The spell regenerate would be more on par with what would help him.
I think we've tried that though.
No.
We have not.
We considered it.
It's a 7th level spell.
I have
I
that.
almost took it, but I didn't.
It's like 7th or 8th level.
Hold on a second. I have it.
Oh. Here,
Yeah.
have both eyes for this big fight.
You gonna fix it? I said we're gonna.
I don't
try to
think
find a way
I
to
probably
fix
don't
it.
have a prayer wheel though.
A prayer wheel?
A prayer wheel and holy water.
I have holy water.
So do I. We've had that for so long.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. It's not a. There's not a material component, so your crystal ball
Would count.
would count as your druidic focus, so you wouldn't need that.
And you can get holy water.
You only need the
from
materials
two of us.
if they have a gold cost.
Oh shit.
You want to cast it on him before the feast?
Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't have thought of that. I don't want to be meta.
I mean, you might have just thought of it.
I mean, we
Would
talked
I have
about.
it prepared though?
Sure.
You'd let me have it
I bet
prepared?
you have it prepared.
Okay. Then for the dinner.
So while he's eating,
halfway through the dinner,
you just look over at him and you have this
I
eureka moment.
I stand up and I walk
And he's
over to
like,
him and I take his face.
Fed face full of roasted Roth meat.
And I'm just looking at him like, don't move.
Okay.
And then I cast
And you,
regenerate.
you've knocked the hat off of
Yeah,
him.
I'm holding both of his face in my hands. My meaty
And
grubs.
you cast regenerate.
I cast regenerate on his
What's
face.
the casting time?
I just had it open.
1 minute.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's sitting near top tier.
It's a very
Yeah.
awkward moment for us.
I want to be sitting close
They'd be-
to them.
they'd be
so-
to
Everyone's
his right.
just.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at him for a minute.
And everyone kind of like is like still eating, but like,
going
what is
on?
she doing again?
I'm
is
casting
people
regenerate
are
on
like
Bard's
talking, like
face.
someone leans over, like tops you.
Oh,
they're like what is
regenerate,
she?
cool.
She's doing magic. What is she doing?
I'm not
What
very
else
good
did
with
I
the
miss?
magic.
So the feast.
Poison.
Yeah, here, see.
Oh, yeah.
Max.
I already am.
Your max health goes up by 8.
If you were diseased,
Temporarily,
you're cured from
so
it.
mark it to the
immune to
side.
poison, immune to frighten, and you're up by 8.
Up by 8.
And advantage on wisdom saves.
I always like getting up by 8 o'clock.
No,
And then she got up and went over to
PM.
Garsh and is now casting a spell on him.
Like I picture like Belwyn had like eureka moment is her knees hit the table, so everything like.
Marsh.
Okay, so by my logic, and for the narrative sake of it, it doesn't cure him instantly entirely, but it helps him immensely.
I'm rubbing my thumbs.
Over the course of the minute, you watch as the gnarled, scarred flesh of this gnoll, from the entirety of his left side to his shoulder, all of that scarring begins to kind of pull back and recede into his flesh. Fur tufts begin to kind of emanate out of the flesh once more, and though still damaged and the eye still closed, what was once this pretty gnarly scarring is now like a light, coating over his face, and the fur, some of the fur has returned, and that's the casting of the spell. And he's like,
and
the food falls out of his mouth.
I
and he
empty
kinda,
off one of the platters, and I just dump it on the table, and I hold it up.
And he like
a mirror.
And he
Yeah.
touches it, right?
Oh, couldn't Rhyse just phantom mirror?
Belwyn doesn't have a very high thought thrust.
Well, I mean, she just,
She's who she is.
I am.
And he's like, how did you? I don't understand.
I just thought of it.
I said we'd find a way. Didn't think it'd be this soon.
And like the biggest smile over his face. And
I
just,
feel like probably
like he's never hugged someone before, and just pure
And you can
instinct
tell.
takes over, and he just hugs you.
And I pat his head. I'm like, well, I feel like probably after the fight, I can always do that again, and maybe it could fix it more.
And as he pulls back, like
I
a
don't
dog,
know,
like a
really
dog,
fix it.
just these eyes are welled up, right?
I
And
was just gonna say you have to peel the
the
skin off.
fur around his eye begins to get wet, and he's just like,
Because it works better on fresh wounds.
I feel so much better.
Does it hurt?
A little, but no more than it ever did. It's like you've taken all this strain away from me. And he kind of just rubs through the hair that was once gone, and the hat's on the ground. He hasn't even thought of it. Like normally he covers his face, and he's just so willing to have it out now.
Looking good, Garsh.
And at this point, some people start patting him on the back, and he's like, Thank you so much.
Of course. You finish your meal. Finish.
He kind of like just will see you.
I sit down and
My
I'm very pleased.
Weren't expecting it today, huh?
Oh, boss, you're quite the miracle worker, aren't you?
And he's just dumbfounded
Every
for
so
the rest of
often
the
I
night.
have a thought. That's it.
He goes back to
Every
eating
so often
and
she
talking,
thinks.
and he's like, "It's been like this forever. I forgot what it looked
I'm
like."
glad to know someone like you.
And yeah, he's just guffawed and delighted the whole rest of that evening. And everyone else you hear murmuring like, "She just fixed that guy's face. What the hell? There's something about this turkey." They start eating. You know, the dwarves like see that and they go back to their plates and just start shoveling it in and start grabbing each other's, skulls. Is it happening? What's happening? Stop shaking me! Like it's just
Look into my eyes.
yeah, it's a fun time. And you guys have a grand feast.
Also, as the feast
With dessert, and you have the servants come whip you up all these other things, and it's like, not only is it this magical feast, but also all this supplementary cuisine coming from Rhyse's magnificent kitchen. So yeah.
I guess probably as the feast is wrapping up, I'll also go ahead and tap on a glass.
Oh. Ding, 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 ding. You guys, all the conversations, and Elijah kind of like pull down, and you hear Gromph just, "Hey! Knock it off!
Guys!
Yeah!
Teddy's the
Like probably at that point I'll stand up and I'll look at the party and I'll look at everyone else. I feel like there at least should be a toast or a talking of sorts. And
alright, I'll pour everybody something.
No, not the ale. Not the ale.
Ah, darn.
Yeah,
I see you over there, Forge.
Forge went over to the corner.
See you hiding.
Which I guess I should go ahead and start with. Thank you all for being here. And for sacrificing what you did in order to get here. We've lost many people along the way, and I know they all will not be forgotten.
A lot of people nodding and like, yeah. And they start calling out names like to Ather or to Matthias, to Mitchell, to Johnson, like
to Dave,
to Draven.
Dave for the dwarf.
Someone says Peebles, and they go.
Yeah, I really liked it before we went crazy.
To Shadow taking off his helmet.
That being said, though,
Damn.
before I probably give
That's when 10 dwarves jump on.
Give the spotlight to someone who knows how to speak more fluently, but it's come to my attention that I look at the factions and I say, if there are any of you that are feeling that they may not be able to complete the battle tomorrow, there is an option to send you all back to the surface.
Just stomp through the house.
They all kind of like look to each other. Like,
I through magical means I was able to observe the human capital, and though it still stands, they have battles to be fought on their end as well. So if you do choose to go back, there will be you'll have to fight either way, may it be here or with whatever they are facing up top. But I just feel that if any of you want to go home instead of forging ahead, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. We do not know who all will be here when the dust settles, and I understand if any of you wish to go home tonight. The most of us, I'm sure, will stay here and fight the fight and be up top eventually, but I just wanted to open the floor to anyone that might be feeling otherwise.
as you look around, you see a lot of smiles on people's faces as they look around.
Keep in mind, it doesn't make you any less brave. It just... there'll be a fight either way, either with Drow army up top or whatever they have up there, or us with a...
You hear Rick Foley say, "Don't look at me." Looking over to one of the dwarves.
Rick's
and you don't have to tell me now. You can just find myself or Icarys at the end, and we could...
Oh yeah, he did.
Sid'll bang his glass on the table. To hell or high water. To victory.
And it as a cue, just...
I'll join in with that.
And there's this big hurrah.
Skull!
Calls out.
Yeah!
Kind of like a whisper to Bell. You're kind of bringing him down.
I'll yell out to Dragonfell and the family we've made.
Oh.
Let's go
And you
kick
hear,
the
I'll
demon
drink
lord's ass.
to that. And at this point, they all have a big swig.
Forge will drink to anything.
Come on, Forge.
You look at him, and he has 3 glasses in front of him.
One shot.
He looks confused.
I'll drink to that.
Like he doesn't recall having 3 glasses momentarily.
Gotta finish him, Buck. You got him.
And then Kalen will stand up. The paladin, Sir Kalen.
I will
He's
sit
been
down.
helping me with my great sword.
Leader of the paladins of the White Gauntlets that have been down here.
Hey, we got a leader of a black gauntlet over there.
Actually, that's fair. It's just the
He's
gauntlet, not White
evil.
Gauntlet.
I was pointing at Shadow. What you guys
Oh.
doing? I'm just kidding.
And
He's
he'll
leader of the
stand
Black
up,
Helm
and he'll
and the Goggle Club.
just kind of say,
Son of a bitch.
"Well, I don't want to put words
The
in
Mask Club.
people's mouths, but when Sid says to hell or high water, I think that resonates with all of us in the same way."
So
We throw him in hell or high water.
all right, get Sid.
I'll lean over and I'm like, but aren't they from hell?
Oh, we're sending them back where they came from.
No, I meant throw him in hell or high water.
That's why I said get Sid.
With this big flagon, he's like,
Hey, I bathed yesterday.
with this big flagon, he's like, "Never change, Rhyse."
As long
And
as
he
I've known him, he's not.
He looks back to you. "We're with Dragonfell. We are Dragonfell.
Hell yeah.
To the end. To the end."
To the end.
You all raise to one more time. You hear the grunting of Forge. It's like, "Oh, another one? Oh!" And then,
Don't worry.
But he's got like 3 at once.
yeah.
Don't worry, Forge. It's
Double
regular.
fisted, just
It's regular.
is it really?
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't pour out. Hey, I'm the one who carries the dragon.
That's true. That's true.
Sid can't get it.
Is that yours, Kyle?
What's that?
Orange and gray.
I don't know.
The
It
D10.
looks like this one.
What's yours?
That looks like mine.
I was gonna say, not all mine have been put up.
I believe it is mine.
I think Kyle's rolled it.
Oh, was it on the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mine. I did drop it earlier.
Whose
Okay.
it is, because it looks the same.
Hey, mine. I don't have one.
It could be mine. It might have fell out of one of these bags. But
It's one of ours. Does it have yellow or white?
White.
It's not mine.
It's probably Kyle's.
Probably
Probably
Kyle's. Incoming.
So yeah, with
Wow. Didn't
so
even
with
make
that, making toasts. Unless there's anything else, the fanfare calls through
I'm
the
gonna look
mansion.
at my magic goblet.
it. To hell with that, buddy.
I'm gonna throw it up, firebolt it.
oh.
You no longer a germaphobe, Icarys?
There's a shard
Is your
of glass
intent to
falling
destroy
our eyes.
it?
Ah, dude,
Okay.
It's on the
So you
phone
guys
now.
see a metallic shine fly through the air, and then suddenly a detonating like a firework,
Maybe I should have shot it. before
firing
you hit
over
it.
top.
Forge, take a shot.
I was about to say, you hear, "Is it time?"
Sid will get out on that.
Pass me that.
One of the gnarly, muscular
Depends on
statues
how much
of Rhyse,
you want.
its
You
head
want a
just
Dragonfell?
Stop blowing holes in my ship.
And then just like men's too, like, but now it's got like a owl face.
Is this food
Just glaring.
After an hour, the food turns back into dirt.
That's
We've
true.
been
Can I
eating
take
dirt
it
this whole
outside?
So
time.
right, like as everyone's kind of
Damn,
calmed down,
bite
you know, how
is-
on Thanksgiving you all kind of undo the belts and you just sit at the
Can
chair.
I bring something in?
You guys kind of just hang out for a bit, and as you're
I wanna
going for
bring
like a
in
last
this-
bite, it just.
Oh, I guess. Oh, you can just dust the dirt off. It will just sink into the floor.
Someone
Wanna
just,
just sink into
someone
the
just starts
table if
snapping
Rhyse
their
wants it
fingers
to?
rapidly, and one of the maids comes over with like another plate of like a dessert from his kitchen.
I'll do like a table swap, so it's like.
It falls out of the ground and it comes back up.
Oh, neat.
I think I hit something.
Couldn't
Oh,
have
you
done that
definitely-
every song?
Turby's just like, this place is weird.
Do I need to
think
go
I
for
have
the
one.
Dragonfell, or does the Hero's Feast take care of that?
Well, that depends if your guy was actually wanting Dragonfell.
Are you gonna
so
do it?
far, I haven't passed any of the actual ale
okay.
out.
Yeah, the ale has not been
since
used.
it has a hard kick even
Yes.
for the next day, and we have a big fight the next day.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
no.
you just gave me some lessons.
No worries. It is recording once more.
Well, because
Oh, that's good.
Forge was a little worried I was giving him it, but I chose not to.
After the
He's already getting plastered from the
Yeah.
magical booze.
unless anyone else was doing anything. After the feast, I would stop Shadowbane.
All right, and like a private.
Yeah, I would just while everyone's like mingling, like, oh, Shadowbane, I just had a quick question. If you could.
Yeah.
How exactly do you talk to your god?
Magic.
Take off the helmet.
Well, so you start off. Wait, are you mean like me talk to them, or
No,
as in
I
how
mean,
you
like-
start talking?
Yeah, I mean, how would someone who hasn't really talked to a god, their god, talk to them?
Oh, she's good with words.
0 charisma.
I'm just kidding.
Plus 0.
No, that's a good question. Well, see, I just have, spells I can cast to talk to them.
I mean, do I need to like walk off into a dark cave by myself like you do, or
You gotta meld into the wall.
Do I meld into the stone?
do I sink into the earth, or do I?
I mean, most of it's just belief. But if you try hard enough, and you have to connect with that god. Think about. Well, I've learned about mine, so I mean, if you know anything about them, you'd probably sit down and do some sort of ritual for it.
Yeah, somewhat from what I remember.
Do you need help with this?
I don't. How
Who are you trying to contact?
Bahamut.
I believe he's
I would have a vague idea of who that is. Wouldn't I, Curtis?
Yeah, because all gods are well known.
Like you know that
he's the good version.
The general principle likely still applies. You've only ever really done it personally in one avenue, but
right.
The general idea would likely remains the same. To have a direct connection like that usually would require like clerical devotion and like that receipt of power, but that can only happen when someone reaches out. So that would be the very beginning step.
I suppose we could try something. Let's go off. Okay. So I assume in the mansion there's some sort of room for devotion.
For anything you want.
Right?
Yeah, there's plenty of rooms. I think one room was devoted to like all the gods that Rhyse had talismans to. So there's one room full of shrines, like a big cathedral hall almost.
Would Bahamut be in here?
Sure. I'll start walking up that way.
That's a main one.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So yeah, you guys make your way that way. Crest past some of the drunken dwarves who are playing in the fountain. Wrestling, rather. More like wrestling. And step into this large, 2-story vaulted ceiling with, just different pedestals of different deities. And then you
yes, it is weird.
Step to the one that has Bahamut iconography.
So, do you have any iconography of yourself that you have that is connected to one Bahamut? Or anything linked to religious at all?
I'll think for a second, and then I just kind of motion at myself.
Oh, godlike, huh?
Good to know.
Silver Dragonborn.
So what I'll start doing is on the floor I'll start drawing out little symbols, and basically setting up almost like a commune spell. Just trying to picture draconic symbols or anything I remember that's draconic at all.
Yeah, make a religion check, actually.
Make a what?
A religion check.
Gotcha.
I mean, would I remember anything from, like, my people? Like.
Yeah, you can make one too, actually. This will be, like, you helping him.
Religion?
Yeah.
Not great.
Let's see what.
Soft 20.
That's pretty good.
Not great, huh?
If I doubt myself, my roll's really good.
Always doubt yourself.
She always does.
Did you hear that?
What'd you get?
21.
Okay, so yeah, between the both of you, you do the same kind of initial emblems and placements, but then you make alterations to it with the draconic nature of Bahamut. And with her help, kind of guiding your hand in a few ways, you create an array of sigils that seem to be aligned to Bahamut.
Seems like Bahamut would play Blizzball.
I'll hold out my metal gauntlet hand
I mean, it makes sense. He is
towards her and say, "Are you ready to try your first step?"
Oh,
she's gonna walk the path.
Sure.
We'll see what happens.
Don't piss him off.
Do I just take your?
Pissed him off.
Do I just like? Okay, I'll take.
Yeah, and then I will draw the last symbol on the spell, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, so are you effectively casting the commune spell?
Yeah, pretty much. Basically, I'm casting it with the intent of directing it towards someone else. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
kind of melding us two together into one.
I see, okay.
And we'll see if that aligns with
Driving
what my god wishes to do.
Interesting. Okay, let's have both of you make wisdom checks.
Speed dialing.
Just
Is
add
it-
your wisdom mod.
Yeah.
5.
Hopefully this ain't someone bad.
Only got that picked up was Lady Gaga, though.
19.
What'd you get?
11.
Okay.
Let's hope it's
Somebody
not the one that hates us.
responded.
It's Clem. He says hello.
My name is Shenron.
Okay.
What is your wish? Oh, sweet.
As you take his hand,
Never mind. You didn't collect my ball.
let's get. Let's see. What kind of music can we do here?
I arm wrestle Shadow.
I think he wins.
I think he wins, yeah.
He probably wins.
He probably throw
No, actually, he's not all that physically strong as I recall.
No.
Wait, what's your strength modifier?
I got +1.
+3.
Oh, you're way stronger now.
Oh, you throw him.
Well, your bonus you might be higher, but your rolls haven't been that
We're not gonna talk about that.
Here it is. Let's do this.
Shadow has his god amplifying his.
Shadow's at disadvantage because he doesn't know what an arm
Okay.
wrestling is.
Just wait until he goes Super Saiyan.
Let's see. So you take each other's hands, finding a comforting spot in front of all these sigils. You release the magical divine essence of the spell into the ether, trying to coagulate your essences together, basically, and send it upright to Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. Both of you guys, with your eyes closed, focusing outward, trying to make contact, as if stretching beyond yourself, projecting beyond your mortal form.
I like if it helps, I'll also try to think of my father and like any of the probably the wise people of my village.
Okay. A moment passes of nothingness. The stillness of the air of the cathedral is the only thing that you're greeted with.
I'll peek my eye open. I'll close it.
Okay.
You are blinded.
There's an empty solace in the air. You do feel a connection to each other.
Okay.
The magic has connected you in some fashion. Another moment passes. Darkness, but outside of yourself, not just the back of your eyelids, but true darkness from beyond. And then the sounds of rushing water.
Actually, you just call me.
It sounds like the water crashing lightly against stone. This is much different than the sensation you felt, Shadowbane. What was once a distant warmth and presence is instead a coolness and an awareness. And you get the sensation that you recognize as the ability to send forth one question.
Gotcha.
You've never had this spell cast, so you don't know that question is there. You just hear this presence, and you're like, "This is beyond. This is much different than scrying. There's an emptiness, but I'm not here right now." So you have one question, Shadowbane.
Oh shit.
Oh snap.
What is her quest?
What is your wish?
What is your favorite color?
Blue. No, wait, yellow.
This is interesting.
Are you gonna become religious?
I don't know.
I have a potential follower with me here. I feel you are a different presence than the presence that I normally go
Say your
to.
god? Ah, darn.
Would you please take her into your guidance or allow her to become aware of your presence within her life? That's all I ask from you.
Do I hear him talking?
You do, but he sounds far,
Oh, okay.
like down a tunnel to your right.
I'm gonna like whisper and like Shadowbane.
No voice.
No voice from her.
Oh no!
So you beseech Bahamut to acknowledge and give Belwyn a sign.
We should have talked about this.
He speaks in the third person.
You did talk about it.
Belwyn.
Okay, let's try this.
In the darkness, the crashing of waves kind of intensifies for a moment.
Is arising. Arise.
And you just hear a voice.
Yeah.
Familiar, masculine, hard to place.
It's your dad.
Child.
Didn't know Bahamut's a fairy.
That's it. That's it. One word.
Yes?
As you call out yes, the sounds of the waves die down. And eventually the darkness of whatever you stepped into dissipates into the darkness of your mind, and you slowly open your eyes. Both of you in the cathedral, the sigils scattered and burned on the floor.
He spoke to me.
Hey, that's a good sign. Usually, gods aren't so nice about this sort of stuff, but I'm glad yours was. You had a good experience.
I mean, I've only ever heard, I don't know, stories about him. I guess I wasn't old enough to really be a part of his divineness, I guess. I knew my father spoke to him sometimes. Do you think my father's with him?
There is potential. I think so. If you believe he is with him, there's a good chance. Are you choosing to go a religious path, or are you just?
I guess I haven't.
Interested.
I haven't decided yet. I guess I've seen so many of you have such strong influences with greater powers. I feel like it would only be I'd be fulfilling some kind of destiny of sorts if I joined his ranks. I come from a long line of people that were devout to him. So I feel like if I didn't continue that,
Sid views himself as a god.
I don't know. I've just never spoken to him before.
I'm sorry, Teddy. He sees Teddy as a god.
Well, you need help. I can help.
Time will become a great wood.
Like Belwyn just kind of like smiles, and like her eyes just get like a little wet. She's like, I've been alone for so long, and just to know that there's something else out there.
Oh, her Sid stuff got to her.
I did like the Cinder.
It is nice having a presence to go to.
Can I be alone with his shrine for a bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll get up, acknowledge, or give you a head nod.
I'll look at, try to see what's under his helmet. Okay.
Take out a straw. Hurry, take out the straw. That's how we show it.
I'll walk out, and I'll go to Rhyse and ask him for another cathedral room. That way, we can have two different ones going.
Okay. So yeah,
right,
you find Rhyse, his belt and food adorned on his chest. He is a full gnome.
Yeah, I'll just
Instead of a half gnome.
wave my hand and just poof. There you go.
It takes so much effort.
This big vaulted like Disney door just appears
through his arm, and a lot of the food.
I'll give him a smack on the full belly.
Oh.
You ate too much.
The dwarves grimace from the table. Oh! As your big gauntlet slaps him on the tummy.
That's a real gauntlet.
You walk away from him and step through the threshold into a new cathedral room of sorts.
Yay.
What do you do?
Tell us your god.
So I'll sit up in the middle, because I'll look over. First, I'll look over all the different religious iconography.
Yep.
Take it all in, because I don't think I've ever been in this room.
No.
This is a brand new room, so definitely not.
It mirrors the other one, but do you remember some of the deities that you had?
So it definitely has all of the good deities.
He's hit up like 7 places for the tokens.
Yeah.
So Paylor.
So all the good ones, probably a few like
Neutral.
A couple of the darker ones that aren't even.
Probably not any
The
of the
gambly one and
any of the dark ones.
Yeah,
That's in the basement.
Could have gotten a deep gnome.
So yeah, most of the good aligned main deities. Nothing, that nothing that you recognize personally, other than from a studious point of view.
Unless, like, if he wants a
I'll walk-
specific god, he could ask me, and I can.
The one that he follows is not in here.
Okay.
For sure.
I'll walk into
probably
the,
more
He's a
the
Saiyan.
middle of the room. I'll start setting up basically the same ritual
Mm-hmm.
that she has. I'll put the small talisman that I always use in the middle. And then, actually beside the sigil, I'll put the Raven Queen talisman that I had from that back when we were infiltrating.
That's right. The
bought
Chantry
that.
medallion.
So I'll put that off to the side,
Okay.
not within the direct
Right.
sigil or whatever.
Good idea.
I don't think you're trying to contact the Raven Queen.
That would be bad.
No.
He might.
But
I mean, you.
My lord, they believe.
Oh,
I
there
will
you are.
cast Commune again.
Okay.
But now
Nukas.
reaching out to my Vizeran.
Okay.
Yeah, she's like, oh.
You set
This
forth.
is a lot easier to invade.
At this point, you've done this many a time. This one is like muscle memory from this spell casting of your own design. You lay out the sigils.
Sweet.
You create the designation. Do you remove the helmet?
Hmm?
You're alone.
Yeah, I do.
What does he look like? What does he look like?
As your helmet collects by
Wait a
your
minute.
side,
Somebody break in. Break in!
you close your eyes and focus your concentration into the spell. And eventually you feel that warmth in front of you dissipate and scatter to the sky.
Remove the helmet. Let's find him.
A moment passes.
Lots
Darkness
of stuff.
takes you.
There's
Snacky
pizza
stuff.
over there. Why don't you eat some?
Cookies.
It doesn't take long
Crackers and shit.
before
No, the crackers in
a very
That was,
distant,
Harvey Birdman.
orbule of orange light illuminates once more.
He's touching my jerky.
It seems further away than it's been in the past, and it seems fainter,
Would have expected Captain Felcher to be your character.
but it is there nonetheless, and it seems it is aware of your presence.
Rubble, 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 rubble.
I'm here again before potentially the final days of most of the people that I have been aligned with.
Okay.
So, I have some questions.
About his best
Well,
friend, Owen?
now, is the choice for Belwyn right? Did I do the right deed?
Taste the explosion. That's not promising.
Oh, do you have
The box ripped and rerolled in a bag.
There's a slight pause before the
She's
dark,
gonna need more than one.
the low voice kind of echolates around you. Unclear.
I don't like this.
Turning away
Kind of
from me. Unclear.
Oh, God.
What color? Color should go for red? Ah, you piece of shit.
I can accept that. It seems that her choice
Tasteless.
put her fate in her hands.
Jeez, that was the loudest opening of the drink ever. Come on.
It's like ripping off a
I didn't
band.
hear any of that.
She just tried to subtly open this Mountain Dew and
It was not so.
I tried to do it so
basically
fast.
cracked a hole through the lid.
His deity's cracking a cold one with his boy.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. Just like,
Put it in her own hand.
I'm like, oh, I gotta wait for a non-awkward moment.
that was Belwyn trying to sneak in there to see without the helmet. God, broke the key, damn it.
Like a torch,
You believe-
the energy kind of wavers, but is still there.
You seem a little farther away. You still have my back.
There is a long pause, one that makes your heart sink for a moment. Before, yes.
Shadowmane's gone.
Yes.
Dark,
He is Cecil, Dark Knight.
he is dark. He
Do you know where Albatross is?
Ooh. Don't worry, blame it on me.
Sorry, I tripped.
So it's
Oh, my
yes.
It'd be really weird if God just said no.
And then it would say, far.
Okay.
Made a few words.
At that point, unless you say any parting words, some of the energy starts to waver and pull away from you. And just before the light snuffs, you hear the voice once more. Call upon judgment. And the energy dissipates. And the darkness around you kind of returns to your form. And you open your eyes. Gather
I'm
yourself.
still sitting there. I'll put the helmet back on.
Ah, crap.
So you push the helmet back on just as a Rhyse walks in the door.
So, is it good? Do you like it?
I take the maul and I actually smash the Raven Queen talisman
Yes.
and Divine Smite it.
Okay. So just as you walk in, you just see him stand up and just.
That's when Rhyse is like, no.
Flash of divine light, and there is not a trace of that medallion afterwards.
Without turning around, I'll tell him it served its purpose. Thank you.
Oh, good. Give it to Shadow.
Good.
God, I love it. I'm gonna get him in my guild.
No.
Well,
And then I'll go. Wait, are you still there?
Rhyse is still in
yeah,
there.
I'm in the doorway. I guess I'll leave you to your smashing religious stuff.
Smashing.
So,
Thank you.
Smashing.
smashing.
And I'll actually start going down and start drawing more symbols on the floor.
Okay.
In the middle. This time, I'm attempting to cast Planar Ally and trying to call forth Ogdros.
Who?
Ogdros.
Annie?
Does he look like you? Is that
Take
what's
off
on
the
your
helmet.
Okay, so this
Maybe.
takes 10 minutes. So after a few minutes, you might realize that he's not paying you any attention and is doing something very ritualistic. And this one
Muttering to himself.
has some components, but it's primarily like he waves his hands around in gestures, and it's like
Rhyse is like, oh, I need to share. for
light
this.
kind of traces it in the air and then dissipates and returns and stuff. So he's casting a spell. One that you recognize is pretty powerful.
Okay, I'll
Backs out,
I'll
closes the door.
I'll enter, but I'll close the door. So I'm in there with him, just us.
Okay.
But I'll leave him.
Yeah, you keep
to
it.
do
You keep a
his.
distance, but you remain inside. Okay. Okay, so you spend the next 10 minutes casting that. You know,
Just pizza.
speak the
Not
name.
cool.
Okay. I mean, I'm just reading through
I went
the.
ahead and read through the spell.
Sweethearts?
Yeah, I'm just reading through it myself.
Pop rocks?
No.
And since I had connection there, I wasn't sure about the whole payment idea,
My hands are
rather
small, so I
than
can reach in it.
it was more of a
Oh, thank you.
Well, the
I owe
cre-
you,
yeah,
you owe me,
and
you owe me
I'm okay
type
with
thing.
that. Definitely because the creature's not like top tier powerful.
We're adults.
right.
Right, it's nowhere near the limits of what the spell would allow.
It's
So-
not somebody I know trying to, but
Yeah.
she doesn't know if it's gonna work. So
Right.
They're not very good games.
They weren't when we were kids either.
And you already had a past rapport with this thing, right?
yep, that was his. Like half of his backstory was with this.
Yeah.
With this what?
Dang.
Fucker.
You may find out.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm not there.
Let's see what we can do with this.
Potion?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Yeah, I was basically leaving this all up in your hands.
Yeah.
I like to do that too.
Go DM, do.
Shows me a vampire, so I
How
can think.
could be experiment?
Okay, so you start casting the spell, and it's a very labored process. By the end of this casting, you're going to be kind of tired. Because you're putting a lot of your life force kind of into this, and extending it to the ends of your hands as you trace all these sigils in the air. From an outside perspective, it seems like he's doing, nonsensical gestures, and then pausing and waiting, and then those gestures are moving without his hands moving around him. And then once you've drawn them in the air, they start to kind of circle around you.
It's too small.
So these sigils, once illuminated, stop and rotate around his form. Until about a dozen or so of these different runic symbols and sigils begin to kind of oscillate around his form. Of, white divine light.
I'm ashamed.
He hasn't touched a pussy.
By the end of the 10 minutes, his entire hand from the forearm down is glowing with this bright white light.
I was gonna say gone.
Bright to giving 10, 20 feet of light off of his hands. As you finish the spell, you bring your hands together and you say the name of this creature. And in all of the sigils stop and push forward into a space of your choosing, I assume right in front of you.
Yep.
Within it was within 60 feet. So right in front of you, they then begin to swirl faster and faster until they all kind of meld together and keep spinning. There's this velocity. It's not you don't feel any wind or anything, but it's just rapidly.
But you do feel something.
It's rapidly cycloning in front of him, and suddenly it dissipates. And right there in front of him is this dark, gnarled hellhound. Black, pitch black hide flesh with a head that kind of jaggedly comes out to an ember red mane, and then parts of its flesh seem to be kind of broken open, and you can see within its core is this magma, and it's
Are they looking for the gatekeeper?
sharp, jagged fangs, black onyx eyes, and it just and it looks up to you. And what do you say to it?
Hi, doggo.
Is he Hades?
I'll look into its face. What was it?
Oh no.
Hold on, repeat yourself.
What was it? Oh crap.
Yeah, you can speak. What do you say to it as it stands?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome.
This thing's big too.
Yeah.
This is a, mastiff of a dog, right? It is a
Yeah, that's
big.
what I was about to ask you. I was trying to ask how tall it was.
I mean, if you're 6 foot, on its legs, it's probably 5 feet.
Damn.
It's it's bigger than a Great Dane.
So it's peace size almost.
Basically, yeah.
I'll kind of
it's
get
basically
down just a slight hair and oh gosh, do you remember me?
It lets out these gnashing, kind of dark grunts. Do you speak Abyssal?
Yeah.
Does Rhyse speak Abyssal?
Does May?
It's not in there. Shut up.
Does she?
He speaks all demon language.
I would have.
Even Cthulhu is.
I don't speak it. I understand it.
There's a no.
Okay, so you do not understand what is being said, but suddenly they begin communicating in this dark, guttural language that you probably recognize as Abyssal, but you don't understand. It says to you,
None of your business.
Indeed, I do. You're the one that fed me all those years.
And this glee kind of comes over it.
It's good to see you.
Oh.
It's good to see you too. You ready for some more chaos?
If you bring me blood and flesh, always.
I'm starting to think my opinion of shadows went up.
Way up.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna have a heyday. Let's I'll give you the sign. You'll know what our target is.
Yeah. Now you can't miss it.
Is that just
Okay, so it kind of
hold it in until we get near it.
dick?
Yeah. So you'll basically summon it,
You don't remember my
on in action.
Yes.
So it kind of acknowledges
Yeah,
you,
it's a lizard.
and then it kind of takes a step back, and it lets out this
Straight up dick.
guttural roar, and it just dissipates as it roars into darkness.
And the smoke goes into his.
Gotcha.
And the smoke kind of pulls into your palm and then disappears.
Damn, boy!
That was dope.
And then the room is filled with still energy once more. And Rhyse with his eyes wide open in the distance.
He's like,
I'll take a second.
I shouldn't have ate so much turkey.
Turn over to Rhyse.
I must be drunk.
Just look at him for a second.
And then he ripped
What was
his
that?
hands.
Old friend. Before I met you all.
Oh,
Okay.
good. Good.
Thought I had the scariest dog.
Okay. Well, that's enough religion stuff for me today.
Spider?
And
Or
I
so
leave
you like a giant ant. Or so you thought.
You remember Peace?
I was there for peace.
She was not.
She died. Peace died right before we
Sad.
met her.
Right after we got the mini board.
And then I'll set up camp right here.
At least we can
actually.
use the mini
Okay. And you set up
Get ready
for
for
Use the mini now.
Yeah.
and you set up for your long rest within this cathedral. Nice.
Yep.
Rhyse skulks out.
I hate religion.
You hear May. That was odd. He hasn't fallen into darkness, has he?
He falls.
His name is Shadow, babe.
He's like Riku. Step in the dark.
That creature was evil.
It sounded pretty mean. So, I mean,
He was hanging out with Sid, though.
yeah. Then the Sid.
Well, he's on our side. So
Yeah.
I guess that's what matters.
Well, that should be an interesting time.
Wait until he summons that for the friends, does it?
So many.
Oh, that's
And
normal.
at that point, she's like, "Yes, we. Everyone definitely needs their rest. Don't put me back in the drawer, please."
Oh, yeah. That was a.
You could have gave her own room.
Could have let her watch me listen.
We don't know that Mew
Me
is
gotta stay in
there.
the room.
Oh, Rhyse knew. He prefers an audience.
I guess,
he performs better under pressure.
He tied himself up.
Well, I guess I'll
Go to your bedchambers.
go to my bed chambers. I guess that kind of gave me this weird idea. Could I be like, have some of my like maids be like, here, take May and give her like a spa day.
Sure, yeah.
He looks up, he's like,
Oil her up,
Yeah,
you know,
oil her
shiner,
up, shiner,
they're all
polisher.
pretty.
Sure.
Damn, real
That could
good.
totally be a thing.
Sharpen that energy.
She'll be very confused at first, and then, but yeah, no, she'll
He's like, he never.
she'll come around to it. Mud bath,
Has like little cucumber.
just sinks to the
like,
bottom, and then comes back up with cucumber eyes.
So much stress in
Because I mean,
these
there is a
bones.
face on the hilt now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Doesn't take care of you.
Sid will return your
Well, he's so busy, you know. Spider Queen's not easy to serve.
So many comments on you.
He's engaged now.
I don't need to RP it,
got
but
his
like when I
other
was
woman
when I was left
shooter.
in there with the Bahamut idol, I would have probably like talked to him a little bit, like asked him like, said hi,
Right.
how are you? I'd probably ask if my father is there, and if so, I hope they both look down upon me and protect me in battle and whatnot.
Just send those prayers upward.
And then Sid will also be looking for Belle to give her her trinket back.
This is true.
What's your zodiac symbol?
Once you finally kind
Cancer.
of,
What's your pronoun?
once you kind of feel comfortable leaving, you step out, and then within the tower, straggling around, like, where is she? Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Yeah. Well, he's looking around. He's had one of the maids lead him around.
Where is she?
Good job, Teddy.
Around the corner.
You found
Wait,
her.
we're looking for someone? I want my
Oh,
family
good job,
back.
Teddy. You found Belle.
So I get my item back.
You do. So now the only difference is there's
So I'm
a red
attaching it
drop
to
in
my
the
star.
very middle of it. That seems to like hum.
Rhyse, what did? Oh yeah, Rhyse. Sid, what did you do with this?
Well, hold it for a second.
You kind of concentrate on it, and what does it do?
Oh,
you
well,
can feel
you can-
Rise's heart going.
Well, you can feel a beating presence, and then you can. It's like kind of like compassy. You can kind of feel
Where he is.
where
Like,
it's
Yeah,
tethered.
It's like a guiding.
It's your red string of love. Without being
It's a guiding pull.
And then he will explain it. He's like, yeah, so that's Rise's heartbeat and where he is located, kind of.
It's like combining.
I'm not connected to him,
A
so it
heart
doesn't work
with,
for me.
Yeah, no, it's not like
the
like
compass
you know
from
exactly where he is, but you
Jack.
just know a vague
Like you can tell his direction.
direction.
That way.
Yeah.
I'll-
It's that way versus that way. Like you know.
I'm gonna leave
the
my
compass
staff
from
up
the-
against the wall, and I'm gonna reach down and pick up Sid and hug him.
Oh,
Sid hates affection.
no, he doesn't. Sid loves affection. He just
No,
doesn't
he
handle
doesn't.
it.
He
Oh.
likes gold.
I'll sit him down. Like, You should probably get some rest.
Good stuff. I'm great at this stuff. I don't get to do it a lot. We're, always running and going and getting killed and dead.
Well, after tomorrow, I'm sure the running and the going and the not being dead thing will probably not be happening.
That's the plan, right? We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
It's on my to-do list.
Gotta go back to the capital, settle down for a while, avoid giant city-eating monsters.
Oh, Sid, Lucy and King, they were okay.
It eats itself.
I heard at the table.
Oh yes.
How the fuck did I get back at the seventh heaven?
Get people into the keep. A lot of the guild members we were manning.
No, Teddy!
It seems like Elrich is still pretty injured.
What's with the whip and the chains?
That's
you'll see.
not ideal, but as long as Lucy's safe,
He seems to be
fine.
wrestling through it.
That's good. That sounds like it.
Yeah.
Freddy's strung up to the wall.
Stoic man.
What the hell are they doing?
It looked like he was waiting for something. I couldn't tell what, but
Took my whole bit,
He's waiting for us.
I hope so. Yes.
And that's why you should be careful reaching out when someone reaches their hand.
Oh yes,
They
it's
might
great
Michael Myers you.
sentiment, ain't it?
Yes.
I know that the thrumming always made me feel better. Because, his castle also has, or his tower also has a beating presence.
Am I able to insight who's?
Well, he's told you before.
I think
about
he's told
that.
everybody.
Have I?
What powers his place?
Wait, it's your dad, right?
Sorry.
Oh,
I think you told her that. Yeah.
I redact. Retcon.
You were very familiar with Sid's backstory.
You only get 3 retcons.
I think she might be the only one other than Draven that knew that was your father.
Yes, the other ones I've just vaguely said it was some important.
It's someone, yeah.
I spent a lot of alone time with him before.
Well, I look forward to, after this is all said and done, saving your brother's soul and maybe even meeting your mother.
I look forward to that as well.
Will he go see his mom?
Find out next time on
If we all don't die.
Is there anything else people want to do before we begin?
No.
The final
I have something for the morning.
Just not doing a thing, but just making note that on 14th level, I have battle magic, which, master the art of weaving spellcasting and weapon use to a single harmonious act. When you use your action to cast a bard spell, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action.
Nice.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Keep remembering on that. That'll be handy for us.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I think
That'll
I
be
should have
handy.
got some more, but
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, I'm
The
good.
only
gotta
other thing
look
I'm
into
planning to do is going out and having myself
Just
some
oiling her
wine with
gear, petting titty.
2 glasses, one for
Petting
Lona
kitty.
who's not there,
Said
but
petting
the elven
titty.
wine she gave me.
Right.
Really,
That's
last
more
thing I got
just
is-
to-
We probably won't all
What
die.
happened right
That's a
go in.
personal.
If I die,
Yeah, that's
she
like a
makes me
final kind of thing.
So
Yeah.
we'll give you a sweet
ship
ass
on
burial.
a
It's gonna be
message,
badass.
paper or
Good
something.
warrior
Or
stuff.
communicate.
Oh god, yeah.
I'll have to buy a
You also,
bird.
I mean, they
How
probably
many
wouldn't work within the
citywide
city
death
too.
fights
That's the
have you ever
problem.
seen?
Platinum statue of
That's why I
you.
need a bird. Like Sokka. Message
A demon
that
lord.
doesn't like.
Yeah, I hate you at
I'm
first.
just gonna keep these sandals.
Go!
He's mine now.
Dude, those
Bye,
things
bitch.
are honestly one of the greatest. These things.
You revive it.
And these things.
Comfy,
Now you
yeah.
know who's the
Well,
best.
leggings, but girls like them for a reason.
Dude, there is a reason they like it.
Leggings.
Oh, they're awesome.
You all finally fall asleep in your own respective private chambers, and that's where we're gonna take a break. And I'm gonna go pee, and then we will come back and begin
That's a good idea.
The final contender.
I'm still gonna sleep outside.
Nah, I got drink.
All right.
intermission.
He does got the nug.
So
So,
let's-
on to battle we go.
Let's
again.
slide back into the game here.
That potty break took a little long time.
You all awaken,
I need to
and you begin to ready yourselves, and there's already that tension in the air, like just knowing presence of danger on the horizon.
Oh, so
Yes.
my mantle.
Dang, I gotta pick one of them.
The ghost veil?
Yes, that's what
Well, that's
mantle
mine.
lets me
Flame Nails and
understand
Guardian are both concentration.
creatures telepathically.
Use the one that's more.
I don't need to understand them, but as long as
Because
they
it'll
know
eat
language
you,
I
and it'll
know.
be further.
Right. So you have to.
Right now it's
You wouldn't have
best
under.
if you
Well,
would.
Could I?
No, because you.
no, because the communication would have then been up here. So it's pure telepathy. So like you could have dived into his mind, but it wouldn't have had. He wouldn't have been talking to you, so there wouldn't have been a.
Okay.
Yeah, just on the question.
You could have been like,
Tree or
"Hey man,
beast?
what are you saying?" And he would have stopped and be like, "Huh?" And then he could have talked to you with his mind.
Okay.
But it's like speaking with a different language in a way, you know. He'd have to consciously choose to be using telepathy and talking to you. But that is a good note that does let you pretty much communicate with anything with an intelligence above 4.
Now, I will say that when Brandon summons this creature, I'd like to see if I can identify it.
No.
As a hellhound?
It probably won't be hard, but I'll have you roll. Because I don't think you guys have fought them down here. But he summoned spectral versions of them with his spirit guardians.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So it's gonna look like a meteor, hunkier, real version.
Chunky boy.
Yeah.
Just because I've never seen him do this before, so it'd be like interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's what you guys got.
Been wasting this ability this whole time. Could have saved us like 100 times.
Piece 2, you look so big.
Thing gets 2 shot.
Yeah.
Summon another one. It doesn't work like that.
Just do it again.
But let's see. You guys awaken. Everyone,
Takes 10 minutes.
everyone gets
Do it
ready.
anyways.
You know, like I said, there's just this kind of acknowledgement of like, this is the day.
It's the final countdown.
You're outside
Yep.
first.
Always.
Everyone else prefers the mansion, but they respect your wish to stay outside.
That's not true. I don't.
One of the scouts,
I'm never staying with that guy again.
one of the elves,
It
returns
was only 3 days. of
with
silence.
a distraught look on their face.
Oh no.
And they
Another
come,
horse.
they come up to you and they say, where is it? Yeah, they basically just say, you need to see this. Get everyone.
Alright.
Oh shit.
I'll head. I'm assuming they're all still gonna be in
Primarily the
the
mansion and tower and tree.
At the beginning of the day, I'll go ahead and cast
I'm
Death
just
Ward on
awake
myself
early.
before we do anything.
Good, good. Death Ward is on your person.
I'll head to the mansion
All
and
right.
find who I can first, since I'm not gonna go to him first.
Shortly, surely, Elrich goes door to door, waking the people that aren't already getting ready, and then you tell the paladins to like.
I guess I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go door to
They're
door.
kinda like
I've
lots
never
of
looked at
nearly
anyone's
crackling.
actual plays.
Like some are readying, others are like sharpening their blade. Oh, is this Pop Rocks?
Yeah.
Wait, want some?
No.
They're rad or
I gotta
rad.
talk for like 8
Oh, really?
8 more hours. So
Oh god, that's the one I got.
he's just like sharpening his blade. He's like, "What's the matter?"
We got something to see. Let's get everybody awake and heading out.
He kind of nods and sheaths his sword, and he too starts. Him and the paladin start getting, and pretty quickly, you have people at your door telling you that
I guess aside from the people,
something needs
early-
to be seen.
Early rising people.
All right. I'll go wake Rhyse up.
Okay. Rise, awaken. Everyone.
Get your ass up.
Went in there to where Gromph.
Once everyone's rallied,
Wake up, Zephyr.
you guys step out of the mansion. The door
And then,
remains
turn
there,
over right where you were.
and you guys
He's
crest
awake.
up the minute to 2 trek that kind of winds up to that overlooking perch. And as you're walking, you just hear a loud quake and feel a tremor.
Sounds like some shit's happening before we arrive.
Kind of like
Shenanigans.
just vibrates along the ground, all
There?
emanating
Come on, man. We
away
need
from you.
Good, positive mood.
We can tell it's coming from in front of us.
He didn't
It's
activate
coming.
it yet, did he?
Captain must keep his
Grin at this point is coming out.
steel.
No, he was explicit in
Doesn't
that we
general,
would
that's
call
how
him
it
to
is.
initiate the ritual.
I
so
will
that-
take off running.
Okay.
Wait, whisper.
Too bad.
I'll hop on him and ride.
I'm as subtle as a fart.
Let's go.
Rides up.
Sid will also go.
And you guys all trot forward for the next minute until you get to the actual overlook. And
I'm going to take my flask
Honestly?
and Thomas went home.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure I'm not going
He was
crazy.
getting really tired and he had some homework he had to go do.
Sure, that's fair. Just make sure I'm not
Yeah.
going crazy.
understood.
We send him on love.
But I will give her a shake
Mm-hmm.
and acid
Acid. Okay.
in case I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Who
In
knows?
case he needs to throw
So
acid in your
it
face.
can now pour an
Yeah,
X
pour
amount of
acid.
acid.
So worst
So
comes to worst, I
it's
get
just stoppered and ready for a
We're
squeegee.
taking a hit of that. Oh no!
Yeah, sure.
The power of acid compels
Okay.
you.
As you're readying
Yeah.
that, you guys finally get to the actual overlook, and there you see the Demogorgon.
Oh God, he beat us.
God.
Standing within the city of
Doesn't seem as big
Menzobrannz't,
as he used to.
Causing terror.
climbing over 25 feet tall.
He seemed more menacing coming out of
This
water. Godzilla style.
massive, double-headed, baboon-faced, gnarled creature of a demon lord
I take the ugly one. You take the other.
stands.
They're all the
the
other
ugly
All
one?
the sinew of his muscular form revealing this
get
kind
on
of
my
dark
reference, anybody
ember,
nobody works
you know,
with you.
aura. His back covered in what seems to be like either thick fur or feathers, just kind of emanating down its back. Its double heads kind of looking about. its footsteps are, you know, kind of
Footsteps.
footfalls within that size, but you realize that wasn't the quake. Instead, it's in front of the Demogorgon is this massive spear, effectively compared to it, spiked into the ground.
I wonder if that's his.
It seems to be just made of like a large, dark iron, and stabbed into the earth. He's in one of the many districts towards the center of the city.
I'm gonna turn on, grab Grosman by the front of his shirt.
Grin.
What the fuck his name is?
Whoa.
Get it.
Grab him by the collar.
Yeah.
He's just like he, you know, seeing a demon lord for the first time.
Was he summoned early?
Has he destroyed the city any?
No destruction.
Well, we already knew he was in league with the queen, right? Kind of.
Call him now.
He steps back and pulls out the stone. He's like, "No, now's the time. Do it." Sending's cast, and it's received. And then
we know it takes.
And then it takes a bit. It takes 3 hours, but then you hear a response. Very well.
I still hate that guy. Hope Cleve is okay.
And he has a stone now, and he'll give it to you. You guys look back to the Demogorgon, and it starts to like retch.
Yeah, throw up. Come on.
And from one of its heads, this dark orbule of energy kind of pours out of its mouth and into its tentacled arm. Its arms are this mass of large tentacles that
so beautiful.
Otherwise has a very muscular baboon almost visage.
Demon lords.
These tentacles wrap around this kind of orbule of energy, and it's like looking at an eclipse. It's difficult to look at directly, in a way, but it gives off no light. Instead, it's just this kind of dark mass of, I guess
I'd like to have that.
Purple-escent energy.
A little big for a testicle.
And it wraps it and simply places it atop that, spear, 20-foot-ish tall pike.
His tower's bigger than yours, Sid.
And then unwraps its tentacles from it. And its head's kind of coiled to a side, and the whole creature just dissipates into a big black cloud.
Whoa, Icarys! What the hell's going on here? Demon expert.
Can I make an Arcana? See if I can figure out.
As you go to roll an Arcana, a distant black cloud forms in a different district of the city and forms the Demogorgon.
Whoa!
Slamming down.
He's learned some new tricks since we first saw him and shot at him.
Now it's back to you.
29.
Okay.
That's a huge
This
bitch.
isn't a power that you've known the Demogorgon to possess. It reaches to its back, and now it's positioned different to you. You can see upon its back are two other of these massive pikes of iron. And it just reaches back, wraps the tentacles, and slams with massive force.
We don't want him to place down the last
quaking the earth and stabbing it in, probably
a doorway.
stabbing it several feet into the ground.
Call the dragon.
That's a terrible idea.
What is the dragon going to do?
Stop this.
I cast
Dragon stuff?
Hellhound.
You summon the Hellhound?
Oh god,
Yeah.
another nightmare.
Okay. You guys will.
Beside me.
Yeah, you guys watch as, Shadowbane just does a gesture with his hand, and black energy pours from his palm, wraps his hand like a glove, turns bright white, and he thrusts his hand, and summoning in front of him is this 5-foot muscular hellhound.
I lean over to it. You see that down there?
That's a big bitch.
Yeah.
Wait for my signal.
Kind of like drags its paw on the stone floor.
Basically, just giving it the idea of, hey, look, that's what we're doing.
Okay. Yep.
I really don't think you should summon the big evil dragon thing.
I'm pretty sure we'll talk about the demon thing
And about that point,
later.
again.
Yeah, I'll return to that.
And it just kind of...
I don't know what it's doing, but
We
we have
probably
3
should
hours
stop
to
it.
hold it.
How are we going to stall that thing?
And then the black
There's
cloud.
the dragon.
We have the dragon.
That said, it might help us, maybe.
But the other demon lord isn't even here yet.
Precisely.
It was never going to be a fair fight between
And then
them.
Is the dragon
Black Cloud in
willing
a
to
different
die for
district of the
this?
city.
No, of course it's not. It's probably
Far,
not willing to
you
help
know.
us.
They're not in any particular
It
arrangement.
doesn't matter.
It's not a perfect
he only gave
triangle or
one of
anything.
us the option to use him.
It's just placed in the city and then
But
slammed
whatever
down.
it's doing is bad.
And again, every time the slam, like its footfalls kind of quake a little bit, but like the slam is a
Even
quake.
if we run now, there's no way we can get it to it in
We
time
can't
to stop it.
him.
Yeah, it's taking minutes, so the dragon might take hours to get here.
You do have the black orb, the smoke orb or whatever,
Yeah.
and then it again.
Once again, let's not forget that is the scariest, most evil thing we've ever seen.
Try not to think on that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Curtis's description was the scariest, most evil thing we've ever encountered.
We hadn't seen Loth yet.
Well, till this point.
I mean,
you haven't.
You've seen demon lords up close. This is just the one known as the Prince of Demons.
No, I'm talking about the dragon thing.
I don't think he described it as
Pretty fucking gnarly as well.
If you think he can stall him for the next 3 hours, I'd do it.
Or maybe he joins.
At this point, it swirls into a black cloud.
As interesting as it is to worry about, we don't have that
So
option.
you do use the orb?
We're gonna fight the fucking thing.
Here we go.
So the Demogorgon disappears into a black cloud. You squeeze and puncture and pop the black marble. Better get the battery.
That's marketing.
You squeeze your fist tight and pop the black smoke marble. Smoke kind of emanates through your clenched
broke
fingers, and this cold chill kind of wafts over all of you. Nothing else seems to really occur. The black cloud in the distance. You can see now
See
it's
it
on the
coming
farthest
closer?
end of the city, up on top of Tierbrash, past the Jade Steps, in front of the Chantry. The black cloud reforms and touches down, and you watch as the Demogorgon kind of just
It's time we make a call.
wraps around itself and just sits, cocks its heads down, and just seems to rest.
He's probably preparing for a fight. Remember, he's in league with a god. I'm sure it's not like she didn't figure out what we were doing.
Can't believe a demon lord would bow to a god.
I said he's working with the god. I didn't say he bowed to it.
Yeah, I'm sure that usually works well for them.
At this point, I've only got one idea left, and it's pretty dumb.
What is it?
Wait here for 3 hours so the dragon.
Any
shows up?
ideas? An idea? There, what you got?
Whoever can yell the
Can I
loudest,
figure
just
out what
yell
these
obscenities at it.
Spears.
That has never harmed
globules
anything.
I kind of feel like it gives it a
Get its
teleport.
attention,
Make
maybe.
an
We
Arcana
don't want it
check.
to see us coming, though.
I said it was a dumb idea.
Dumb.
27.
27? It's not arcane.
It's not our.
It's probably setting up its lair.
This is.
But it did seem to be naturally formed. Now make a history check
Ooh, okay.
based on your demonology.
Either way, are we heading down? or
That
what?
would be a 24.
24? Yeah, you might be able to.
You know nothing.
So, the Demogorgon is regaled as the Prince of Demons, and one of its many things that it's revered for is its ability to harness power of its followers in a literal way.
Oh god, it's the Black Towers. Digimon. We gotta destroy them.
This is.
We can't digivolve.
Whatever this is, it's not an arcane magic.
Wouldn't have gathered that from the.
Yeah,
dark
want to be
ritual.
demon magic?
Can we see, when the spears, is there something connecting him, or
Nope.
is they just
They're
just
not.
sitting there?
They're not geometrically placed or anything.
He's not in the middle of them or anything.
With them spiked in the ground, they stand about 15 feet tall, and then have
the globules of glue bomb.
16 feet, two
Could be
stories,
used as
and
way
then the
to
big,
get his
the
followers
spheres. Because of his size, the spheres are probably anywhere from
Like a
5
spit
to
blob?
8 feet spheres.
We could always try to destroy
Some
them.
scholars have claimed that the Demogorgon could actually use the worship of his followers and
So what? Their power staff?
yeah,
stones
to power himself. I guess.
No.
It just seems to be resting at this point.
We'll destroy them on our way. I
Its
guess.
eyes are closed. Its piercing yellow eyes closed.
So we just have to wait.
We still gotta get down
A few
there.
moments have passed at this point as you guys have been kind of talking and surveying. Nothing else has changed. Looking at the city, you would see that
No one's freaking out over the giant demogorgon?
not in the way you would expect.
Damn.
But you also notice that there's little to no civilians running about like there were before.
Can I insight if they made it, if they escaped?
Try.
Hey, girl!
Grin.
25.
Grin will attempt this with a 7.
25.
So he's like looking over the city. It would appear that many a citizen has been evacuated from the city.
It looks
Even
like
our people?
Not all of them, but
Looks like most of the people have been evacuated.
our people in the sense of
Ones we were gonna help get to escape.
I
How
guess.
could you tell the difference?
Well, Grimwood. I mean, you would know people that were with them.
From our
he's looking
giant
over
arch above the city?
Basically, he
areas that would be more popular.
mirrors what Belwyn is saying and mentions that many of what is moving about the city is guard of different status. Clearly,
She's keeping her soldiers.
and then
safe.
you look up to where the chantry or where the Demogorgon is in front of the chantry, and then the two other massive buildings, the Mage Academy that you went up to, where the heart is placed at the top, and then the other one is the Warrior Academy. Both have little to no traction. The occasional foot soldier that would go there takes a massive wide berth of the Demogorgon and goes to or from. But
Can I use my
people aren't running.
Can I use
People
my
aren't
true sight stone?
Oh, interesting. Yep. Use that.
I just want to survey the area.
Well, if they took their people out, you think they took them to the surface?
True sight.
I see a giant baboon with multiple arms.
I believe it's got a limited range.
Range to
I'm
120
assuming they
feet.
still attack it up top.
I mean,
If they had a
Yeah,
demigorgon
unfortunately,
on
they're
their
too
side,
far
obviously she's
away.
pretty confident. No evasion.
Shadow.
But you do see that Faersness energy that is really concentrated in Menzobrannz't, like a dense
town.
fog, whereas everywhere else is very light. It's kind of circulating vaguely around those
So the magical energy is circulating.
It's like two magnets that would move around each other naturally. It's not like one is leaking into the other or like powering it or anything. It's just one has acknowledged the other's presence or, in a way. They're obviously
They're not fighting each other.
Yeah, they're not combating or helping each other. There's just the presence of one has affected the other.
Is there any check I can make to see if I know what the fuck it means?
Arcana?
Arcana +1. 18.
It means Faers's energy is kind of the neutral magic energy, but it's primarily arcane based on how it's funneled and used in the material plane. So basically you deduce what Icarys kind of stated is that energy is primarily arcane and then those orbules are divine.
Shadow, when a deity draws power from its followers,
isn't it reversed? Don't followers draw power from the deity?
Just follow me for a moment.
I try to.
Or interrupt him.
Grin's basically just like, well, with Loth it seemed to be a two-way thing, but she always got out on top.
But when a deity draws powers from its followers, is it pure power, just gaining strength, energy, whatever? Or is it more of they heal?
I suppose it could be a little bit of both. It could be the power or the life essence, depending on your deity. This deity could be essence of all those souls in the city. That's just my guess.
We're gonna wait. I want to try finding good.
Oh, we certainly are.
Okay.
That kind of
Make a
answers your
perception.
There's no direct answer with God.
Oh, that's a natural.
I guess that
Thank
makes
God
sense.
he's not a god.
There's so many.
Apparently, my luck for Lee Boys was not
But is he
We're talking about
trying
like
to be?
Well, now you've
Aren't
cursed
they
me
always
there.
trying to be godlike?
Can we see the...
Oh, by the way, we can ask for that.
32.
Hey, 32.
Yeah.
What'd you get? Or what'd you say?
Can we see where we snuck in from the first time?
The
yes.
big crevice? Yeah.
So that would be from where you are, far to the left, and then slightly in front of that, to the right, would be where one of the spikes are.
I mean, so
Does it look
clearly
like anything's coming out of there to it.
the Demigorgon has set it
In
up.
fact, over
He's
there
figured
is
out what we're doing.
Baron. There's pretty much no
So he's
life
clearly
over there.
set it up so he has the advantage over his opponent.
Of course.
He's no fool.
I really don't think it was necessary to bring another death machine to this battle.
It's been about 5 minutes since.
We don't know if we did.
It's gonna be a long 3 hours. Oh my
Sure.
God.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna doodle because
Thanks
there's
for
not much we
informing
can
us.
do.
You could just
but-
do it.
Would the spears that he placed behave in a weird way of my belts?
What is your belt?
So I can, whenever I throw like my sword.
Oh, like teleport
backwards,
them,
you know,
yeah, I
pull
think
back
I
to
was
the
going
belt.
down and
Mhm.
hacking away
Would
at
his
those
spears like
spears.
pull him
That'd
to
be a good idea
it?
for us to do. Maybe our
He might have created
Hard-
a domain
Hard to
spell.
know way to really
So
tell.
I'm looking for good positions to place it.
Doesn't seem like it.
Maybe he
Two,
created
if
his
I
own
could've played
domain.
It doesn't seem like he's
Good
tethered to the
battle
spike any more than you can deduce that he made whatever he put on top.
As
So
Sid
that's
is doodling in his book.
part
you know,
of his
could it be
own
like-
power.
Because
And
Could
then
it be him
had to
setting up a
fight
domain?
Icarys
Big
has said
Bad Daddy
that that power comes from
You know, most,
reverence, worship.
You know, like
Like
the
a cold
like the
meat on
Beholder
there, yeah.
did, where it had all those
No, I'm just getting
eyes instead of
frustrated,
its layer.
seeing, the way through
Maybe he's
this.
setting up a layer of
Well, I
sorts,
tell
so
you, you
he's
need
got
to
more
be steel.
power.
Maybe.
Heart,
Can
mind, body, and
creatures
soul.
can creatures create
You're
a
not all the way in
temporary
it.
layer?
You die.
I don't know. He's pretty damn powerful. I think he can do whatever the fuck he wants.
But I would
Patience.
I would assume it would take
Come on, your
longer
sword's
than
patience should be
one
your
day.
best.
We don't know how long he's been
Yeah,
here.
know when to swing.
That's
and know when to
true.
pull back.
You know,
Well, that's actually the scout would have
Like
said
an
that
archer.
last night it was not there.
Choose your
Oh,
attack at
well,
the right
there,
moment.
there you go. Good job,
What
Scout.
happens?
Way to know.
Parry.
Have a cookie.
The elf just kind of bows, like shooken by the fact that like this is real.
Comes usually this
It's a
nervous
demon
to
lord.
make him nervous.
But
It's only the second time I've seen
Not
it.
really
Last time he took out a city.
that is a thought, Sid.
What's the difference?
All my
You
thoughts
don't
are
swing there
thoughts.
too. Besides
What
the
did
front
you
note.
see when you?
Nervous implies.
Oh, Bell.
I'm
Press
not sure
Scrying
what to
into the city.
do. Anxious implies we
know
really want to do
this
something.
doesn't work.
Choose,
It
but they
didn't
both show
before. I
by
want to see if the city's defenses are
Chivalrous.
still up and up and up up up.
I do
Oh,
not
no,
have that
well, you
spell
move it
prepared.
around.
That would be a waste of a high level spell slot.
Oh, I didn't know it was a
Well,
high level
next
spell.
life,
Like,
I
like
I have
it's
scrying
It's
spells.
like a 5th level, but I don't
No.
have it prepared.
When you
No, I'm
live
just
out
saying,
and
I
hunt
Sid himself
creatures by
wouldn't know that
yourself
it was
or
powerful.
longer,
But
Well, you did see
Keep
that
everything
fairness, that
So
fog
as
is
they
still
see that
there.
flat point.
So
so I
that is what
this
prevented
big
that from
memory
happening
generation,
for the most
the
part.
fierceness and that
and with
it's
the two heads.
kind of
Well, so
three.
it's clearly, he's clearly got
It's
to
like a
deal.
cloud, like it is slowly moving.
It's clearly got to deal with.
Whereas
people
before it was like just
It's like
there.
almost magnetized towards the things.
So is it getting pulled in like a vacuum?
No, they're not touching. You said that already.
It's, I mean, circling around it, but it's
They're
like
magnets.
Best thing I can say.
it's like it's circling around, but it's not exactly touching. It's like it's keeping each
You can
other.
see
at
it with.
bay.
We can see it too. You know.
We'll handle this.
At this time,
Fucking hell.
a cold shiver crosses over all of you, and this sense of
There's your cold breeze.
temperature just
cold,
drops
too cold.
immediately around your person.
Yeah. Oh.
And down the tunnel, you can see darkness
Oh wait. Wait, no, this is good. This is good.
kind of formulate around
How could
you.
it ever be good?
It's a dragon.
About 10 feet
Could be
from, the furthest reaches of your group, shadow pools in from the corners of the tunnel
Why,
and, form,
Shadow? Why would you betray us?
and forms into the silhouette
Shadow
of
is a
a
hero. He never
tall,
betrays.
humanoid
Action's
figure.
back. Yay.
It's Ash. God. We decide on just Ash.
And you hear a surly voice echo down the tunnel. Good to see you. What seems to be the problem? No, incoming.
Okay, so
Take a look.
And it kind of just... Its footsteps are silent, zero noise, and it just simply, elegantly walks up through your group, and as it crosses your path, you get that same kind of like shiver, like the goosebumps sensation.
Yeah, my bones are protected.
And it looks to the edge of the city, kind of like moves its head side to side, looking about.
I got confident that asshole.
And basically, it's like, my oh my, you really
gotten into something here.
Is this dragon cowboy?
Yeah.
Somebody else thinking
Does it
that?
seem like a
I was saying that the first time.
like a pretty
Has a big iron on his hip.
worthy challenge?
It kind of looks that way.
Zero curse.
That's the Demogorgon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. We're planning to
What's your intent?
Kick his ass.
kill him.
Sea bass.
Again, it's like a silhouette, so there's no facial feature. It's just the voice.
At least drive him from the plane.
By punching him in the dick.
Get him
We want to show him whose world
out of
this
the
is.
material.
Well, I gave you my word I would help you in one endeavor. If that is what it is to be, then so be it.
We're bringing another. We left an item in those towers that should bring other demon lords here, so they will
Duke it out.
duke it out, so to say. But you could possibly
least.
wear him down, so that the other demon lord has has a higher chance.
If we need that now. If he's just camping there.
It's hard to say what exactly he's doing.
Yeah. So
Well, it's because he has
basically,
years of life
we
experience.
just kind of wanted you here ready for the ambush when we start, so there wouldn't be a whole lot of waiting game.
So you've called me here
Preemptively.
to wait.
Or should we send him?
No. To ambush. Help us ambush.
And when will this be?
Oh, about 2 hours
2
and
hours
15
and
minutes.
45 minutes from now.
Well, wasn't really sure how fast you would have got here.
I can offer you some ale.
Basically, it's like, I'll await the signal.
Okay.
And then it just kind of like turns around and evaporates into the darkness of the,
The
tunnel.
signal we gave to everything else, I guess.
Yes.
Tame's an interesting
You really
dragon.
think he's been paying attention to us this whole time?
Yeah, we're probably his favorite story. Come on. But next time on
Yeah, I'm not
Dragonfell
really
Z.
surprised either. The monster.
You have claimed your favor from King Driaskren. And now you wait.
Again.
More waiting.
Oh, why?
Hours stretch into minutes, seconds feel eternal. It's a long,
Meditate.
distant duration of time that you have to wager here.
Calm your mind.
If you thought the calm before the storm was anything before what it is now, this is a daunting pause.
It's like going to fight Rhyse in Final Form. Oh,
Dead silence.
he just killed Piccolo.
That's true. There's no bustle in the city other than mobilization of guards and robed figures, obviously. And yeah, you guys just wait patiently, finding seats on the ground in that immediate area. Your factions all kind of tensely preparing themselves, making sure their weapons are sharp, their armor is fastened.
So
Better not be drunk, Forge.
I think
He puts his goggles up, not this time.
regardless,
Been looking forward to seeing that turn in action.
before we enter the fight,
Kink, kink.
those spires must come down.
Oh, you had a plan to destroy the 20-foot fucking giant metal spears, did you?
Well, it's if they don't get knocked down during the whole
Demon Lords.
shebang.
You know,
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's a
saying.
good idea
I-
to keep an eye
I
on.
hate to tell you this. You ever tried to take down a building made of solid metal? I'm sure it's super duper easy.
You ever tried being, helpful?
Well, in this case, I have a lot of ability to knock down giant, spears in, 3 hours time. Oh, no, I don't.
Maybe you should wait at the back soon.
And I'm like still holding the sending stone.
We need to keep ourselves positive.
I'm positive that the spears aren't going to
Pretty
make
much
this
one time
any
use per
harder
day.
than it was already going to be.
Yes, but you need to calm.
I think you're overthinking this because you don't understand it.
Exactly.
I think that anything that can power the demons up
You don't know what's going to
make
power
it
them up. You're overthinking
worse
it.
on us.
Icarys. Nothing has changed. You're still the Demogorgon. That's still a Drought City. We're still going to summon another more monster. Thinking about it is only going to make you feel worse.
If you're worried,
Calm your
inform.
mind.
Exactly. That's the best thing to do is calm down. We relax.
I pet my
We're nervous.
my
our
hound.
Group will be nervous.
Okay. Yeah, the hound at this point is like circling impatiently. It's one of the few things that are pacing and moving about. You guys also have noticed this now at the time. This hellhound is within your group kind of marching.
Pay it no attention. We got weird stuff.
Yeah.
We got weird stuff.
I'm going to go ahead and see if I can identify this.
Go for it.
It's a dog.
What should I roll?
Probably
Intelligence?
history.
It's a puppy.
History. That's a 19.
It takes you a moment, but you have plenty of time to kind of look at its form and figure and think about who it's connected to and what he's done in the past. And yeah, this is a hellhound.
Seems pretty standard of shadow stuff. I mean, he's got the hellhound spirits.
Honestly, well,
He's got the
You got 3 souls. You can't
lava
judge.
blood.
This one I just kind of accepted it.
Because it has lava blood.
Shadow. When'd you get a pet? Shadow, when'd you get a pet?
Met him a long time ago.
I think
You saved me.
Yeah.
I saved him. Yeah.
I don't think he's a
I met him a while back. Yeah. Saved me. I saved him. It's a mutual bond. Same way with you and your bond with your creature.
Oh,
Mine's no different.
Called you out. It's no different than when we had peace.
in your
Did you hear me?
enemies.
Yes.
Nice.
I missed that thing.
So it just has this appearance, then it's not an actual.
Touch it.
Well, you know.
Hound of the Hellion escape. Right, because yours is just a.
I can't say that's true. This is the beast you look at.
Damn, he's good.
Here's how it appears.
That's pretty cool.
One day we will learn more of you, Shadow.
Darn you, your secret, Shadowban. You handsome bastard.
So you've seen what he looks like. Tell me what you know.
Just know
He's probably a bear.
our allegiance when it flies the
Not lucky enough for
Dragonfell.
that. The strength's too low.
His
His
The bear
allegiance
still
lies with
took
Dragon.
3 times the strength of a human.
He told me.
You look physically stronger than him.
He told me he was a bear before.
Ryan, Sid told me he was benevolent.
Sid also said he was a
Words
doctor.
can
What's
mean
that mean?
I said
many
benevolent-ish.
And then he said
Dude,
dictator.
would I know that this creature speaks in abyssal?
Would you, Justin?
Why don't you speak to it? Why are you asking him and just try?
If it's intelligent enough, it would definitely speak in Abyssal.
I know that most dogs respond to treatage.
Or Infernal, perhaps, but...
Or maybe it's not like you and start to bite your hand off.
Pretty much an even keel, 50-50 on whether it's going to understand one of those two.
Keep my eye on the castles.
Sort of the way.
Anything else going on? You guys
Well,
just
I'd
staying
say just,
calm.
yeah,
Trying to
doodling.
stay calm, basically.
Yeah, just
Making
going through a
plans.
mantra to keep myself calm.
Thinking about my lady.
Grump's twiddling his thumbs.
Thinking about stuff, but not having answers.
She's thinking this is the worst time
Designing a
ever.
wedding dress for
And
Belwyn.
in Infernal, I'll go. It's
gonna have
maybe not so
swords.
much.
Okay, so you speak Infernal, and the creature seems to understand, and
So do I.
Only has general disdain for
surprisingly can speak. It just says, "Shut up."
In Infernal? My guy's gonna laugh. Just look away and chuckle.
Sid also laughs. I agree with it.
That's the first time Infernal's been used. Yay!
So you can speak.
I'll speak it.
Kill too. Shall I show you?
I'll speak over to Infernal.
It just
to
bares
Icarys.
its fangs.
Might want to back away from that.
Actually, I have a grin at this point.
Of course you do.
Oh no, which one's
Cheese
speaking?
master.
Icarus?
No, it's still Icarus.
Cheese master.
Do you obey him?
We obey each other.
You're starting off on a bad point of making friends there, Icarus.
Good.
It's an understanding.
I get that. It's nice to have another ally.
Don't go soft on me. This is a transaction.
Fair enough.
It just kind of snarls.
Do you
Did
always
blood
start
really
on a
wobble?
bad level when you make friends, Icarus?
It worked with you guys.
I didn't think it really worked all that well at all.
You got me on that one. Also, I didn't know you spoke this language.
Anything else in these hours of tension, Dragonfell?
Sadness. Tears.
Sadness is experienced by all.
Yeah. I got a lot of pain in my heart for whoever goes next.
You guys got any more surprises? It'd be nice.
Mostly just quietly talking on the ground.
Is it to the gods?
No, to his gauntlet.
Oh, okay.
You know, anytime.
Anybody else?
What about Spike? Is he going to be
Kyle's
prepared for
gaming
this?
stuff?
Spike is repaired. I just haven't been using him because he doesn't want to get broken again.
Hello?
Oh, there goes the laptop.
Big
Whatever.
display incoming.
Ah!
As the looming end of this 3-hour period starts to approach, you guys have this ominous sensation of knowing. Yeah, it's essentially this dreading, like, it's right on the cusp and you know, but every time you think it's going to happen, something's going to happen, nothing happens. Waiting longer and longer.
I better be up there praying for
With no moving air, hardly. It's just such a almost suffocating tension.
So this is the feeling before a storm.
That kind of manifests, and this
storms
is
usually
this
go.
is unlike any preamble to a battle that you've ever
This is
faced.
a worldwide storm.
Bitch.
Just,
Little storm. My stack.
just as you all kind of start to feel as if something has gone awry, like something is taking too long. Like it's hard to keep track of time, but it feels like something should have happened.
Great.
That's fair.
Our villain
But it's
may
hard to
have
be
betrayed us.
precise. So you know the passage of time is occurring,
But we've accepted our fate.
just as you await for something, any sign, a loud hum begins to swell and grow, and it seems to be coming from the top of the Sorcerer Tower.
Now here's to see if he's not betraying us.
This hum kind of emanates throughout the entire chasm, and just as the Demogorgon kind of lifts its head and turns, the entire top of the tower explodes in a white flash. Massive explosion.
It's time.
White energy erupting and destroying the entirety of the top tower. The shockwave shoots out rapidly through the air, covering the distance of the entire city in seconds, and then quickly rushes past all of you. Your clothes and hair billow, the scent of magic and ash fill your nostrils, and you slide back a few inches from the force as it echoes past and down the way you came. Red and black energy leaks out and expands from the source of the explosion like a miasma gas. The entirety of the tower top obliterated, and all the upper remnants cascading down and around, not that far from the Demogorgon. No sooner does it stand up that you see ripples in reality all around you, above and around the city. These kind of vibrating warps. The Demogorgon starts to look around frantically, and you can see several of these disturbances all around the city region. You can see guards and robed figures now scattering, running around, mobilizing, some giving out commands, some scattered and not knowing what's happening. A loud, familiar bell begins to ring out from the chantry. The vibrations in the air start to collect, and suddenly they kind of entropically fall into themselves and open up into these pocket rifts that kind of grow and swell. The energy collecting and swirling around them, the Demogorgon, like frantically, not really knowing what to do, looking around, it looks towards the source of the explosion initially, and it just sees this dark red and black energy kind of just pulsating around from it.
No! No!
You look to the source, distant in the far left, where the rift would have been, where that you climbed out of originally. Pulling out of a pocket-sized rift above, like a portal, a dark mass slams out, crushing the jagged mushrooms that grew in that area of the city, crushing them with its immense size. And then the dark form of it rises, the shadowed energy around it, dissipating. And there is the fully formed figure of Froz Blue, the demon prince of illusion and deception.
Damn.
Built like a massive gargoyle, hunched, rocky posture, 14 feet tall, extended neck, muscular, this sick kind of smiling face framed by pointed ears and long drooping whiskers. Massive bat-like wings furled against its muscular shoulders. These two demon lords lock eyes for a moment before everyone's attention is pulled to another. jumping through a rift of energy and smashing into a building, completely collapsing the upper portion of it as it perches on top. It's some form of monstrous owl. Easily over 15 feet tall, dark gray feathers with glinting speckles and bands all over its body. The head is that of a black-gray owl with these back-swept horns and massive, bulbous, glowing yellow eyes over a gnarled, jagged beak. Alquam, the demon prince of night and slumber. Its head kind of extends around and looks about the battlefield. A distant rift looms and swells and vibrates and grows until eventually something falls from it, landing with precision instead of destruction. This 10-foot tall humanoid, a body covered in carapace-like armor, its head splitting at the top into 2 spikes, narrow green eyes, and this natural kind of face mask armored tail, longer than the demon itself, kind of whips around and coils around its body. The demon prince of desolation, Ublave, looks around these other figures. Energy from a growing rift high above, hundreds of feet in the air now, swirls into a vortex downward towards the center of the city.
Here's the ship.
And forms into another easily 13, 14 foot tall, thick maroon-hided muscular figure with a tiefling-like visage. Red eyes and large natural horns that climb from its forehead up. It crosses its arms and you see each of its long fingers are actually serpents.
Daddy?
Its chest seemingly split open with a large blue flame alit within and lighting the area around it.
I think this one might be my favorite.
Eldenoth, the Bloodless, demon prince of crime and scorn. Just then, many other much smaller rifts begin to pull open.
Oh god, this is much more.
Lesser creatures begin spilling into reality from all around these pocket rifts. Demonic servants to each of these lords and various other demons, all irresistibly pulled to this location. You see demons that look like massive cockroaches, being led by one wearing a tattered cloak and ittering out commands. You see demons that look just like large worms with tentacles, and they literally just start falling from the sky. Falling from rifts with all kinds of deformed bat creatures flying out of one rift as multi-legged, lizard-like demons crawl and scatter out of another. You even see familiar looking types of monsters like demonic minotaur and gnolls like you faced before. Many of these lesser creatures begin to immediately just attack and ravage each other, but the demon lords continue kind of surveying the chaos. They all seem very alert and confused and angry.
Yeah, where is our...
And they all begin to look to the energy emanating from the tower. This hollow gift, this fake reward emanating as just a nothingness energy instead of a true prize. You hear the sounds of screeches and roars, slashing, tearing, metal to metal screams. Pure destruction unfolds. But the voices of the lords boom over top of it. The one that appears to have a tiefling kind of visage with the blue flame, just kind of with its arms crossed, speaks out. It just kind of calls out to the Demogorgon.
What manner of trickery is this?
You, and it extends this serpent-like finger that just kind of coils around.
Damn!
You are the root of all these problems and hassles.
You can see now the insectoid, carapace-looking one also begins to kind of
That's his horses.
trek closer to this tiefling.
I agree. The Demogorgon is the source of all of this.
And they just like this looming kind of visage, and it's like,
You fools!
both of these voices kind of call out at the same time, and then one kind of speaks for it.
This is a ploy, a trap, and you're falling in the hands of it.
And then, before anything else can be said, a familiar horn billows out.
There he is.
One of the rifts kind of immediately, jaggedly, opens up and just splits open, and stepping out of it is Orcus, the demon lord of undeath.
There's that bitch.
And behind him, rushing underneath him, many, many undead creatures of various malformed states. It raises this massive wand of curved, dark bone with a massive skull atop to the end.
I don't really care.
He kind of slams, and the rift behind it, kind of like, only strong enough to hold it to get through. Oh, that's fine. The rift kind of coalesces and shimmers, and where all these rifts once were, instead are just kind of whirlpools in reality. Like they're weak, but they've sealed themselves. They weren't strong enough to stay withheld open, like the rift at the bottom of the lake. Yeah. And he slams down, saying he doesn't care.
What I care is that this one's a traitor, working with Loth on some sick ploy.
And they all kind of like turn their head towards the Demogorgon, and at this point it kind of like coils and like pivots its status, shaking both of its heads.
You're all gonna die.
And with that, it's
DBZ level shit.
A kaiju nightmare of a fight as all of them just annihilate each other. They charge in, slamming over buildings and stomping over demons left and right.
Still here like, fuck, what did we step in?
Pulls out his guitar, takes
You
up
watch
the pick
as
of
the
destiny.
Demogorgon just leaps from the jade steps all the way down and immediately targets
The demon lord is rock and roll.
the Tiefling, who kind of lets out this blue flamethrower out of his chest. The Demogorgon just simply grabs him and kind of like thrashes him about with swipes that would take down buildings.
Aren't demon lords supposed to be equal in strength?
Orcus kind of like throws his wand to one side, and this black necrotic bolt just kind of billows out and slams into the insect, and instantly its entire upper shoulder just kind of disintegrates. Part of its armor falling, its shoulder being malformed, and it kind of like bends back and
We're expecting you to be able to cast these spells.
leaps around like a grasshopper to different buildings.
All right,
The orc
who
is
wants to
climbing
bet?
like 20 feet tall, just kind of like baseball swinging this wand, taking out buildings, demons and bones scattering across, the entire district that they're in.
I got a gold
This
coin on that
owl,
blue
this
flame
massive
one.
demonic owl, just begins swooping around and doing these kind of similar to how a dragon would fight, right? It just kind of perches down, scraping its claws into the back of the Demogorgon, and then before it can whip around, it just plunges off muscularly, jettisoning off and away and rotating around. And this fight goes on and on for minutes. Many demon fall, corpses are abound. The bell continues to ring out as the entire cavern is filled with roars and yells and just these abyssal calls for death and dismay.
Somebody better tip that bell. They dropped a beat on his back.
One by one, the powers that are here begin to fall. The insectoid that has been challenging Orcus is simply caught, and its neck snapped and tossed asunder. And you watch as its form kind of careens into the natural stone floor of the cavern. Its body kind of withers and decays instantly. You watch as the owl is caught by the legs by the tiefling with the blue flame,
That's what I'm
pulls it down to it, and in a bear hug just immolates it, burning it to a crisp.
Icarys knows how to do
Lets
that
out this
too.
one screech, and then flames erupt out of its mouth, and it just falls limpless in front of it in a heap of ash that just starts to break down into a pile of nothing. They're all showing signs of like ruggedness and wear and tear at this point. Other demons that aren't mindless are like very cautious about what they do. You see some kind of strategically hiding and then jumping out. Even without their lord here, some seem to be serving, like those of Baphomet. Worms and oozes that would serve Jubilex are here, doing their lord's bidding even without the entity here.
And they've probably been doing as well.
And yeah, at that point, all that's left is Froz or Blue, who's been kind of a stealthy individual, not really getting into a fight, has instead been watching, and at this point expands these massive black wings. And as it leaps up, you just see gouts of fire, like fireballs, but of green hue. And they just massive detonations, leaving scorch marks across the surface of what building remnants are there, if you will.
Javen would fist bump me.
Just like slamming into the Demogorgon as it, and then on the one, the Demogorgon simply spatters a fireball away. And then it turns its sights on Orcus. As the Demogorgon and Orcus clash, the Tiefling creature and this gargoyle-like creature go into a throw of each other, and they start to talk to each other without specific dialogue. They're basically acknowledging that they both lied to each other.
You told me this. It was all a lie.
They had him alive. And it like bites into its neck, like rips some of
Come
the
on,
flesh
snake
away.
That's what I'm rooting for.
And unfortunately, as the red tiefling has been battered and beaten by the other creatures, this other one is mostly alive. So the gargoyle has it on its haunches and is about to do one last blast. And you just watch as its eyes, blue and Black Adam style, detonates. And a blue column of flame, taking them both out.
Oh my god.
The flames, the heat, wafting over both of you, or all of you, rather. And then it's quickly subsiding as like the smoke and just rubble falls around.
This is a good plan.
The Drow capital
cool
is in disrepair. Even the upper portion, the Jade Steps, have been, scorched and shattered and broken and are jagged. The Guardian statues have animated and are defending it, but are slowly being whittled down by these legions of undead until they are just no more. The Guardians, like the warriors and mages, are defending the Chantry as best they can, but they're being overwhelmed from the top. Mostly, the mages are pretty strong there, but it's a losing battle with this amount of number. So it's just, these like rows of mages just sending gouts of flame and lightning and just shattering waves of demons that are just met with more at this point.
You literally watch them die from exhaustion.
Until at this point, the Demogorgon and Orcus kind of thrust each other back. Actually, before it would say anything, they would be about to say something, and then they're both caught off guard as, to the distant south of you guys, the castle explodes. The entire thing. You hear explosions within, and you look to it, and just white light.
Holy shit.
Oh, balls.
The massive spires jettisoning around.
Oh, balls. I immediately look at Elrich.
The colossal gates shattered.
Oh, God. My character's thing just can't be happy, can he?
The Demogorgon at this point, if a look of fear could cross a Demonor's face, or shock.
Faces?
Yeah, it would be there. The Orcus seems unfazed and just turns back, but the Demogorgon kind of looks around frantically, and it looks to the three pikes. And the Orcus rather kind of turns its head and says,
"What's the matter? She's not here to protect you."
And it just bounding towards it. As they start breaking the distance, the Demogorgon looks around and just looks up to what would effectively be the center of the city in the sky, and just lets out this deafening, dimensional screech. And I need everyone to make a Constitution saving throw.
I'm good at those now.
Yes, con saves. Not Belwyn's forte.
Oh, D20.
19.
And then
Maybe I'm not good
plus
at
your Constitution modifier. Saving.
Is this considered spell or magical effect?
Get out.
No.
It's considered awesome.
Soft 20.
Good. Yeah.
All right, let's go around.
19.
23.
14.
Soft 20.
I got 23. Shakti got 26.
Okay, good.
16.
Good. It's 15. What'd you guys get?
And then soft 20 for me.
Good.
I got 24.
Awesome. So Icarys is the only one
Yeah, the
who,
traitor.
I mean, you're all of your ears kind of quake, and the sound is like a flashbang going off directly
There's
next to
blood
you.
in my ears.
Icarys, you are deafened for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
So he has
As
real
it's
blood
just
on
kind
his
of,
ears.
it's not just the immense sound, but you literally couldn't withstand the dimensional power behind it. The rest of you, deafened for a moment, that ringing in your ears persists, but you can kind of hear the chaos slowly coming back to you.
It's like when Sid fired his gun next to my ear.
And the same thing with everyone. All the demons begin to kind of grasp at their heads and recoil, and all the fighting stops momentarily. As you watch as the screech kind of lasts for several seconds. From both of its mouths, the force of it is like reverberating up to the sky. And at that point, you see, just like all the other rifts, a massive vibration in the air.
Damn.
And it's like rhythmic, and it's continuing, and it's pressing. It's growing and growing in size, much bigger than any other rifts have been.
Oh shit!
And then it just simply kind of tears
hollow.
open, and this black kind of thin energy just begins to leak out of it. And over the next minute, slowly forming into a ball. And over time, that ball is going to grow. You look to the pikes, and those things atop it, difficult to look at, clearly are being pulled, and the energy is feeding into that rift.
Oh, that's bad.
That rift will remain open as long as those orbules remain.
We gotta strike those buggers down.
At that point, Orcus kind of turns its gaze back to the Demogorgon and says, "No!" And they both kind of charge at each other once more.
Okay,
But you guys quickly deduce that
nothing good comes from those.
Those
somebody
being there are bad.
Maybe
You had like a 37 on your earlier perception. It will take you but a few minutes to rush down the side of this, cliff, mountainside. Just a few minutes because there's a natural path. Within 5 minutes, you'll reach the city.
Okay.
You know that based on the distance of the city, and you rolled so high, you're gonna have to split up to get to those things up there, to take them down simultaneously in the allotted time. And time is a factor.
We gotta do that.
And that is why you guys have 5 minutes to split into 3 teams, choose an ally to come with you on those teams, and then choose a leader to lead the rest of your faction.
Alright, I do see it.
Alright, yeah. We're gonna have a team A, a team B, and a team C.
So the teams consist of 3
3 teams split amongst the party.
How many
if we're counting the people that got the boons, there's 12 of us. So
I call Forge.
He didn't get the boon.
What?
So what's that paper?
From the.
So this is.
Are we talking about just the party?
Ally,
That's
and we
not.
choose a leader.
So each team will get 1 ally from your group, and then you'll have to pick a leader that's left to lead the rest of your factions.
Okay, so like basically just this party there's 9 of us.
Mm-hmm. So you could split evenly with 3, and then everyone gets an ally, so you'd each have 4 in your group.
It's not a bad idea.
Okay.
So who wants to be split up together? Sounds like they already called dibs on Sid.
That's good because he's close, I'm far. That works out.
I need a close then. I'll take Shad.
It's 3.
I think that'd be a good combo.
Elrich, you want to come with?
I'm going Shadowbane.
And then that would leave me with
Okay,
you
so us
guys.
3.
I think that'd be a good idea. Magic.
So you, means you.
Galena needs someone too.
Yeah.
So you 2 and Galena.
It depends on how Icarys wants to do it. Can we do that, or me, Shad, and
1, 2.
Galena could do it? Be a team.
I guess you could go with the 2 people online. Make it easier.
Okay, so you're with them.
I'll go with Shadow. And
You will be with.
So Rob and Virtual.
Those 2.
Yep.
It's me, Shakti, and Bell.
That's fine. We can do
I
that.
think that's good.
All right, Team
Okay,
A,
Dragonfell
who
and
are
Valor.
you?
I'll go ahead
We'll
and team A.
We'll team A.
Rhyse,
Belwyn, Shakti.
Belwyn, and Shakti.
And our ally would be.
And we already have a druid. We could take it anywhere.
Yeah.
So we don't really have it. Well, I mean, we're both spell. I'm probably the most
I say
ranged
Paladin.
fighter.
I can be mid.
Because we have
Who
two
should
range,
be our
we need
ally?
someone else up front.
I'm down, right?
Yeah.
And he can
Alright,
heal.
we're gonna take Alessa.
Okay. Oh no!
She'll be our melee ranged attack.
I was tempted to top the
Yeah,
chat,
she's,
but I feel like
she's
you-
predominantly.
I guess let Shadow and
She's
him
predominantly
too.
archery, but she can use a sword.
Okay.
They can see the ally choice too.
Okay, I think we're going to go with Sir Talon.
Okay, so Team B is Icarys. Who else?
Affair and Sid.
Affair and Sid, and you're gonna take who?
Sir Talon.
Sir Caleb.
Yeah, that one.
All right, and that leaves
gives us
Team
another-
C
Hold the paper up so they can see.
as Elrich,
Shadowbane and Galena.
Are you able to read that?
Who do you think who do you think we should take? I mean, because I'm pretty sure Galena's a ranged attacker too.
Yep.
How come Sir Caleb is a leader and a
So we
ally?
probably want
so
another
if you
front
didn't
runner.
pick him there, you can pick him there.
Ooh, Grum could lead the fourth team.
There's no 14.
The fourth team is making sure that you guys aren't accosted on the way.
Oh.
It's helping.
So wait,
keep the
so what's
demons-
the idea
Grum
here?
would be a good
We choose an ally. The top.
Yeah, we gotta choose another ally for our team.
Alessa
Alright.
and Kalen have been picked.
I don't know. Do you think Rick Foley wants a chance?
Ooh.
That might not be bad. Another sneak attacker.
A rogue. Forge might be good for you guys.
More than likely, though, he'll be a back
Yeah.
fighter, though, and you'll be
because
the only person
Forge
up front.
Has a real. Well, you are ranged too, so that.
Yeah,
would-
I'm ranged.
And so is she. So now that'd be a bad idea.
With Forge, he has destructive power
Yeah.
behind it.
So really,
I
just
don't know, or Robert. It's either Rick Foley or Garsh. How about that?
Hmm.
Or Topsy and Turvy.
Is Topsy and Turvy count together?
They're both together essentially.
Oh, I'd go with Topsy and Turvy for sure. I love that.
Two
There you go.
rogues.
I don't think they're all.
And then we have to choose a leader.
Oh,
Yeah, and then you guys as a group choose from who's left, who's going to lead the rest of your
I
faction.
think Mariska should lead the rest.
I was gonna say Forge.
I was going to choose the Callum guy, but they took.
I thought Grum should.
I think that's
Not
a
Grum.
huge problem.
He's too young.
He's too inexperienced.
Rick Foley.
Rick Foley wouldn't be bad either. He's a good leader.
No, I think Mariska's a good choice for that. Druid.
Who
She's
did
got
you
all
take
of
with
our
you?
confidence.
We took Alyssa.
We took Alyssa.
Oh, then yeah.
30 seconds remain.
Yeah, I'd say probably. I'd go with Forge.
Okay, I'm fine with Forge.
Okay, Forger.
Forge
was
leading the rest?
Yep.
All right.
Forger Marista.
Marissa's number 2.
Yeah, second.
So
Yeah,
she's the lieutenant.
She will also be there. She'll effectively be a lieutenant of sorts. Forge, leader. And then who was your Team C's first choice?
Topsy
Turvy. T and T. Alrighty.
Do you need my faction cards?
No. I have
got
like
their-
very bare bones versions of them.
Okay.
And with that, 5 minutes is up.
Nice.
With that, you guys all look to each other one last time before stepping into the thick of this. You run down the cliff
The
edge.
victory.
I ride.
As minutes go by,
Right.
as the minutes go by to finally reach the ground level, you
Oh yeah,
hear
let's take the spiders.
the spiders have. Would they have come? Well, no, they have to
Or
come via
mounts.
your call.
Yeah.
Is the thing.
Well, I
So
meant
you-
the mounts. Spider mounts.
Oh yeah, they can
That
come.
way we don't have to climb
That's
ourselves.
true. You guys would get down a little bit faster. Not everyone has a mount, but those of you with.
I'm gonna activate Investor Win, so I'll fly down.
That's true. So she is now flying.
Yeah, I thought about that too. It's like, how fast could I get there if I just flew?
Well,
60.
Peace Walker at least has 40 walk speed or climb speed.
And you, yeah. So you're.
40 times.
Yeah.
And I can do my disc for our last guy for who Sir Kalen because I
Sure.
guess he has a horse.
Yeah.
So that way he can
Yeah,
keep
he
up.
has a
I'll give
horse.
Alyssa
He can
my
help
number.
out.
Ride a spider.
So
Well, he would have a
I'll
lizard.
just stay on the spider to stay with you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
So with
spider
that,
just-
the teams at this point all migrate down, and once you reach the base of the cliff edge, split apart. With Forge fully exoskeletoned up, has his turret on his back,
We believe in you, Forge.
guides them forward into the thick of demons.